Elsewhere, the battle between the orcs and skeletons continued unabated. Andres, the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe, led the orc alliance in resisting the onslaught of the undead. Like a furious beast, Andres led his orcs into the fierce fight. What, do you also plan to march to your death with the Blackstone tribe? A chilling voice echoed from behind the undead. A woman, half human and half giant spider, appeared before the orcs. Andres stared intently at the spider woman, his eyes filled with hatred and rage. He obviously recognized this woman and knew that it due to her that the undead launched an attack on his camp. Domina, you dare to ally with the undead. Even if we die today, someone will end you and your nest. Andres shouted loudly. Domina responded with a smirk, ignoring Andres. Her gaze fell on the orcs from small tribes in front of her and spoke without a hint of mockery. I'm curious, the Blackstone tribe always oppresses you, so why are you willing to die with them? The orcs remained silent, their eyes darting back and forth between Andres and the undead. It appeared they were weighing their options in their hearts. Isn't it too soon to sow discord among us? The orcs will never submit to the undead. Andres spoke in a loud voice, but he had already moved 2 steps to the side, keeping an eye on the orcs around him. The great commander of the Blackstone tribe was dead, and there were only less than 4 clan members left by his side. Spread discord. Think about what you've done to the other tribes. Do you think there's a need for me to stir up trouble? Domina asked casually. At the same time, she looked at the other orcs and shouted, as long as Andres dies, I, Domina, can guarantee the safety of the rest of you. Why die here with him when you can find a way to survive? Domina's words began to make the orcs hesitate. The undead are detestable, having killed many of their kin, but they also despise the Blackstone tribe, who constantly oppressed the various tribes. Now that they've stirred up trouble, they're still dragging them into it. How could they not harbor hatred? One by one, the orcs fixed their gaze on Andres, constantly watching him. Andres noticed the change in the others, his heart tightened immediately and he quickly spoke, don't listen to her, everyone follow me. Thud. Halfway into Andres's speech, he frowned and looked back. An orc had stabbed his blade into his back. You. Andres grit his teeth, turned around, and swung his sword, chopping at the neck of the orc who ambushed him. The orc's head drooped, his body going limp as he fell dead instantly. But that swing of the sword ignited the rage of the remaining orcs. Kill Andres. He's the one who killed our clansmen. No one knows who shouted, but it acted as a spark that ignited the orcs all around, who began to brandish their weapons, hacking at Andres and the other 4 orc warriors of the Blackstone tribe. Suddenly, the battle between the orcs and the undead turned into an internecine slaughter among the orcs. Domina revealed a satisfied smile and began to command the skeleton soldiers to encircle all the orcs in the vicinity. They formed a besiegement, silently watching them kill each other. Andres found himself surrounded and under sneak attack, but being a hero of the orc clan, he still demonstrated superior fighting skills. Facing the weapons swung from all around him, he managed to kill dozens of orc soldiers. Blood soaked the ground, with bodies piled beneath his feet. You will regret this. Do you think the undead will let you go? Ha ha ha. When the time comes, you'll know how foolish you've been. Andres, propping himself on his saber, roared loudly. He was prepared to die in this battle, but he never thought he would die at the hands of his fellow orcs. He stared defiantly at the spider woman before him, letting the blood flow down his body. He made a menacing face, like that of a wild beast. Upon hearing Andres roar, the remaining orcs retreated a few steps in fear. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Domina instructed once again. Thud, thud, thud. Several orcs marched forward, plunging their weapons into Andres's body once more. This time, Andres did not retaliate. His body gradually collapsed into a pool of blood, and he never got back up. He's dead. You promised us, you won't kill us. The orcs, looking at Domina, uttered tremulously. Domina quietly observed Andres's body. Seeing that he did not rise again, she directly ordered the skeleton soldiers, eliminate all the orcs who are still armed. Swoosh. The skeleton warriors on standby sprang into action, quickly advancing towards the orcs. The orcs turned pale, thinking that the spider woman had tricked them. However, there were some quick-thinking orcs who immediately dropped their weapons and urged their companions, "What are you doing? Throw away your weapons quickly, do you want to die?" Upon hearing these words, all the orcs finally understood the meaning behind Domina's words. They hurriedly discarded their weapons. And this behavior spread like a chain reaction, rapidly extending outwards. When the skeleton warriors approached, they indeed avoided the unarmed orcs and continued to look for targets still holding weapons. Those previously ignored orcs were also shackled by skeleton soldiers. Off to the side, Domina paid no mind to the orc captives. As soon as the orcs opened a path, she rushed directly to the corpse of Andres. Two sharp spider legs suddenly thrust out, piercing through the shoulder blades on both sides of his body, and hoisted it up high. Ah! The once dead Andres, once again let out a painful wail. "You were indeed playing dead," Domina said. Before Andres could fight back, several more legs pierced into his body like raindrops, killing him on the spot. Andres, like a man being executed, hung high in midair. Blood continued to flow down his body, the sight was extremely gruesome. "I cursed you, the land won't cultivate, tribes won't reproduce, and all those who attacked Blackstone." Splat. Andres was not able to finish his sentence. Domina's leg pierced through his mouth again, forcibly cutting off his words. Andres stopped breathing, his head sagging down. Domina tossed the body aside, saying, "Send the body to Scholar Nelson, everyone else, keep advancing." The body was carried away, while the skeleton army shackled the surrendered orcs. The battle still continued, with a sizable number of orcs choosing to fight till the end. However, the outcome was already decided. Tazgo City Lord's Mansion. Compared to the chaos outside, it was much quieter inside the mansion. Fang Hao walked straight towards the high platform, sitting directly on the City Lord's throne. Following the system prompt, he turned this place into a subjugated city. Tazgo City. City level. Level 11 Indigenous City. Traits. Gold coin tax increase of 12%, orc population growth plus 15%, livestock industry plus 20%, commerce plus 5%. Description. A city with traits can bring a variety of different boosts, accelerating the city's construction and development. Compared to Blackstone City, Tazgo City had already reached level 11. Due to the difference in development direction, Tazgo City was more inclined towards military development. Within the city, even though there were commercial streets, they were not as flourishing as those in human cities. The construction of the Heroes' Altar and Merit Training Ground within the city made it the only place in the vicinity where heroes could be resurrected and advanced. Gradually, it became the leader of surrounding village tribes. But relatively speaking, Tazgo City served a large purpose. Its inherent nature could easily make it the main city in this area. After reviewing the attributes of Tazgo City, Meatfist and Domina and others also walked in large strides. Behind the heroes were skeleton soldiers and some prisoners. Upon entering the hall, Meatfist spoke loudly. "My lord, the enemy has also given up resistance. The clan leader and the great commander of the Blackstone tribe have fallen in battle. Nearly 10,000 orcs have chosen to surrender. We have arranged for our troops to continue searching throughout the city, seeking out hidden enemies." Then Meatfist continued, "The city lord of Tazgo City, Krat, and the clan leader of the Shadow Moon tribe, Litos, have chosen to surrender. We also found Raisa and 2 others among the troops of the Shadow Moon tribe." Behind Meatfist, there were some prisoners escorted by skeleton warriors. Upon closer inspection, one could identify Raisa and 2 other orcs who had been sent to persuade us to surrender, all of them dressed in orcish attire. Swiftblade. Krat Purple Tier 8. Toxic Crow. Litos Blue Tier 6. Fang Hao looked down and saw the names and attributes of the 2 heroes. As the city lord of Tazgo City, Krat had reached the attributes of Purple Tier 8, 1 tier higher than the Blackstone tribe's clan leader. Litos of the Shadow Moon tribe, however, only had blue attributes. And the prefix, Toxic Crow, didn't seem like that of a combat hero. Before Fang Hao could inquire, Toxic Crow Litos took the initiative to speak, Honorable Undead Lord, it was merely due to the circumstances that the Shadow Moon tribe became your enemy. However, we certainly did not have any intention of waging war against you. When Krat gave the order to execute Miss Raisa and the others, it was I who protected them under the guise of needing humans to test poisons. Litos was clearly in a much better state than Krat. Not only was he not heavily injured, but even his mental state seemed to be better. At the moment, he was loudly laying out his difficulties and how under Krat's pressure, he saved Raisa and the others. Listening to Litos's words, Fang Hao and the others looked stunned. Even the feeble and bloodstained Krat looked angrily at him and cursed, "What the hell are you talking about, Litos?" Litos glanced at his old friend then continued to address Fang Hao, "My lord, we were only coerced by Tazgo City and the Blackstone tribe. Now that you are victorious, we are willing to surrender." You traitor. Krat cursed loudly and spat up a mouthful of blood on the ground. After quietly listening, Fang Hao began his inquiry. "Raisa, is what he said true?" Raisa was dressed in orcish armor, covering her entire body. She responded directly. "Krat gave the order to execute the three of us. It was Chief Litos who saved us under the pretext of needing people to test poisons, and has kept us with him ever since." "Good, you three can stand aside for now," said Fang Hao. "Yes, Lord." Raisa and the other two removed their helmets and obediently stood to one side. Fang Hao's gaze fell back onto Litos, and continued to question, "Which city wall did you defend?" Hearing the question from the undead leader, Litos immediately realized something was amiss. The other party could judge his intention to surrender by the strength of the city wall's defense. "South, to the south," Litos said with his head bowed low. Fang Hao sneered in his heart and immediately understood the ins and outs. It could be said that rather than Litos really wanting to surrender, he was the cleverest among them, merely keeping a card up his sleeve for himself. But none of that mattered now. Litos's surrender also had its benefits for him. "Fine, I'll accept your surrender, Litos, and the surrender of the Shadow Moon tribe as well," Fang Hao said directly. Litos, who thought he was defeated, was thrilled in an instant. "Thank you, sir, thank you greatly," Litos hurriedly said. Having dealt with Litos's situation, Fang Hao turned his gaze back to Krat, whose condition wasn't good at all. His iron armor was twisted and deformed. His whole body, like a blood man, was entirely stained red. Collapse on the ground, vomit fresh blood from his mouth non-stop. It was clear that he'd suffered severe injuries. "Krat, is there anything else you want to say?" Fang Hao continued to ask. Krat glared at Litos, then looked back at Fang Hao and said, "Lord of the Undead, I am also willing to surrender. Please give me a chance." "Oh, do you have any reason?" Fang Hao asked curiously. "Like Litos, I was confused by the Blackstone tribe. I mistakenly believed that you are an invader attacking the orcs. Now I am willing to surrender," Krat said through gritted teeth. "Is that all there is?" Fang Hao asked further. Fang Hao had given him 2 chances to surrender. The first time he chose to execute Raisa. The second time he almost killed the Tauren who urged him to surrender. If Fang Hao let him go now, it would be unfair to the subordinates who had persuaded him to surrender twice. "I can do many things for you. Please spare me," Krat begged loudly. But Fang Hao was still unmoved. He calmly said, "Bring him out and behead him. Send the corpse over to Scholar Nelson." Hearing Fang Hao's command, 2 Tauren soldiers came in, dragged Krat away and left. In the hall, Litos turned somewhat pale as he watched Krat being dragged away. Krat was just dragged away and executed. He was relieved at his decision. If it weren't for Raisa, he would have ended up the same way as Krat. All of them, as heroes, were bound to the hero altar of Tazgo City. The city was now occupied by others. Once they died, there was no way for them to resurrect. If they died then, their death would be real. With the hall quiet again, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and handed a blue hero contract to Litos. The latter took it and understood what Fang Hao meant after looking at the contract. With little hesitation, he slit his fingers and signed the contract. A radiance emerged from the hero contract and fused into Litos's body. This signified the agreement between the two. Toxic Crow Litos currently has a loyalty level of 42. Gazing at the system prompt, his loyalty isn't high, but it was understandable. A captive's loyalty wouldn't be too high. Domina, Letos, Rasa, you three are in charge of recruiting the remaining orcs in the city. Guarantee their safety if they surrender, execute those who insist on resisting. Fang Hao issued the latest order to the three. Yes, my lord. The trio left the hall, and Fang Hao followed, checking Letos's individual attributes. Consecutive seizure of 2 cities, and he had already killed several heroes. It was only now that he had been able to recruit this one hero. The Toxic Crow's ability to test poison sparked interest in him. Toxic Crow, Letos Blue 6 tier. Toxic Crow, Letos Blue Grade 6. Faction. Orc. Template. Blue. Racial characteristics. Living creature. Tough. Poison resistance. Legion talent. Jungle Walker. Infantry commander. Skills. Toxic Flying Knives. Plague Swarm. Toxic Potion. Corrosive Cloud. Innate skills. Advanced Tactical Mastery. Advanced Herbalism Mastery. Advanced Potion Making. Toughness decreases the duration of stun effects by 15%. Poison resistance. Frequent contact with herbs has made the body immune to most toxins. Jungle Walker. The army led by this unit travels at regular speed on forest paths and mountain roads without being affected by the terrain. Infantry Commander. The infantry led by this unit has an attack power increase of 5%. Toxic Flying Knives. Active. Shoots a flying knife coated with deadly poison. If it hits an enemy, it can poison the target, and the effect of the poison depends on the target's constitution. Plague Swarm. Active. Releases a swarm of toxic bees to attack the enemy. Toxic Potion. Active. Throws various prepared poisons, causing toxic damage to enemies within range. Corrosive Cloud. Active. Acid rain falls heavily, causing sustained toxic damage to enemies within range for 3 minutes. Description. The tribe has produced an oddity. He is not physically strong, but always relies on his wit to obtain prey and harvest. When he grows up, he remains thin and weak, but through his extensive knowledge of herbs and crude magic, he takes on the responsibility of protecting the tribe. Letos's physical appearance is obviously a bit special in this race of muscular men. Thin and tall, his skin also reveals a rather unhealthy grayish-white color. His skills are all related to poison and poisoning. These skills can be useful against living creatures, but their target for war is a group of undead, so the poison is of no use at all. Therefore, in previous battles, the hero, Letos, did not show much capability. After reviewing Letos's attributes, Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords. The Tauren in charge of looting came in with the skeletons. Boxes full of gold and silver were piled up in the middle of the hall. These were all looted war spoils. 4.27 million warfire coins, over 9 million beasthead gold. Plus, the money looted from the Blackstone tribe yesterday, 8 million warfire coins and 16 million beasthead gold. It's reached a terrifying amount. Krat did not earn less in all these years of running this city. Fang Hao's gaze fell on a shiny box in front platinum treasure chest. As expected, seeing the platinum treasure chest, Fang Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Told you so. With so many orc armies and 4 heroes involved in the battle, the treasure chest had reached platinum. He silently prayed a few times, and opened the treasure chest directly. Received. Blueprint for Glory Tower, purple. Blueprint for Earth Spirit Camp, purple. Blueprint for Warrior Gladiator's Sword, purple. Blueprint for Guardian's Warhammer, blue. Blueprint for Guardian's Helmet, blue. Blueprint for Guardian's Boots, blue. Blueprint for Guardian's Gloves, blue. Blueprint for Guardian's Breastplate, blue. 5 Hero Hearts, 3 Hero Certificates, 352 Beast Teeth Stones, 1072 Warfire Coins. A glint of light flashed, and the blueprints appeared in front of Fang Hao. 3 purple blueprints, the rest are all blue. Compared to the previous killing of the quasi-god, and the rewards from the dark gold chest, it is inferior. At least last time, there was a dark gold weapon reward and several purple equipment blueprints. This time, most of the equipment blueprints are blue. Fang Hao picked up the building blueprints first. Glory Tower, purple, wood 3000, hardwood 1500, stones 3200, stone bricks 2200, cast iron blocks 850, metal parts 520, 5 rich essence, and 20 beast tooth stones. Description: the tower bearing the orcs' honor, after being built, increases the loyalty of the orcs in the area by 40 points. Seeing the introduction of the Glory Tower, Fang Hao trembled again. What you lack will come. Even though it is only purple, it is the blueprint he currently needs the most. After the war, even if 2 cities were successfully captured, the surrendered orcs must not have high loyalty, it could be very low. This is the drawback of capturing cities through war. You killed so many of their tribesmen, it is impossible to have high loyalty. Now with the Glory Tower, this problem can be well resolved. After building the Glory Tower, the loyalty of all orcs in that area will rise 40 points directly. In this way, no matter how low the loyalty, it will reach more than 40. This will be of great help to the development of the city, and it can also reduce the probability of rebellions. The remaining loyalty will slowly increase through some methods at that time. The Glory Tower is only for orcs. If there was no racial restriction, it would have been better. The first blueprint is a good start. Storing away the blueprint, he continued to check the second purple blueprint. Earth Spirit Camp, purple, wood 3,200, hardwood 1,500, stones 3,000, stone bricks 2,500, thick leather 850, cast iron blocks 350, metal parts 120, beast teeth stone 20, traces of divine spirit 1. Description: Earth Spirit Maidens, who have undergone special training, always exhibit unexpected abilities in battle. Earth Spirit Camp should be a blueprint for a troop-type building. From the description, it seems that a type of troop called the Earth Spirit's Daughter can be recruited from the Earth Spirit Camp. Last time, the purple quality Lionheart Knight training camp I acquired allowed me to recruit 8th tier troops. So, the purple building blueprint I have now should provide troops of a high rank. Once it's constructed, I can examine the properties of the Earth Spirit's Daughters. Troops of living creatures present a burden on the territory's food supplies, so only effective troops are suitable for large-scale recruitment. After examining the 2 building blueprints, I continue to look at the equipment blueprints. The first one is a purple quality weapon blueprint. Warrior Gladiator's Sword purple, 2 cast iron blocks, 5 fine iron, 2 thick leathers, 4 metal components, 2 mithril. Description: sharply bloodthirsty, it brings the warrior to the winner's throne. A purple quality single-handed sword blueprint is just the weapon Fang Hao needs. The single-handed sword is a common weapon. Many heroes in the territory are good at using it, including Fang Hao and Rolana, whose main offensive method is spells. They also wear single-handed swords for self-defense against sudden close-range attacks. Furthermore, the weapon of the skeleton warriors is also a single-handed sword, so this weapon can replace a batch of troop equipment. At the same time, the weapon can also be updated for sale in the local channel. It can be said that it's very practical. The second blueprint is for a studded hammer. Guardian Studded Hammer, blue 12 irons, 3 cast iron blocks, 2 thick leathers, 5 metal components. Description: in the most primitive sacrifices, this weapon can more conveniently smash the skulls of the human sacrifices. Well, the studded hammer is indeed a rare weapon. Human armies seldom equip this weapon, and in orc armies, it is only occasionally seen. Nor are there suitable troops in the army for using the studded hammer. Fang Hao has not yet figured out which troops are best suited for this weapon. Next is a Guardian's set. A helmet, chest armor, boots, and gloves, a complete 4-piece set. When such sets appear simultaneously, the corresponding set attributes also appear. Amongst equipment of the same quality, they can be considered top quality. Guardian's breastplate, blue. Category: chest armor. Defense. Level 3 defense. Set attribute: movement speed plus 5%, strength plus 5%, morale plus 7%. Description: each Guardian adheres to the creed, carrying out their mission. Materials required: 5 cast iron blocks, 22 leathers, 12 thick leathers, 22 spindles, 8 metal components. Looking at the materials required for the set, the Guardian's suit should fall into the category of leather armor. The consumption of cast iron blocks is only 5, with a greater quantity of leathers required. Although it is not currently useful, the set is always practical. Even if no one uses it, it will fetch a good price on the regional channel. Behind the Guardian's armor set, there is a hero heart and hero's credential. These are materials for hero trials and advancements. Beast Tooth Stone and Warfire Coin are both racial materials and currency, both of which are necessary to open a treasure chest. After examining all the rewards, Fang Hao, with Aseti and the others beside him, walked out of the door. Outside the hall, it was still bustling. Squads of skeletons quickly moved down the streets, cleaning and searching. Near the city gate, the bodies of dead orcs were piled up into hills. The bone dragon breathed death onto the mountains of corpses, turning bodies into skeletons. The bodies turned to skeletons would be transported by dedicated soldiers to Blackstone City for conversion into skeletal soldiers. Due to the 2 consecutive battles, the number of bodies for conversion was quite large, and since the skeleton conversion field had a time limit, digesting all these corpses would take a long time. Fang Hao walked down the street to the central location. Opening the Book of Lords, he began to construct buildings. The Blackstone Martial Arts Field, Glory Tower, and Tower of the Fallen, these 3 buildings rose from the ground in succession, appearing before Fang Hao's eyes. At the same time, Fang Hao immediately checked the loyalty of Rasa and Letos. Current loyalty of Rasa, 65. Current loyalty of Toxic Crow Letos, 82. As expected, after the establishment of the Glory Tower, whether it was the ordinary orcs or the orc heroes, their loyalty was forcibly increased by 40. Rasa reached 65, and Letos even reached 82 points. 82 points is considered high loyalty. The biggest benefit of the Glory Tower is its enhancement for the surrendering orcs, reducing the chances of public order and rebellion incidents appearing in the future. It can be said that it is precisely the building that Fang Hao needs. After reviewing the Glory Tower, Fang Hao continued to look at the Blackstone Martial Arts Field. This was a large arena with various equipment placed in the center that could satisfy the training needs of the orcs. Unfortunately, this training field only benefits the orc race, while the other races are not treated with such favor. Having finished constructing these buildings, Fang Hao returned to the City Lord's Hall. On the way, Fang Hao asked, Aseti, do you think Letos is suitable for managing this city? Blackstone City would be put under the care of a skeleton hero, but Tazgo City still needed an orc hero to manage it as a city lord. Previously, Fang Hao had not considered Letos, but now that Letos's loyalty had reached 82 points, he seemed to be a possible candidate. After a brief moment of thought, Aseti quietly said, My lord, Letos is not suitable for managing this city. Why? Although Letos says good things, the other orcs will only see Letos as a surrender, a betrayer of several other heroes. If he becomes the city lord, it would add unpredictable hidden dangers, Aseti explained. Fang Hao frowned slightly, understanding what Aseti was trying to express. In this city, a large number of residents who were once managed by Krat will continue to live here. Ordinary orcs can surrender, but as a leader of one of the 3 major tribes, betraying Krat for self-preservation. They will certainly not be accepted by the orcs. Expecting them to obey a traitor's management, there will definitely be resistance. By then, not only will this city face the risk of rebellion, but it won't be able to achieve its original goal of collecting faith for him. This city needs an orc hero. Who do you think is the most suitable? Fang Hao continued to ask. Aseti was quick with his reply, as if he already had his answer. Telok would be a good choice. Bronze Bull, Telok. This answer was somewhat beyond Fang Hao's expectations. Bronze Bull was managing Bronze Bull City and the Manam Market, and he was doing a fairly good job. If Bronze Bull were moved over here, it was not clear whether Bronze Bull himself would agree. Why Telok? Fang Hao continued to ask. Aseti responded calmly, Telok is a purple hero, meeting the requirements to sit in Tazgo City in terms of strength. Moreover, Telok has high prestige among the orcs. In addition, he did not participate in this battle, which can reduce a large part of the orcs' dislike. Bronze Bull Telok held great prestige among the surrounding orcs. Relying on his own strength and reputation, he set the rules for the Manum market, and the surrounding orcs were willing to abide by them. Even the villages near Tazgo City were more willing to transport goods to the Manum market for sale. This was the reason Tazgo City and Manum market had established shops in each other's areas. If Telok were chosen to be stationed in Tazgo City, from the aspects of strength and prestige, he would fit the position of city lord. I will discuss this with Bronze Bull later, to see what he thinks, said Fang Hao, nodding. We'll see what Bronze Bull has to say about it when the time comes. Both of them returned to the city lord's residence. Fang Hao then deactivated God's presence and went to bed to rest. On the second day, at noon, Tazgo City welcomed a team composed of Taurens. The leading Tauren, like a golden statue, shone dazzlingly under the sun. At noon, Fang Hao held a simple award ceremony at the city lord's mansion in Tazgo City. All the heroes and soldiers who participated in this war received equipment and gold coin rewards. Particularly noteworthy was the Blackfoot Cat tribe, who displayed exceptional intelligence capabilities in this battle. Whether it was the movements of the enemy troops or the positions of their generals, they provided accurate information. Fang Hao singled out and rewarded members of the Blackfoot Cat tribe. Lori, with a height of merely 1.2 meters, stared at the small box of gold coins in front of him, his eyes wide and unable to look away for a long time. He didn't seem to have done much, and hadn't even participated in the battle, yet he received so much money. Once he returned, he would surely be the wealthiest person in his village. After the commendation, Fang Hao introduced Bronze Bull Telok to everyone present. In the future, Telok would manage the city. At the same time, Telok brought along a group of Tauren to assist in managing the city. All subsequent matters were handed over to Telok. Fang Hao and the others, with their large army, began their return journey to the Webweaver camp, and then from the camp back to their main city. As evening approached, Fang Hao and his entourage arrived at Bronze Bull City. Telok had gone to Tazgo City, and the management of Bronze Bull City was handed over to a Tauren named Terry. Terry is the most promising candidate to become a hero among the Tauren. He was also heavily groomed by Telok. Previously, Fang Hao had assigned Terry to a fortress in the south, but later he was transferred back to Bronze Bull City. As the army entered Bronze Bull City, Terry hustled to greet them. "Good evening, Lord, welcome, everyone." Terry bowed respectfully. The Tauren were able to maintain their current peaceful development without strife in great part due to Fang Hao's protection. In addition, the statue of the king installed in the city has received many prayers and worship from the Tauren. Fang Hao's prestige steadily grew deeper in people's hearts. Telok has left this place in your hands. Don't let him down. Fang Hao patted Terry's sturdy arm. I won't let you or the clan leader down, Terry promptly assured. Fang Hao nodded with a smile. Good, I need to build 2 buildings here and recruit some soldiers. Yes, my lord, Terry replied. Fang Hao, leading the group, walked straight to a side area. He needed to establish 2 buildings in Bronze Bull City, specifically the Blackstone Martial Arts Field, and the Earth Spirit Camp. He opened the Book of Lords, found the blueprint, and directly chose to construct. In a flash of light, the Blackstone Martial Arts Field appeared before everyone. This is the Blackstone Martial Arts Field. Training here can improve efficiency. Especially for you, Terry. You should work hard daily so that you can become a hero sooner. Fang Hao said to Terry. Terry had already reached Tier 9, and with one more advancement, he could undertake the hero trial. For an orc tribe to have 2 heroes was a rare occurrence. I will do my best, my lord, Terry immediately responded. After the martial arts field was constructed, Fang Hao continued to build the Earth Spirit Camp. As Tazgo City was still being replanned and was a certain distance away from Fang Hao's location, the Earth Spirit Camp was not built in Tazgo City. He planned to recruit in Bronze Bull City and check the attributes of the soldiers. He took a few people to the military district of Bronze Bull City, picked an empty spot, and confirmed to build. A purple light appeared, giving off a faint glow. When the light dissipated, the building appeared before the people. A massive building appeared before them, in the center of which stood an ancient stone pillar. The stone pillar was covered with various intricate patterns, resembling a ceremonial place. Earth Spirit Training Ground. Category: Orc Building. Recruitment: Earth Spirit Maiden. Earth Spirit Maiden. 8 Beast Tooth, 50 Food, 3 Battle Marks. Description: Earth Spirit Maidens hold a decisive status in the tribe, enabling the tribe's warriors to showcase greater strength. The name of the recruit is simple: the recruit from the Earth Spirit camp is called the Earth Spirit Maiden. But why was there no Earth Spirit male? Without giving it too much thought and having sufficient materials, Fang Hao directly began recruiting. The Hundredfold amplitude triggered, recruiting 101 Earth Spirit Maidens. A flash of light revealed burly women in leather bras and skirts standing in front of Fang Hao. These women generally stood at a height of 1.8 meters, had beast horns on their heads, and their bare abdomens clearly showcased 8-pack abs. They looked like a troop of muscular Barbies standing there. The Earth Spirit Maidens quickly surveyed the scene. Immediately they approached Fang Hao, knelt on one knee. "Greetings, clan leader." All of the Earth Spirit Maidens were very respectful, their heads held low, and none of them raised their heads before Fang Hao spoke. "Everyone stand up. In the future just call me Lord or simply my Lord," Fang Hao said. The Earth Spirit Maidens all stood, respectfully standing off to one side. Next, Fang Hao checked the attributes of the Earth Spirit Maidens. Earth Spirit Maiden Tier 8. Faction: Orc. Racial traits: Life Force, Toughness, Earth Spirit. Skills: Blessing, Battle Rage, Blessing, Swift Movement, Skull Breaker. Innate skill: Intermediate Tactic Mastery. Earth Spirit, it can sense the movement of the enemy in advance through the feedback of the earth. Blessing: Battle Rage, active releases Rage upon up to 1,000 friendly units, increasing attack power by 10% and critical hit rate by 3% for a duration of 120 seconds. Blessing: Agile movement, active deploy rush, for a maximum of 1,000 friendly units, thrusting them into a rapid state with a 30% increase in movement speed for 30 seconds. Skull Breaker, active strike the enemy fiercely, inflicting 120% weapon damage on the target, hammer-type weapon required for activation. Description: The Earth Spirit's daughter holds a resolute position in the tribe, enabling the tribesmen to show greater strength. Like the Lionheart Knight, the Earth Spirit's daughter's rank has also reached the 8th rank. This is considered quite high amongst the building troops. Though the ranks of the two buildings are the same, their roles vary greatly. Lionheart Knights are purely combat cavalry troops, while the Earth Spirit's daughters lean more towards support troops. Out of the 3 skills, 2 of them are designed to enhance the abilities of comrades. Moreover, the maximum number of troops that can be enhanced by these skills has reached 1,000. They feel more like movable war drums, providing amplification for the troops. Movable war drums. Upon thinking of this, Fang Hao suddenly realized the special purpose of the Earth Spirit's daughters. The troops in the territory are skeleton soldiers, and a large number of living creature troops must be mobilized from nearby cities each time a battle starts to act as the Legion leader, issuing corresponding commands. Since the Earth Spirit's daughters can enhance the abilities of the Legion, they are quite suitable for the position of Legion leader. Although the war has ended, the Earth Spirit's daughters can be arranged to lead the daily patrols of the main city. Fang Hao discusses with Demetria, Aseti, and Meatfist, who agree with the idea of having the Earth Spirit's daughters join the patrol team. Since each Earth Spirit's daughter can enhance up to 1,000 people, controlling the number to 500 is enough to handle the territory's patrol work. As for future large-scale wars, recruitment can be carried out as needed. After discussing everything, Fang Hao starts recruiting. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruited 404 Earth Spirit's daughters. Whoosh! A great light flickers again, and 404 Earth Spirit's daughters appeared in front of Fang Hao. Standing still, they awaited Fang Hao's next command. Then, Fang Hao opens the Book of Lords and began to craft weapons and armor for the Earth Spirit's daughters. The Earth Spirit's daughters need to equip hammer-type weapons for their Skull Breaker skill. This reminded Fang Hao of the newest Guardian Mace he obtained. It seems that the Guardian set was meant to be equipped by the Earth Spirit's daughters. He had thought the set was useless at the time, but now it was about to be used. Without much hesitation, Fang Hao started crafting the equipment. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Obtained Guardian Mace 505. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Obtained Guardian Chest Plate 505. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Obtained Guardian Gloves 505. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Obtained. Closing square bracket. Hundredfold. Beams of light appeared again. Heaps of crafted Guardian gear piled up all over the open space. Okay. Everyone put on the equipment first. When you're done, follow the army back to the main city, Fang Hao shouted. Yes, sir, the Earth Spirit's daughters answered in unison, and began orderly changing into their equipment. Not much later, all the Earth Spirit's daughters had equipped their gear. The large troop departed massively, starting their journey back to the main city. The next day, the early morning. After freshening up, Fang Hao came outside to breathe in the fresh air. Looking at the bright morning sunshine, he couldn't help exhaling. A sunny day is really nice. After consecutive rainy days, he found sunny weather more refreshing. The war in Tazgo City ended, and Fang Hao soaked in the hot spring last night, and had a good night's rest. He reset everything, resurrected full of energy. Era was cooking breakfast, and Fang Hao started his daily morning exercise. He went for a jog around the territory. Passing by the Blackstone martial arts field, he saw a group of Earth Spirit's daughters training their bodies. Good morning, Lord. Good morning, sir. Would you like to join us for morning exercise? The Earth Spirit's daughters were doing push-ups, lifting weights. They showed off their somewhat exaggerated muscles. Fang Hao felt like he'd entered a muscle training ground, the entire martial arts field full of muscular women. When they returned to the main city last night, Fang Hao also built the Blackstone martial arts field, and a large number of civilian houses in the city for the Earth Spirit's daughters to live in. It was used early in the morning today. That won't be necessary, I'll just go for a simple run, Fang Hao declined politely, and increased his pace to leave. The Blackstone martial arts field is actually a pretty decent construction. It spans a large area, accommodating hundreds of individuals for simultaneous training, and orcs training here also receive a 20% bonus. However, for the daughter of the Earth Spirit, such recruited soldiers cannot provide experience enhancement. It only satisfies the desire for fitness. The main focus is still the maids within the territory, who can improve their ranks through training and learning, and taking certain potions. Not like before, where bunny girls and fox girls were so weak. While jogging, he passed by the stone carving workshop and happened to see skull carving mason, Gray, coming out of the workshop. Seeing Fang Hao jogging over, Gray was also slightly stunned. Good morning, my lord, Gray greets and respectfully says. Good morning, Gray, Fang Hao responds with a smile. Gray continued, my lord, the assembly stone armor you instructed us on last time, we have produced 1,000 sets. In a system mission, Fang Hao received the overall blueprint for the creation of the stone monster assembler. And each part of the stone monster has its own blueprint. The so-called head stone armor, torso stone armor, arm stone armor, and leg stone armor all require a material called a fine carved stone plate. Before this, Fang Hao handed the task of making the fine carved stone plates to the stone carver. Many days have passed, and the quantity produced has already reached 1,000 sets. This is indeed hard work. Alright, stop the stone armor work for now, I will let you know when it's needed, Fang Hao said. Alright, my lord. Gray bowed again and walked towards the distance. Fang Hao jogged back to the lord's mansion. After a simple rinse, he immediately checked the assembly requirements. Previously, it was not made because there was a lack of fine carved stone plates or precision parts. He has now gathered all the materials, and he just hasn't attained the blueprint for the energy core. The 11 energy cores in the warehouse were always collected after fighting with the assembler. Stone Monster Assembler. Energy Core 1, Basic Head Part 1, Head Stone Armor 1, Basic Torso Part 1, Torso Stone Armor 1, Basic Arm Part 2, Arm Stone Armor 2, Basic Leg Part 2 and Leg Stone Armor 2. After checking the materials required, Fang Hao began to make them one by one. Basic head part. Iron 5, cast iron block 2, metal parts 12, precision parts 8. Basic torso part. Iron 15, cast iron block 8, metal parts 42, precision parts 17. Basic arm part. Basic leg part. Set quantity to 1 and begin assembly. 100-fold amplification triggered, basic head part 101 acquired. 100-fold amplification triggered. Fang Hao continued to make stone armors. Head stone armor. Cast iron block 2, fine carved stone plate 1, mithril 2, essence of magic 1. Torso stone armor. Cast iron block 18, fine carved stone plate 8, mithril 10, essence of magic 5. Arm stone armor. Leg stone armor. Still a quantity of 1. 100-fold amplification triggered, head stone armor 101 acquired. 100-fold amplification triggered, torso stone armor 101 acquired. 100-fold amplification triggered. Assembler parts fell from the sky one after another. Heads, bodies, limbs, it seemed like a recycling station for assembler machines, where various parts piled up into a small hill. The assembler's size is large, and each part is also huge. These 101 parts can produce more than 10,000 assemblers. Fearing that too many assemblers would cause chaos in the city, Fang Hao went out of the city. He selected a spacious open space, set the production number to 11, and chose to produce. 100-fold amplification triggered, 1111 stone monster assemblers acquired. Boom, boom, boom. The huge bodies of the stone monster assemblers fell from midair, raising a cloud of dust. Stone monster assembler, 5th rank. Body constructs fell all around, kicking up a dust cloud. While fanning away the airborne dust, Fang Hao examined the attributes of the constructs. Stone monster construct, rank 5. Type. Construct. Body strength. Level 4. Abilities. Construct body, magic immunity. Construct body, the body of the construct is activated and does not flee or decay. It is immune to all negative conditions such as horror or silence. When the body is damaged, it enters an unstable state, the construct technician can repair the construct, restoring its combat abilities. Magic immunity, the stone monster's exterior stone armor reduces 50% of the magic damage received. Description. The stone monster is a successful construct product, with a tall body and perfect defense, enabling them to form a powerful line of defense against enemies. Constructs are not a type of troop, but are more like crafted items similar to a demon doll. The skills are only 2. Construct body, and magic immunity. Construct body ability, based on its description, is a machine body that cannot be affected by any negative magic. In addition, when the body is damaged, it can be repaired by a technician. Once repaired, they can return to the battlefield and continue fighting. If this was placed in the modern world, it would be a robotic soldier. The second ability is magic immunity, which can give immunity to 50% of magic damage. It can be said, the characteristic of stone monster constructs are those of a strong and highly defensive warrior. Whether faced with physical attacks or magic, it holds a great defense ability. It is categorized as a high defense, high attack, low agility troop. Unfortunately, due to a lack of an energy core, Fang Hao could only create a little over 1,000 of them. Most of the remaining materials will have to wait until the method for producing energy cores is obtained before they can be used. After examining the properties of the constructs, Fang Hao continued to craft weapons for them. The last time, in the church cemetery, Fang Hao obtained a black iron construct general long knife blueprint. Since these general long knives for constructs were large and heavy, they had not been used until he had the constructs. Now that he had the constructs, it was the perfect time to equip the stone monster constructs with them. Black iron construct general long knife. Iron 5, cast iron 5, metal parts 12, leather 2. Produced quantity. 11. Hundredfold amplification triggered, estimated black iron construct general long knife production. 1111. The heavy construct general long knives appeared. Fang Hao said, 1 for each individual, pick up your long knife. A second after the command was issued, the constructs started to move. They took heavy and slow steps towards the long knives, bent over and picked up the knives from the ground. The black iron long knife is a weapon specifically for the stone monster constructs. When held in hand, the size was just right. After all the constructs picked up their weapons, Fang Hao gave more orders. 10 of you go to the East City Gate, 10 of you go to the West City Gate, you go to the South City Gate, and you go to the North City Gate. Fang Hao was giving precise commands. The bulky bodies of the constructs were obviously not suitable for territory patrols. Their characteristics were more suited for defending some specific locations. The constructs that received commands departed with heavy steps towards the specified city gates. When they got close to the wall, their huge bodies, just like sculptures, hung halfway from the stone wall like a vivid stone carving. The rest of you, proceed to the troop hiding cave to stand by. Fang Hao shouted again. The constructs began to head towards the troop hiding cave while Fang Hao walked back. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Era's breakfast had been prepared. A feast had already been set up on the table. Not only did Angia rise early today, Lori of the Blackfoot Cat tribe was also obediently sitting at the dining table waiting for the meal to start. Slap. Seeing Fang Hao sit down at the dining table, Lori, with her tiny hands, slapped the table revealing some gold coins underneath. What are you doing? Fang Hao curiously asked. Could this little girl know that she had to pay for her food? I want to buy a purple-scaled horse. Lori said loudly. He was thinking too much. She came over to buy something from him. Fang Hao looked at Lori curiously and asked, the village is so close to here. You don't need to ride a horse, do you? Lori's large eyes swiveled, and she continued to say, don't worry about it. Is this enough? I want to buy one. I've already picked one out. Fang Hao looked at her, then glanced at Angia. It should be because Angia had her own purple-scaled horse and often showed off in front of Lori. This time after the big battle, Fang Hao awarded her a lot of gold coins, and the first thing she wanted to do was buy a purple-scaled horse that belonged to her. Moreover, a purple-scaled horse is worth more than 5 beast-head gold coins. Add that to Lori's momentum right now, it felt like she was buying and grabbing at the same time. The Blackfoot Cat tribe indeed performed exceptionally in this battle, and Lori played a leading role. Rewarding her with a purple-scaled horse was indeed appropriate. He picked up the 5 beast-head gold coins from the table and said, all right, sold to you. After breakfast, you can go to the stable to lead it, but you are only allowed to buy one. Upon hearing Fang Hao's agreement, Lori was immediately overjoyed, almost leaping up on the spot. Hee. All right. Lori immediately agreed, then provokingly looked at Angia, who was seated next to her. After breakfast, let's go horse racing. This time, watch how I beat you. Peesh, as if I'm scared. You better not fall off the horse. Angia retorted. As if. Lori retaliated. The two girls started to quarrel, throwing remarks at each other. As breakfast was served, both of them started to wolf down their food. Quickly finishing their food, the two of them headed straight out the door and toward the horse stable behind. Not even 5 minutes later, the hurried clatter of horse hooves could be heard. 2 purple-scaled horses were galloping wildly outward from the city. Watching the 2 people ride away on horseback. Fang Hao somewhat regretted selling a purple-scaled horse to Lori. What if the 2 of them go crazy and get themselves hurt? Won't that mean he's asking for trouble? Ding. Just as Fang Hao was watching the 2 horses galloping away in a cloud of dust, a private message notification came from the Book of Lords. Upon opening it, he saw a message sent by Zhang Bin. Boss, the trade market I mentioned last time has been set up. Villages and towns nearby have started coming here to sell and trade items. I've organized a security team to maintain market order. Can you make us some gear? Zhang Bin had mentioned setting up a trading market to Fang Hao several times. The plan was to trade with the towns to the west, to increase the city's income and break the monotony of the town's reliance on agriculture. Fang Hao was supportive and agreed at that time. After this period, the trade market has gradually gotten on track. However, with the market opening to outsiders, the number of visitors increased, which led to issues with market order. Trading inevitably led to disputes and chaos, sometimes even fights. So Zhang Bin used the local residents to set up a security team specifically to maintain market order. The team was established, but the equipment they had was vastly inferior to Fang Hao's. Adhering to the principle of looking up to solve problems, Zhang Bin planned to ask Fang Hao to make them a batch of decent equipment they could use. Sure, how many sets and what type do you need? Fang Hao asked. He could afford to spare the materials given his hundredfold amplification. In fact, the amount of equipment he sold on the channel could easily cover the quantity needed by Zhang Bin's security team. Boss, I need about 200 sets to start with. Preferably leather armor, Zhang Bin replied. Since it was for city security and a normal militia team, Zhang Bin chose leather armor. It was suitable for long patrols and was not as heavy as plate armor. Alright, will the Guardian's breastplate, blue, set do? Fang Hao sent over a picture. As soon as the message was sent, an instant reply came from the other side, wow. A blue set of armor. In that case, boss, I'll take 500 sets. Even the city defense soldiers don't have this good equipment. Okay, I'll make them for you, replied Fang Hao. After replying to Zhang Bin, Fang Hao stepped outside and began crafting the equipment. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 505 Guardian sets obtained. After finishing the Guardian sets, Fang Hao continued to craft the purple warrior gladiator's sword. This long single-hand sword came from the platinum chest. It wasn't made until he got back, so it was perfect to craft it this time. Of course, this purple weapon wasn't for Zhang Bin's patrol team. It was to be distributed to the transmigrators in various places for self-defense. For large-scale equipment distribution, the material requirements are enormous. Equipment upgrading needs to be carried out step by step. Warrior Gladiator's sword purple, 2 iron blocks, 5 fine irons, 2 thick leathers, 4 metal parts, 2 mithril. Confirm creation with a quantity of 1. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 101 Warrior Gladiator's swords obtained. One by one, purple swords began to rain down from the sky. Fang Hao picked one up, holding it in his hand and lightly swinging it a few times. The gladiator's sword was incredibly sharp, and it didn't feel too heavy in his hand. It was rather suitable for people like him to use. Warrior Gladiator's sword purple. Category: single-hand sword. Damage: level 4 damage. Ability: kill enemies and reduce skills cooldown by 20%. Description: sharp and bloodthirsty, it elevates the warrior to the throne of victory. The warrior gladiator's sword was indeed a very good weapon. It dealt 4-level damage and could reduce cooldown time when killing enemies. If used well, it could be used to refresh skills and maintain efficient output. It seemed very suitable for Rolana. Rolana's skills were potent, and with a quick refresh, wouldn't she become a human cannon? All in all, Fang Hao was very satisfied with this weapon. He reopened the Book of Lords and messaged Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, I'm going to list the equipment you asked for. Check it out. After speaking, he started listing the weaponry and equipment. He listed 500 sets of Guardian sets and pulled 500 more Iron Knight swords from the warehouse, together with the gladiator swords, and sent them to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin promptly finished the trade, and all the weapons and equipment were now in his hands. Damn it, boss, this is a purple single-handed sword. It's mine now. Receiving the weapon, Zhang Bin let out another gasp of surprise. He was extremely excited that he could actually wield the purple weapon. Yep, it's yours. Fang Hao replied. Thanks, boss. Zhang Bin said thanks once again. After ending the private chat with Zhang Bin, Fang Hao continued to distribute the purple combat swords to the rest of the transmigrators. The single-handed sword is a kind of weapon that many people can use, there were no specific class requirements to wield it. All the transmigrators, after their gasps of astonishment, thanked Fang Hao. After distributing the equipment to the transmigrators, he started walking back to his place. Upon reaching the front gate of the mansion, he saw Era had gathered a group of female servants at the entrance of the mansion. Master, Master. The maids one by one greeted Fang Hao. What's everyone up to? Fang Hao asked curiously. The maids were no longer in their maid uniforms. They were now donned in leather armor, and some even had iron swords hanging from their waists, looking as though they were ready for battle. Master, I'm taking everyone to the training ground, Era spoke up. Last night, Fang Hao had told Era about the Blackstone martial arts field, and asked her to encourage the maids to exercise regularly. Whether they were truly preparing for battle or not, the benefits of leveling up included health improvements and a potentially longer lifespan than ordinary people. And so, after breakfast, Era arranged the maids who were on break to head to the Blackstone martial arts field for training in batches. Oh, that's good, just be aware of the training volume on the first day, Fang Hao instructed. We know, Master. Then, we'll be heading off. Yes, go ahead. Era let out a shout, leading a group of rabbit and fox girls, and headed towards the Blackstone martial arts field. The Blackstone martial arts field was very large, even those Earth Spirit girls were training there. There was a place for the maids to exercise as well. Just as long as they don't grow muscles like the Earth Spirit girls, that would honestly be a bit scary. After the maids left, Fang Hao returned to his room to rest. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, an urgent knock came from his door. Before Fang Hao could respond, he heard the voice of a maid. Master, Sir Nisbet is waiting for you in the hall, it seems like there's an urgent matter. Fang Hao was taken aback. He immediately closed the book on the table and replied, all right, I'll go down immediately. As for Nisbet, there were two types of them, heroes and soldiers. The Nisbet soldiers had attacked Tazgo City with Fang Hao. The hero Nisbet, led by Nisbet, rode the bone dragon to hunt down the fleeing red dragon. The one who was urgently calling upon him now must be the hero Nisbet who was hunting the red dragon. Fang Hao left his room and went downstairs. As he expected, on the first floor he saw Nisbet and his men. The 5 Nisbet heroes were looking a bit distressed. Their armor had dents from heavy strikes, and burn marks covered various parts of their bodies. Fortunately, there were no casualties. In the center of the hall, the red dragon was bound and had reverted to human form. Deep, bone-exposing wounds covered his body. He lay there, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Lord, spotting Fang Hao descending the stairs, Nisbet and the others immediately saluted. You've worked hard. After saying this, Fang Hao's gaze immediately fell on the red dragon. Soul of Flame, Spencer Orange Tier 5 Hero. Being able to display the name indicates that the red dragon in front of him is in a severely injured and comatose state, and is not dead yet. Only the dragon clan's constitution could survive such serious injuries. If it were any other creature, they would have already died a long time ago from such injuries. Quickly go and invite Sir Nelson here, Fang Hao said to a maid standing nearby. The maid nodded and rushed off. Upon returning, Nelson continued to seclude himself, working on the bodies of the 3 orc heroes. He had just started the process last night, and today he had to be summoned out in advance. To prioritize dealing with the current red dragon. My lord, this is a dragon clan pendant. At that time, he was severely injured and he almost escaped thanks to the scroll inside this pendant. As Nisbet spoke, he took out a pendant from his chest and handed it over to Fang Hao. Space pendant. Space pendant. Category: necklace. Ability: magic space 3 cubic. Description: a miniature magic space created using spatial magic that allows for the storage of items at any time. An artifact with a magic space is considered exceptionally rare. Even within the Trade Alliance, no spatial artifacts have been sold, each one is extremely precious. Their value surpasses even that of some orange-grade artifacts. The function of the space necklace is similar to the function of my demon space. It contains a magic space for the convenient storage of items by its wearer. It appears that in this world, these spatial spells have been applied to various accessories. A thought crossed my mind, and my consciousness immediately entered the pendant. What followed was the sight of a large amount of gold and silver jewelry, potions, scrolls, and dragon crystals pouring out. In the center of the hall, they piled up into a small mountain. The dragon clan really is wealthy. There are so many good things stored in this space. Just as Fang Hao marveled at the wealth of the dragon clan, the red dragon in front of him stirred slightly. Such a slight movement immediately made everyone on the scene tense up. 4 Nisbets stepped forward to pin the red dragon's body tightly to the ground. Another one raised his battle axe and aimed it at the red dragon's skull, ready to chop it off at any sign of danger. The red dragon was conscious, but his wounds were severe. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Yet, even in this state, the red dragon managed to lift its head and gaze coldly at Fang Hao in front of him. Human, if you don't wish to incur the Dragon Clan's revenge, you better let me go immediately. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan's army will flatten your city again, said Red Dragon Spencer in a deep voice. Despite being a prisoner, the Red Dragon's tone was still stiff and arrogant. While he wasn't sure why humans were cooperating with the undead, considering the fear humans had for the Dragon Clan, a slight threat from him would make them release him instantly. Once he escaped, he would lead his clan to burn away all the undead that had gravely wounded him. Fang Hao looked at the pathetic Spencer below and said coldly, "You almost killed me on the battlefield. Do you think I would let you go? HMPH. If you don't let me go, your clan will face annihilation. You really think you have another choice?" Spencer's breath was somewhat weak. "If I kill you here, your clan won't know about it. What do I have to fear?" Fang Hao continued. Fang Hao had no intention of foolishly letting him go. Killing him might keep the news hidden for a while. Letting him return could cause the Dragon Clan to attack tomorrow. With the current defenses against attacks from the sky, facing the Dragon Clan's aerial assault would genuinely be problematic. Even if airborne troops were dispatched, there was no guarantee they could defeat the Dragon Clan. So, Fang Hao had no intention of letting him go. At the sight of the calm Fang Hao, Spencer felt a chill in his heart. Had this human gone mad, actually planning to kill him? Suddenly, he felt a tinge of uncertainty. Shifting his tone, Spencer continued, "This situation arose due to the orcs. There's no deep hatred between us. If you indeed kill me, the consequences you'll face will only be more severe." Although Spencer didn't want to die, he wasn't afraid of death either. Not due to his strong character, but because he was tied to the hero altar. Even if he died, he could be resurrected. By then, he would bring the Dragon Clan's army to flatten this place. Just as Spencer was thinking about how to torture Fang Hao in his revenge, there came a hurried sound of footsteps from outside. Nelson came in with a group of funeral priests, following behind the rabbit maid. Nelson glanced at the Dragon Clan member being held down by the 4 Nisbets before saluting and saying, "Lord." Fang Hao nodded and directly said, "Nelson, kill him and don't let him resurrect." "Yes, sir," Nelson replied. On the other hand, Spencer, standing at the side, widened his eyes, staring intently at the incoming Nelson and the group of funeral priests. Due to the Dragon Clan's long lifespan, they had a broader knowledge of many things. As soon as Nelson entered, Spencer recognized his identity. The Corpse Witch, a class not adept at combat but held the second highest position in the Undead clan due to mastering the conversion ritual and secrets. They also possessed the ability to trap the souls of living creatures and prevent heroes from resurrecting. Fearful to all hero forces. Seeing the presence of a Corpse Witch here, Spencer could no longer stay calm. His mind was in complete chaos. He didn't understand why the Corpse Witch would appear in such a remote place, but he knew that once he died and his soul was trapped, it would be impossible to resurrect using the hero altar. This eliminated all his advantages. Spencer wanted to commit suicide, but his body was in such a state that he couldn't even do that. Basic suicide methods like biting his tongue were futile against the Dragon Clan's body strength and would only result in him losing more blood. "You cannot kill me. Once I die, the Dragon Clan will definitely track it back to you," Spencer roared. Even if no news got out, the Dragon Clan would investigate and would eventually notice Fang Hao's presence. But things had come to this, and he had no choice but to die. "Don't worry, it won't hurt. Being undead is actually more comfortable than you might think," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Don't kill me, we can talk again. Not all problems can be solved by force," Spencer continued to shout. But Fang Hao just shook his head with a smile. "As you said, the Dragon Clan is too dominant. I dare not let you go no matter what." After saying that, Fang Hao gave a look to a few of the Nisbets. Ni-1 raised the battle axe in his hand, ready to behead him. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Nelson opened his mouth again, stopping the falling battle axe. Scholar, is there a problem? Ni-1 asked. Nelson spoke to the funeral priest behind him, prepare some buckets. The blood of the dragon clan is a good alchemy material, which can be sold at a high price in the trade alliance. PFF'd. Upon hearing Nelson's words, Spencer spewed out a mouthful of blood. He fainted right away. The proud and mighty dragon clan, how could they handle such humiliation? Lowly humans and undead, deliberating in front of him which parts of a dragon clan member's body are worth money. The unconscious Spencer was dragged away. On an empty ground, Nelson fed him a potion, causing Spencer to transform into the form of the dragon clan. Without hesitation, Ni-1 lifted his battle axe and decapitated Spencer. Blood poured out like a fountain, flowing into the empty buckets prepared earlier. At the same time, Nelson began to organize manpower to peel and clean the corpse, while the funeral priest had already prepared the array ceremony to trap his soul. The dragon clan members' bodies are valuable with dragon blood, dragon scales, and dragon tendons, all of which are precious materials. They can be utilized for alchemy, forging, and many other uses. Because the dragon clan is so powerful, no one dares to sell these things openly. However, in some gray markets, materials and organs from the dragon clan can fetch quite a large sum, even astronomical prices. Therefore, all races have heard of, but never really seen, such a profession as dragon slayer. As for these things Fang Hao doesn't quite understand, it was all left to Nelson to handle. What he needed to do was simple. To develop enough strength to resist the dragon clan before they discovered that Spencer was killed by him, in preparation for the dragon clan's subsequent retaliation. He returned to the Lord's mansion after that. When he opened the Book of Lords, he published some purchasing information. Purchasing blueprints that can defend against air units, the price can be negotiated. But there's very few of air units themselves, therefore effective ground-to-air defenses are equally scarce. Soon after the message was sent, there was an intense discussion in the channel, with all sorts of weird and wonderful ideas being proposed. But those methods, while possibly useful against common air units, would probably struggle against the Dragon Clan. Fang Hao asked everyone to help him stay alert, and he also instructed the skeleton merchant Dujin to keep an eye out for relevant blueprints for sale in the trade alliance. Time passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Fang Hao reassessed and adjusted the defense of the skeleton hero. Blackstone was transferred from Dongjiayu to the Orcs' Blackstone City. Meanwhile, Heavy Arrow and Fireblade from Frostwind Fortress were also recalled to the main city, along with the rest of the heroes responsible for the safety of the main city. Today, just after he woke up in the morning, Fang Hao received a message from Rebecca. After breakfast, he called Demetria and Aseti, cast the demon teleportation, and went straight to Lis City. In the next second, the three of them appeared directly in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Seeing as there was no one in the hall, their arrival didn't catch anyone's attention. He stopped a passing maid and asked, "Where's Rebecca?" The maid looked at the three men in front of her in a daze, frowning at them. "Sir, who are you?" "I am Fang Hao, the city lord of Lis City." Fang Hao introduced himself again. Well, he hadn't been here in over a month and nobody here recognized him. The maid scrutinized the young man in front of her, trying to verify his identity. As soon as she confirmed that he is indeed the city lord, she replied respectfully, "City lord, my lady is practicing her swordsmanship in the garden." "Sword practice?" "Yes, my lady practices sword every morning now," the maid continued. It seems that after the attempted assassination by Aubrey, Rebecca decided to do some training herself. "Take me there," Fang Hao continued. "Certainly, my lord," the maid put down what she was doing and began to lead the way. He followed her out of the city lord's mansion. They walked along the flower-filled corridor and arrived at the back garden. From a distance, he saw Rebecca wearing tight leather armor, outlining her voluptuous, imposing curves. Her long hair was tied up in the back, and she was unceasingly swinging a single-handed sword, executing various offensive moves. Her routine was seemingly as natural as floating clouds and flowing water, quite professional indeed. When Fang Hao approached the garden, he went in alone. Demetria and Aseti did not follow him in, but waited outside the garden. At the sound of footsteps, Rebecca stopped her routine, and when she saw Fang Hao, a smile appeared on her face. Sheathing her sword, she asked, "When did you get here?" "I just got here not too long ago. What made you take up sword practice?" Fang Hao asked with a smile. In Fang Hao's mind, Rebecca fully fit the image of an elegant and noble lady from court that he has in his head. She is also good at painting and has some knowledge of clothing design. Suddenly starting to practice sword play was quite different from her past image. Ah! Rebecca sat down on the rocking chair and yawned deeply. The tension pulled at the buckles on her chest plate as her breasts swelled. She nonchalantly said, "Can't be too careful, I fear someone might harm me." "Now that you are in unified command of all the forces within the city, who would dare to harm you?" Fang Hao sat down opposite her. "You never know, I have to be cautious." Fang Hao did not continue discussing his sword practice. Instead, he directly asked, "So, is there a reason you called me here?" Her delicate hand fanning herself, Rebecca replied directly, "Yes, there are two things I need to discuss with you." "What's up?" "The federal conference is about to start, and I am going to be away next week. Since, technically, you are the city lord, you will need to come along with me. After all, you are the one who holds the title of city manager," Rebecca stated. If Lis City had not changed its city lord, Rebecca could have been the representative at the conference. However, with a new city lord, it would be necessary for that person to make an appearance at the conference. Sounds like a hassle. Not really, it's mostly a ceremonial requirement. You won't need to worry about anything else. Rebecca reassured him. He thought about it and finally concluded that it didn't seem to be a big deal. After all, he had the demon teleportation at his disposal and could return anytime. It really wasn't an issue. "Alright, just remind me when the time comes. What's the second thing on the agenda?" After agreeing to the first matter, Fang Hao continued to ask. "I need money. I plan to demolish the abandoned warehouses in East City and construct a bunch of residential areas and markets," Rebecca said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Lis City had been developing well. The quality of life for its residents and the safety of its surroundings were better than those of other cities. However, the city was developing a little too fast. Originally, the reconstruction plans for East City were meant for next year. But now that she had Fang Hao's backing, Rebecca had no plans to bear this huge expense alone. She decided to take this opportunity to have Fang Hao give her the money. "How much do you need?" Fang Hao asked. Considering the tax revenue from this subsidiary city, investing in Lis City wouldn't put him at a loss. "I estimate it will be around 3 million gold coins." Rebecca gave the precise figure she had already calculated. Given the scale of the territory, 3 million gold coins wasn't excessive, and he found it acceptable. Fang Hao gave it some thought and continued, "The money altogether is not the problem. My concern is that it is almost winter, perhaps it's not the ideal time to start. No, before winter arrives, many people will need jobs. Labor costs are lowered, and the city must provide corresponding positions for them," Rebecca replied earnestly. Fang Hao thought that work at the site would stop in the winter due to freezing weather, making it impossible to continue working. However, Rebecca was thinking in a completely different way. The arrival of winter would create many unemployed people, agriculture could not be done, and many jobs had to be discontinued. Rebecca's aim was to provide more jobs at this point to solve people's difficulties. Even at a lower price, she needed to help the bottom layer of people tide over the winter. Otherwise, the surrounding villages could suffer harassment from refugees, and in the second year, the city's periphery could see more bandits and rogues. The standpoints of the two were different, so what they saw was not the same. "Alright, I agree to this. I'll bring the money over to you this afternoon," Fang Hao agreed immediately. Upon hearing his agreement, Rebecca smiled immediately, moved to sit beside him, and threw her arms around his shoulder, saying, "It's much easier having a reliable man around." Fang Hao was struck with the softness resting on his shoulder and the fragrance wafting from Rebecca. With a stirring in his heart, he asked, "By the way, have you seen Rolana recently? It has been a long time since I last saw her. A few days ago, Rolana went back to her place and hasn't returned yet. Are you looking for her?" Rebecca asked, rising again to return to her rocking chair. "No, just asking," replied Fang Hao. The two sat together, chatting about recent events and future development directions for the city. After they had talked for a while, some merchants came to see Rebecca. Fang Hao took his leave from Rebecca. Returning to his room, Fang Hao was planning to use the demon teleportation to return to his main city. Squeak, squeak. A white-haired mouse crawled directly onto Fang Hao's desk. It held a folded piece of paper in its hands, its large eyes staring straight at him. Cranial rat. The cranial rat sure is well informed. He had used transportation magic to get here this morning, and by midday, the cranial rat had already got his message. And it had sent some new intelligence. Fang Hao took the card from the paw of the cranial rat and looked at the information on it. It listed two pieces of information. One was about the Swords of Absolution, and the other was a purchase order from the cranial rat. The Swords of Absolution, items necessary for Little Yu's level advancement. Each time she obtained the swords, Little Yu's level and strength would significantly increase. It could be said that of all the heroes Fang Hao had known, this was the most bizarre way for advancement. Rather than increasing power by collecting items, it was more about restoring her former strength through these items. This made Fang Hao curious about the limit of Little Yu's potential. He had always been paying attention to the news about the Swords of Absolution, and the cranial rat had also been helping him collect this information. On the card, two names were marked next to the Swords of Absolution: Flame Mercenary Group, Angus and Snow Company, Church. The line beneath listed the supplies the cranial rat needed. These included basic resources such as fur, food, and others. It seemed that the heavy rain last week also affected the living conditions in the underworld. "All right, I'll have someone deliver the supplies tomorrow," Fang Hao said to the cranial rat in front of him. The cranial rat nodded, and then turned around to disappear behind a closet. Fang Hao and the cranial rat were still collaborative partners. Moreover, the cranial rat showed great restraint and rarely ventured to the human world. Even during a flood, they only exchanged goods with Fang Hao, instead of stealing from human granaries. With the cranial rat's intelligence, stealing food from humans wouldn't be difficult. Fang Hao jotted down the names and put the card in the demon's space. "Come in," Fang Hao called softly. The door opened, and a Lionheart knight came in. "My lord. Go to our former residence and bring Little Yu to see me," Fang Hao commanded. "Yes, my lord," answered the Lionheart knight, as he briskly left the room. Little Yu had decided to stay at Lis City, not only looking for the Swords of Absolution but also protecting our two shops within the city. Half an hour later, Fang Hao met Little Yu, who had hurriedly arrived, at the entrance of the City Lord Manor. "My lord, you asked for me," Little Yu walked up and said softly. As Fang Hao climbed into the carriage, he answered, "Let's go, we have intel on the Swords of Absolution, let's check it out together." "Yes, my lord," Little Yu replied, following Fang Hao into the carriage. The carriage slowly began to move, heading towards the task hall in the East City, escorted by 10 Lionheart knights. In the carriage was not Fang Hao himself, but a demon doll that bore his semblance. His real body remained in the City Lord Manor, along with Demetria and Aseti, who also stayed in the manor. The carriage arrived at the task hall shortly. This was where mercenary groups accepted tasks. There were groups of people waiting for their turns. Fang Hao and his group entered the hall. From afar, they saw the fat Eric, who was whispering with several mercenaries. Since Rolana directly rejected him last time, Eric seemed to have given up pursuing her and no longer wrote any love poems. This time, Fang Hao needed someone to bridge the gap between the Flame Mercenary Group and the Snow Company. The first person that came to mind was Eric. This rotund man, although unaffiliated with any influential groups, had contacts with many of them. As soon as Fang Hao came in, Eric naturally spotted him. After bidding farewell to the mercenaries he was talking to, he stiffly walked over, his belly leading the way. Closer in, he said, "Bro, how did you become the city lord? Keep me in mind for any future jobs." First thing, Eric lowered his voice and started talking nonstop. "Alright, I don't have much power as a city lord, but if there's anything I can help with, I will." Fang Hao continued to ask, "Where are the people from the Flame Mercenary group? I've already contacted them for you, what are you worrying about?" Eric patted his chest. Eric's business was an old establishment in the city. Many of the mercenary groups registered in the city had been hired by Eric before. Even for those he hadn't hired, Eric was an easy man to contact. After all, mercenary groups accepted tasks to make money, and they'd rather liaise with people like Eric who had an industry backing him. "Where is he? Can he be here? Follow me." Eric led Fang Hao and the others out of the task hall and into a tavern nearby. They didn't linger outside the tavern, but went through a long corridor. They stopped in front of a private room. Many mercenaries were standing outside the room. As they saw Fang Hao and his men, they immediately became alert. "I'm Eric. I made an appointment to see Captain Angus right here," Eric instantly clarified. The mercenaries at the door obviously recognized Eric. However, the group of Lionheart Knights standing behind Fang Hao made these mercenaries quite wary. Their striking golden armor was too conspicuous. "Wait." Leaving only these words, the mercenary turned around and entered the room. Shortly after, the door opened, and the mercenary said, "You may come in." Eric waved for Fang Hao and Little Yu to follow him in, while the group of Lionheart Knights was left outside the door. The room was not so big, with only 3 people inside. One man was sitting at the table, eating. The other 2 men, dressed like mercenaries, were standing by in a disciplined manner. The person sitting on the wooden chair was clad in leather armor, with very short cropped hair. From the facial contours and slightly raised chest, it was clearly a woman. The woman put down her cup of wine and spoke, "Mr. Eric, are you seeking me for a task assignment?" Her voice was androgynous and matched her attire well. Eric revealed a smile and said, "Captain Angus, this time my friend wants to discuss some business with you. As for cooperation, there will be plenty of opportunities once we have this first contact." "Oh, what kind of business? We don't carry out murder or arson," Angus continued. Eric, with Fang Hao, sat down at the table and said, "My friend likes to collect artifacts in his spare time, and he happened to learn that Captain Angus possesses a piece of art called the Swords of Absolution." With that said, Eric stopped speaking, and all 3 of them gazed at the woman across the table. Angus looked curiously at Fang Hao and asked flatly, "How did you know I possess this item?" "Heard it in a tavern," Fang Hao casually answered. No matter where the answer had actually come from, addressing it further would raise more questions, blurred answers being the most appropriate in such tavern talk. Angus raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe everything you hear in a tavern? Do you think we mercenaries keep such things? Isn't that why I came to ask? If Captain Angus indeed has it, I can offer a very good price, better than the payoff of task assignments," Fang Hao straightforwardly said. The information from the cranial rat was quite reliable. If it could find a faceless in the city, then it wouldn't be mistaken about an artifact. The only question now was whether the woman in question was willing to sell the artifact. Hearing that Fang Hao was willing to pay a high price, Angus's curiosity was piqued. She continued, "Tell me, how much can you give?" 5,000 gold coins, enough for you and your comrades to live lavishly through the winter, keeping your families well fed and warm," Fang Hao replied casually. Upon hearing this number, Angus managed to maintain her composure. But her 2 subordinates' eyes bulged, displaying a shocked expression. Mercenary work is one of bloodshed and peril. Recent tasks have been miscellaneous orders, requiring many hands for just a few gold coins. Most of the time, it's just silver coins. They hadn't had any jobs worth hundreds of gold coins, and the ones that were, usually came with life-threatening risks. The 5,000 gold coins, indeed, was a substantial sum for the present Flame mercenary group. Sufficient to let all the brothers have a well-fed and warmly clothed winter. The whispers of the 2 men made Angus glance back at them with a stern look. The terrified subordinates promptly closed their mouths. Is this artifact very important to you? Angus asked. Quite important. Angus thought for a moment before continuing. I do have one indeed, but I'm also quite fond of this artifact and have no intention of selling. Hearing this, the matter seemed easier to resolve. If she truly liked it and didn't plan to sell, she wouldn't admit to possessing the artifact. Now that she brought it up, she presumably wanted a higher price. How much are you planning to ask for it? If it exceeds my estimate, I will give up on this item, Fang Hao asked directly. Angus looked at Fang Hao and then at Eric. After pondering for a while, she finally said, 8,000 gold. And this year, when the city lord travels to Silver Wing City to attend the meeting, I hope our flame mercenary group will have a place on the list of mercenaries to be hired for escort. Hearing Angus' terms, Fang Hao slightly furrowed his brows. Obviously, she was aware of his identity, otherwise, she wouldn't bring up the matter of the city lords hiring mercenaries. That's too much money. And for the city lord's matter, I'm not in charge. It's useless to talk to me about it, Fang Hao continued. Angus kept her eyes on Fang Hao, scrutinizing his expressions. 7,000 gold. You helped to submit our name for the nomination, and whether or not we get selected, we'll do our best to strive for it, Angus said. All right, Fang Hao accepted. Good, how do we transact? I'll send someone to get the money, and you can send someone to get the item, Fang Hao suggested. Okay. Both sides sent their men to retrieve the items, aiming to quickly complete the transaction. In the downtime, Fang Hao curiously asked, Captain Angus, why do you want to undertake the escort mission? Task assignments aren't easy. I want my brothers to have a backer, Angus replied without hesitation. Considering Captain Angus' ability, are there any tasks you find difficult? Eric chimed in. Angus smiled slightly but didn't elaborate. After finishing the deal, the three continued to converse informally, discussing miscellaneous matters in a probing manner. Before long, the door opened again. Each of their men returned with their respective items. The mercenary squad carried a long wooden box, which appeared to be tightly packed. Simultaneously, the Lionheart Knight handed Fang Hao a bag made of beast skin, filled to the brim with gold coins. The exchange was conducted. The clinking sound of gold coins echoed crisply through the room. Fang Hao pushed the bag towards Angus. Count them. Angus handed her wooden box in return, then opened the bag and quietly started counting. Swords of Absolution. In the wooden box were 2 swords, one long and one short, both sporting the same design. It should be classified as dual blade. Without further ado, Fang Hao handed the wooden box over to Little Yu. The latter accepted it, nodding slightly. Disaster Song Hilda, Blue Tier 4 hero. In just a blink of an eye, Little Yu's rank had changed, upgraded from Blue Level 2 to Tier 4. Once the transaction was completed, Fang Hao had no intention of lingering, made to take leave. Angus casually remarked, Take good care of it, I'll buy it back once I have the money. Fang Hao paused. You like this artifact that much? Being Countess Hilda's legacy, it's more than just an artifact to me, Angus whispered. All right, make sure to save up plenty of money then, so I can make a tidy sum. With that said, Fang Hao exited the room, leading a group of Lionheart Knights out. They left the tavern. Eric, along with Fang Hao, proceeded to their next destination. To the Snow Trading Association, to purchase the next Sword of Absolution. All the while, Federation of 100 Cities, Central City, Silver Wing City. As the Central City, Silver Wing City held the most influential power within the Federation of 100 Cities and also boasted the strongest human forces in the region. Located in the heart of Silver Wing City, there were 3 towering buildings reaching into the sky. The Council, the Hall of Heroes, and the Grand Cathedral. At this moment, inside the grandiose golden cathedral of the church, the Archbishop along with several bishops sat on seats at the apex of the cathedral. They overlooked Hubert from their lofty positions. It wasn't the first time Hubert was summoned by the council, but it still made him nervous. He was not a member of the church nor did he believe in the God of Light, but the church's power within the Federation was still beyond his means. Despite being a member of the Federation's Congress, he still had to humble himself before the church. My greetings to the Archbishop and the esteemed bishops. Hubert bowed his head humbly, saluting the elders. Hubert's voice echoed through the hall. Then, a deep voice resonated from above. Tell us in detail about what happened in List City. The tone was command-like. Oh, all right, Hubert answered before continuing. Upon our arrival at List City, we received news of City Lord Aubrey's death. At the banquet, Rebecca introduced us to her new husband, a transmigrator called Fang Hao. After receiving the communication from you, esteemed ones, I promptly went to the temple. I found that the great statue of the God of Light was cracked. The assistant priest said it needed repair. Hubert kept his head down, explaining in detail what he'd seen and heard in List City, not daring to miss anything. After he finished, the cathedral fell silent again. No one spoke up. Hubert kept his head down, not daring to raise it. After an elongated silence, a voice came from above. Which statue is enshrined in the temple at List City? The God of Light and the Goddess of Harvest. Did you discover anything else in the city, or did anything else happen? Asked another bishop from above. After thinking for a moment, Hubert answered, Fang Hao hit Groot of the Marshall family. It was one of his subordinates, apparently a powerful orange hero, who knocked out Groot with a single kick. There's nothing else. Why did he bring up Fang Hao again? The church cared not for local nobility's trivial disputes. Whether these lords or nobles had lost a husband or kept a transmigrator as a young pretty boy, they were nonplussed. What concerned them more was the loss of faith within List City. But it seemed that Hubert didn't know much. What he told was essentially repeating the same bit of information. All right, you may go. Don't leave the city for the time being. We'll contact you if anything comes up. Hubert quickly nodded. Yes, if there's anything, don't hesitate to find me. Go. Hubert felt relieved. He didn't dare raise his head and walked out, dragging his numb legs. Swiftly, he left the Grand Cathedral. After Hubert left, the church's high-ranking members started to debate. But regardless of the discussion, there wasn't any valuable information to analyze. With its capabilities, List City shouldn't be able to reach the level of competing for faith. It was impossible for the faith to have been lost. As everyone was at their wits' end. A holy one standing in the shadows strode into the middle. He spoke softly, Your Eminence, esteemed bishops, I have some thoughts. Everyone turned to the speaking holy one. Stiffening his chest, he continued, I've heard about this Fang Hao. He seems to have some close ties with the undead. Perhaps he's somewhat related to the incident in List City. The saint's words briefly disrupted the solemn silence of the hall. The undead interfering with human cities, such a thing is utterly unthinkable. However, someone quickly voiced a different opinion. Saint Shu Haid, is the information you're sharing accurate? Shu Haid was the saint who had spoken of Fang Hao's connection to the undead. He was also a transmigrator. His mother was Russian, and he took after her looks, a result of mixed heritage. But he was fortunate. After his arrival he quickly made contact with the church, and through his transmigrator's abilities, coupled with his intelligence, he secured the position of the saint. The saint holds a certain degree of privileges and influence within the church. At the same time, he is also a potential candidate to be the next archbishop. However, while the position of the saint appears glorious, the competition is equally fierce. The church always cultivates 13 saints, and only one of them will be chosen as the successor to the archdiocese. The surviving ones become bishops, with the majority succumbing to various accidents in the struggle. The severity of these covert and open fights exceed the dangers of ancient power struggles for the throne. This world's combat power far exceeds that of ordinary people, making murder a simpler task. When he heard the bishop's question from above, Shu Haid shook his head and replied, This is just a conjecture based on the information I know. It's not concrete news. The bishop who asked nodded and said, The temple in List City cannot establish a statue of the god of Undead. It's unlikely to be the work of the undead. Everyone in attendance agreed with this statement. There are fundamental differences between races. If List City were to set up a statue of the god of the undead, it would undoubtedly cause panic in the city. The probability of it being the god of the undead is slim. After a long silence in the hall, the archbishop at the top seat gently spoke up. Shuhade, tell us what you know. Yes. Shuhade saluted again and began to share all he knew about Fang Hao. Along with the previous information mentioned by Hubert about Fang Hao. Only then could the initial conjecture be made. After the introduction, Shuhade respectfully stood aside without uttering another word. Following that, the archbishop and the bishops discussed the matter of List City. They had quickly sorted out a response strategy. Usually, they would have sent people to List City to investigate. However, the federal conference was about to be held, and both Rebecca and the newly appointed Fang Hao would attend the conference. This actually saved them some trouble. They just had to wait for the two to arrive and then proceed with the investigation. Here, they also held the upper hand. Once all this was settled, the meeting came to an end. That will do for today. Everyone needs to concentrate on the upcoming conference, said the archbishop. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. As the meeting ended, everyone left the Grand Temple. List City. Fang Hao, Eric, Little Yu, and the others stepped out from the snow trading company. The purchase of the Swords of Absolution went smoothly. Finally, for a price of 5,000 gold, this collectible was acquired. The recent operations of Snow Trading Company have started to decline. Many industries within the city were disrupted due to recent political changes. Add to that, the ominous rumors about the Swords of Absolution. After a few words, the company readily sold it to Fang Hao. In fact, they seemed rather eager to sell it off. Upon acquiring this weapon, Little Yu's tier level improved once more. From tier 4, she jumped directly to tier 6. After the purchase was completed, Fang Hao and Eric split up to return to their respective places. The next day, the teleportation screen lit up again as Fang Hao, accompanied by Demetria and Aseti, made another trip to List City. While grafting the Diome doll with various materials to head to the underground world. On the other hand, he called for a maid to lead him to Rebecca. Despite being morning, Rebecca was already quite busy. The maid led several people through several passages before finally arriving at a warehouse in the backyard. At the moment, Rebecca was instructing a group of servants in moving items. Upon seeing the maid escort Fang Hao over, Rebecca seemed taken aback. I heard the guards say that you just left with some people. How did you return so quickly? Apparently, the news of the Diome doll departing was immediately reported to Rebecca by the guards. This wasn't surprising as the entire List City was under Rebecca's control. Any slight movements within the city lord's mansion would be reported to Rebecca as soon as possible. While this was one of Fang Hao's affiliated cities, on the surface, he was still considered Rebecca's puppet husband. Any moves he made would be immediately reported to Rebecca by the guards of the city lord's mansion. My subordinates had to go and handle some business. Fang Hao answered simply. Oh, Rebecca nodded, not thinking much of it. Next, while continuing to direct her servants to tidy up the warehouse, she asked, so, what brings you here? I'm here to bring you money. Didn't you mention needing it urgently? Fang Hao continued. Money. At the mention of money, Rebecca's eyes lit up immediately. Yesterday, she had asked Fang Hao to prepare 3 million for the renovation of the warehouse. Could it be that he had already arranged it? Where's the money? Rebecca immediately asked. Should I put it here? Fang Hao counter-questioned. The warehouse in front of them was quite neatly organized. The 3 million gold coins, though a hefty sum, could certainly fit in the warehouse. What do you mean? You brought it along. Rebecca gave Fang Hao another glance. She thought he brought Warfire cards. The denomination of the Warfire cards came in several variants. A million denomination Warfire card could be exchanged for the corresponding amount of gold coins in the trade alliance. But Warfire cards came with their own troubles. Once the value reached 3 million, such a gargantuan sum, even if you went to exchange it, the trade alliance would still need some time to prepare. At the fastest, it would take 3 days to get the corresponding amount of gold coins. Moreover, for the renovation work, Warfire coins were simply impractical. Regular gold and silver coins were better for paying the workers. But there was no other choice. It was already impressive that Fang Hao could support her with so much money. Although the exchange was a bit troublesome, she would just have to wait for a few more days. All right, hand it over to me. Even though it's a bit of a hassle. Rebecca continued. Fang Hao looked at her, not understanding what she meant by a bit of a hassle. He took out the Book of Lords, ran his hand over it, and took out all the gold coins inside. Swoosh. Box after box of gold coins piled up to form a hill of gold coins in the middle of the warehouse. The gold coins continually rolled off it. The morning light shining through the window hit the gold coins, illuminating the entire warehouse with a dazzling glow. Both Rebecca and the busy servants at the scene stared wide-eyed at the mound of gold coins that had unexpectedly appeared. What are you looking at? Fang Hao waved his hand in front of Rebecca. Regaining her senses, Rebecca asked, "You didn't bring Warfire cards?" "Warfire cards are inconvenient to liquidate. You said you needed it urgently, so I brought the gold coins instead." Fang Hao replied nonchalantly. Rebecca did not ask further and immediately called for guards to seal the area. Her original plan was to turn this place into a warehouse. Now, due to the temporary change of plans, it had to serve as a vault for a couple of days. Once the gold coins inside were moved out, it could be repurposed as a warehouse again. On the other side, the demon doll, along with several Lionheart knights, entered the city's underground tunnels through the entrance in the temple's backyard. They passed through several layers of tunnels and arrived directly at the Cranial Rats Council Hall. Inside the hall, the Cranial Rats waited in an orderly fashion, thousands of pairs of eyes staring at Fang Hao and his companions. "Welcome, human Fang Hao," the leading Cranial Rat said. Fang Hao responded with a smile, "As per your request, I've brought the supplies." He lightly touched the necklace around his neck. Leather, food, and various supplies appeared in the middle of the room. There weren't many rats in the underground world, so the supplies they needed weren't as vast as those in human cities. What Fang Hao had brought was sufficient for the Cranial Rats to use for some time. Seeing Fang Hao bring the supplies, the Cranial Rats showed no surprise. A few Cranial Rats inspected the supplies and upon confirmation, nodded in satisfaction. Next, a large number of wild gray rats emerged from a side tunnel. Under the direction of the Cranial Rats, they moved all the supplies out. "Human Fang Hao, we are very satisfied with your supplies. Based on the principle of equivalent exchange, you have one chance to obtain information." The Cranial Rat continued. Instead of immediately asking for the information he needed, Fang Hao asked again, "Can you provide information about the outer city?" "Human Fang Hao, which city are you referring to?" the Cranial Rat asked. "Silver Wing City. The central city of the 100 Cities Federation. It is too far away from Lis City. Our site cannot reach there," the Cranial Rat said straightforwardly. The underground tunnels limited the Cranial Rat's scope of activities. The information they could get was also limited to the surface cities connected by the tunnels. It was hard for them to get any information about the other cities, let alone Silver Wing City, which was a great distance away. Fang Hao shook his head regretfully, continuing, "Soon, I'll be heading to Silver Wing City with Rebecca. At that time, I'm afraid our cooperation will have to be put on hold for a long duration." This news might already be known to the Cranial Rats. But they surely couldn't know that he would also be accompanying Rebecca to Silver Wing City. As expected, an intense discussion broke out among the Cranial Rats. After the Cranial Rats finished their discussion, the leading Cranial Rat went on to say, "Fang Hao, why did you go to Silver Wing City?" "I am the Lord of Lis City and per the statutes of the 100 Cities Federation, I need to visit Silver Wing City." Fang Hao looked at all the Cranial Rats and continued, "I don't know how long I will be away, and during this time, I suspect our collaboration will be paused, and there isn't much information in Lis City that interests me anymore." When Fang Hao finished, the Cranial Rats started discussing again. Winter was coming and all kinds of food supply will soon become scarce. It is the same for the Cranial Rats. Fang Hao can provide materials, which offer them some relief. If Fang Hao was to stop trading information with them, this winter will be even tougher. "Mr. Fang Hao, what exactly are you suggesting?" The Cranial Rat looked back at Fang Hao. With thousands of cranial rats sharing their thoughts, their collective intelligence was no less than that of humans. Fang Hao had mentioned Silver Wing City and ending the collaboration, so they naturally guessed that he had something he wanted to express. If you could go to Silver Wing City and provide me with information, our collaboration could continue. Fang Hao did not beat around the bush, he stated his thoughts directly. This time, the cranial rats did not engage in vehement discussion. They quickly gave Fang Hao a reply. Fang Hao, it's afraid that we cannot agree to your request. We will not abandon the underground world we have been managing for a long time to go to the distant Silver Wing City. Oh, why? Our bodies are too fragile, and unfamiliar environments are fraught with dangers. Silver Wing City may be the center of your human world, but it does not belong to us, the cranial rat spoke slowly and methodically. Creating an underground world for the cranial rats was not as simple as it seems. Some sewer creatures that pose no threat to humans would be enemies to the cranial rats. They would not simply abandon Lis City, which they have turned into what it is now, and head to the distant Silver Wing City just to maintain their collaboration with Fang Hao. Fang Hao nodded in understanding. All right, I understand. We'll continue exchanging information as usual, and when I leave, I will arrange for someone to continue our collaboration. We appreciate your understanding, Fang Hao, the cranial rats replied. All right, contact me if anything comes up, Hao said, and then left the underground duct with his followers. Returning to the Lord's mansion. Nighttime. Fang Hao returned to the main city. While running a hot spring, he listened to Era report on the recent training results of the maids. He wasn't sure if Blackstone martial arts field had improved by 20%. But Era, after half a year of training, certainly broke through to the 5th rank today. Her body became more rounded and softer, without strong muscle blocks like the Earth Spirit Girl. He had intended to have an in-depth communication with Era while Angia and Lori were out playing. However, the Book of Lords received a private message. His movements were halted as he had to check the Book of Lords. It was Deng Bin, the Lord who had provided him with flax. Boss Fang Hao, are you resting? Those dwarfs came again, bringing some goods. Previously, Deng Bin sold Fang Hao a blueprint for a precision part. When asked how he got it, Deng Bin said he had exchanged it from the dwarfs. Moreover, there were other good things in the hands of the dwarfs, but he didn't have enough money to buy them. Latter, Fang Hao made a deal with her. If they come again and there are good things she can't afford, she could contact Fang Hao. If he finds them useful, he will pay to buy them. This time, it seemed the dwarfs had come again. They came at this time. Are they going to assassinate you? Fang Hao asked curiously. He was about to go to sleep. How could someone visit someone else's territory to sell products at night? Deng Bin hurriedly explained. No, they came in the afternoon. I hosted them for a meal and established a rapport. Then I wanted to see if you needed anything. Oh, what good things do these dwarfs have? Wait a moment. Deng Bin paused for 2 or 3 minutes, then sent the product catalog. Dwarf frying pan, dwarf kitchen knife, dwarf mine draft, dwarf shovel, dwarf craft hammer, improved dwarf bolt action steel rifle, blue tier, dwarf silver tiger's claw, purple tier, dwarf iron carriage blueprint. Deng Bin sent a long list of items. Some were finished tools, which were not much use to Fang Hao. However, the bolt action steel rifle and dwarf silver tiger's claw mentioned above caught Fang Hao's attention. Fang Hao was among the earliest transmigrators to come into contact with the dwarf firearms. Through several trades with the dwarves, he obtained the blueprint of a white steel fire musket. However, the fire musket, as a weapon, was not as useful as he had imagined. At this point, the dwarf's firearms had undergone an upgrade. Bolt action rifle. The name reminded him of something Belerga, the dwarf, had mentioned to him earlier. The dwarves had begun to accept the transmigrators and started to improve the fire musket. At that time, he thought it would take at least a year and a half for a weapon like the rifle to appear, but now it seemed the dwarf's craftsmanship had reached the standard for producing firearms. It was just that they lacked the methods. Now that the transmigrants had provided a method for improvement, making it was not a problem at all. The next thing that Fang Hao was interested in was the dwarven silver tiger's claw. This wasn't because his troops needed the tiger's claw. It was because Angia's weapon of choice was the tiger's claw. All this time, Angia had been carrying an old, blue-quality tiger's claw. He had considered replacing her weapon with a better one. But the tiger's claw was very rare in the market. Very few blacksmiths were willing to invest their energy in such an unpopular weapon. Seeing a purple tiger's claw now was indeed a rare occurrence. As for the last item, the blueprint for the dwarf carriage, he could buy it as well. Even if it was not needed, it could be used to expand his collection of blueprints. Having looked at everything, he sent a message to Deng Bin. What is a bolt-action white steel rifle? It isn't a modern weapon, is it? Deng Bin replied quickly, Image, it's very close to a modern rifle. The dwarves said it was improved by a transmigrator. Indeed, just as Fang Hao had thought. At this time, the dwarf's firearms had received a breakthrough improvement, which was undoubtedly due to the participation of a transmigrator. Fang Hao continued asking, is there a blueprint for this white steel rifle? Tell the dwarves that I need one, price is negotiable. The power of a fire musket far exceeded that of a crossbow. The most significant drawback was the slow speed of reloading. After pouring gunpowder into the barrel and loading the bullet, the enemy would have already closed the gap. In the battlefield, it was not even as practical as a bow and arrow. But if the bolt-action rifle solved the issue of reloading speed, then the efficiency of the shooter's long-range attack would greatly increase. Even in the face of the upcoming assault from the Dragon Clan, the bolt-action rifle could also provide some aerial defense. I asked for the blueprint earlier. The dwarves said it's only available to their leader. If you want to buy it, they can sell finished products, but the blueprint definitely won't be for sale. Deng Bin replied. Okay. Then how many bolt-action rifles can they sell? How much for one? Fang Hao continued asking. They brought only 10 in total. I exchanged resources for 2, each sells for 500 warfire coins. Deng Bin posted. Well, it certainly isn't cheap. Fang Hao mulled it over and sent a message, okay, I'll take everything but the dwarven mine draft. You two can tally up the price. He already had the blueprint for the dwarven mine draft, so he didn't need that. As for the other tools, he could buy them all. This would make the dwarves more willing to find Deng Bin, enabling him to gain blueprints faster. Soon, Deng Bin replied, Big Boss Fang Hao, it's 40,000 warfire coins in total. Dwarf flat pot 20, dwarf kitchen knife 50. How do we trade? Deng Bin listed all the prices. Fang Hao agreed with the price. But how would they trade? Cash could not be exchanged through the regional channel. All transmigrants could only exchange goods for goods within the channel. But the dwarves were here to make money, not to barter for goods. This certainly posed a problem for the two. Fang Hao pondered carefully and sent an image of a stone monster construct, Tier 5, ask them if they need this. Constructs, as crafted living mechanical soldiers, could be exchanged within the channel. Fang Hao had tested this before. Many unused constructs were still parked in his troop hiding cave. He could see if the different races were interested in these constructs. They could be used as goods for exchange. Soon, Deng Bin replied. They said they're willing to exchange, and they seem to need these constructs very much. They want more in exchange. This message relieved Fang Hao. It was good news that the other party agreed to the exchange. What exchange rate do they propose? They want to count one construct as 10,000. I told them I wanted 50,000, given that this is our first cooperation, to count it as 40,000, to settle this bill of 40,000. Big Boss, is it okay? Deng Bin sent another message. Fang Hao had been cooperating smoothly with Deng Bin recently, and had helped her with several major problems. Deng Bin was a rather trustworthy person. She gave people the impression of being reliable and honorable when doing business outside. Since Deng Bin had negotiated the deal, Fang Hao wouldn't oppose it. Okay, I'll list it now, Fang Hao agreed. After setting up a dedicated trade, both received their respective goods. A heap of new items appeared at Fang Hao's side with a clatter. The flat pot, kitchen knife and the like were thrown to the side. Fang Hao picked up the bolt-action rifle first to have a look. Dwarven bolt action improved white steel rifle, blue. Category: Firearms. Damage: Level 4 damage. Description: a long-range firearm developed by dwarves, with a modified reloading mechanism to compensate for the slow bullet loading speed of dwarf gun teams. The gun is essentially made of wood and white steel, lighter to handle than a white steel firearm. The style of the rifle is somewhat reminiscent of the 98K seen in games. It's a type of bolt-action rifle where you pull back the bolt once and fire one shot. It's not a semi-automatic rifle that fires a succession of bullets with one trigger pull. Firing one shot per bolt pull, it's already quite decent. Many transmigrators have surely thought of developing modern firearms. To produce a rifle in a few months is a significant achievement. The damage of the weapon has not been improved through modification. Just like the white steel firearm, it does level 4 damage. The improvement lies in the ignition method and faster reloading. If such rifles are equipped in large quantities, it could change the traditional warfare stance where the side with more numbers has an advantage. Of course, the combat power brought by the hero also needs to be taken into account. Actually, since the arrival of the transmigrators, some modern weapons will show up on the battlefield sooner or later. Only it is faster and simpler than imagined. Each gun is gifted with a magazine containing 5 bullets. But such a small quantity of bullets makes it seem like a disposable weapon. After firing 5 bullets, it's useless. Fang Hao immediately contacts Deng Bin. Deng Bin, tell the dwarves I want to buy bullets. Soon, Deng Bin's response comes through, I've talked to the dwarves about it. They'll start preparing for the next batch of rifles and bullets when they go back today, and they'll make a trip with you to trade construction kits in a couple of days. From Deng Bin's reply, it's clear the dwarves value the construction kit Fang Hao has for trade. This could be a bargaining chip in negotiating terms with them. After thinking, he says, tell them I want the blueprint for the bullets, or I won't continue to buy this type of rifle. The bullets are very important to guns. If there aren't enough bullets, the rifle can only be used as a stick. Soon, Deng Bin replied again, I talked to them about it. This dwarf said he can't make the decision. He needs to go back and discuss. He'll try to come again the day after tomorrow. That will do. They ended the chat. Fang Hao puts the white steel rifle aside. He picks up the second weapon for inspection. Dwarf Silver Tiger Finger, purple. Category: Tiger's Claw. Damage: Level 4 damage. Ability: Stamina plus 45%, Skill Speed plus 10%. Description: the Tiger's Claw crafted by a master dwarf. It's always been a slow seller due to its less use and has been ceased production. A purple weapon, with decent attributes indeed. Beyond its level 4 damage, it has 2 added abilities. Stamina plus 45%, and 10% skill speed is very suitable for Angia. It is, indeed, a nice piece of equipment. When Angia returns, I'll give it to her. The last item is the blueprint for the dwarf wagon. Dwarf Iron Horse Carriage. Hardwood 400, thick robust leather 200, iron 200, cast iron 150, dwarf iron 50, metal parts 120. Fang Hao owns 2 wagon blueprints, a cart, and a convoy wagon. These 2 wagons are primarily made of wood. The blueprint for this dwarf iron horse carriage uses more iron materials. It should be an advanced type of carriage. Going to Silver Wing City with Rebecca in a few days, a better carriage can speed up the journey. After inspecting all of the items, the maid outside the door removes all of the items. In conclusion, this trade was completed by Deng Bin on his own. In this region, dwarves are not considered a major race. They don't have a large population and reside in the 8 Peaks mountain region. Plus, the dwarves are hot-tempered and focus on their interests, hence, rarely engage with other races. This results in the dwarves having a limited influence in this area. Moreover, a recent internal strife within the 8 Peaks mountain dwarf community significantly reduced their power. This time, the dwarves, through the transmigrator, have produced a bolt-action rifle. One could say their strength has significantly increased. Once a large number of bolt-action rifles are equipped and ordinary residents wielding the rifles have level 4 combat power. They can fully contend with the major clan's army. By that time, the situation in the entire region will change. Fang Hao wants to use this opportunity to understand more about this type of bolt-action rifle to avoid being at a disadvantage in subsequent battles due to weapon disparities. As he was thinking, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the door. Then, bang! A loud noise. The back door was kicked open, and Angia and Lori, front and back, burst in from outside. Bath time. Both shouted at once, leaping high into the air. Splash, splash, both plunged straight into the hot spring, causing a wave of water to shoot out. Only when they surfaced from under the water did they notice Fang Hao and Aira, who had been splashed by the water at the edge of the pool. "Oh my, you're here, too," Angia exclaimed as if she'd just noticed them. Lori spotted Fang Hao and instantly lost her playfulness, sitting quietly on the side. Fang Hao wiped the water off his face and said, "Aren't you too afraid that the pool might be empty? You didn't even check before diving. We come every day, how could it be empty?" Angia chuckled. "By the way, I've prepared a weapon for you. I've asked the maid to bring it out," said Fang Hao. Upon hearing about the weapon, Angia's eyes lit up instantly. Standing in a pool, she asked curiously, "Where is it?" "It should have been taken to the hall," he replied. Splash. Angia immediately left the hot spring with Lori and headed outside. The spring area was once again left with Fang Hao and Aira. The two of them didn't plan on staying there either and decided to go upstairs together. The next day, Fang Hao woke up from his dream. He removed the slender, fair thigh from his waist and lazily stretched. The slight movement woke Aira, who was in his arms. She blinked her large eyes, giving him a smiling glance. He gave Aira a light pat on her rear. "Time to get up, a new day has begun." Aira laughed and helped Fang Hao get dressed. The two left the room. Aira went to prepare breakfast, and Fang Hao walked straight out of the Lord's house, planning to do his morning exercise. However, just as he stepped out of the main door, he saw an orc skeleton hero standing outside. Swiftblade Purple Rank 8. Swiftblade was the former orc city lord of Tazgo, Krat. After the last battle with the Blackstone tribe, Nelson had accumulated 4 corpses. 3 orc corpses and 1 dragon clan corpse. Fang Hao thought Nelson would prioritize making the dragon clan corpse, but the first one to come out was Krat, this purple-grade hero. Of course, there isn't much difference in which one to make first. Fang Hao was simply more concerned about the orange-grade dragon clan hero. Upon seeing Fang Hao emerge, Swiftblade walked up, knelt on one knee, and said aloud, "Swiftblade, greets Lord Hao, willing to die for you." There was a strong conviction in his voice. "Good, I welcome you, Swiftblade. Please stand," Fang Hao spoke softly. No matter what happened before, now Swiftblade is one of his heroes, who will serve him and his territory, with a loyalty that will always be 100%. After Swiftblade stood up, he formalistically stood by the side. After thinking for a bit, Fang Hao said, "Swiftblade, stay in the main city for now, and be responsible for the defense and patrol with several other heroes. I will notify you when there are other arrangements." "Yes, my lord," Swiftblade took his orders, and strode away. In a few days, Fang Hao needed to accompany Rebecca to Silverwing City. Even if he had demon teleportation, he can't just teleport back without a good reason. The main city, with a few more heroes stationed, can also guarantee safety. Especially with the existing threat of the Dragon Clan. After Swiftblade left, Fang Hao began to review Swiftblade's attributes. With the development of the territory, the attribute differences of the heroes are not that important anymore. The only thing lacking is diversity within the heroes. Most of them are infantry heroes. It would be better if there were more airborne heroes. Swiftblade Purple Rank 8. Faction: Undead. Template: Purple. Racial traits: Undead, Hollow Skeletons, Light Weakness. Core traits: Infantry Commander, Resolute Morale. Skills: Swordfighter, Swift as Thunder, Power Surge, Offense is the best defense. Innate abilities: Advanced Combat Mastery, Advanced Defense Mastery, Advanced Command Mastery. Resolute morale. The troops led by this unit have an attack power increase of +4% and morale recovery +10%. Swordfighter, when using a sword, attack power +5%, attack speed +10%. Swift as Thunder active after skill release, attack speed +20%. Power Surge active after skill release, enters rage state, attack power +20%, defense +15%. Offense is the best defense, passive, when dual-wielding weapons, dodge +35%, stamina recovery +15%. Description. A creation of the corpse witch, not recognized by the god of Undead, this hero cannot be promoted or advance. Swiftblade's attributes are standard, it's clear that his combat abilities heavily favor rapid attacks. Many of his skills are geared towards enhancing attack speed and rapid bursts of power. His attributes are not bad at all. Having finished reviewing Swiftblade's attributes, Fang Hao continued on with his affairs. After breakfast, he took Demetria and several other heroes, using demon teleportation to make a round of each affiliated city around them, to check if there was any matter in each city needing to be dealt with and to prepare for his own impending visit to Silverwing City. Statues of kings had been established in each city. The auxiliary priests who had been cultivated were not only healing the residents but also praising the grace bestowed by the king upon everyone. With the passage of time, the residents began to provide Fang Hao with a tremendous amount of power of faith. Fang Hao could clearly feel that his divinity was rapidly accumulating power. He felt that his divinity was close to leveling up, reaching the first level of divinity. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fang Hao once again used demon teleportation to visit Lysis City, the home of the dwarves in the Bloody Mountain Range. This time, emerging from the light screen, it didn't cause much of a commotion. Only a few dwarf guards patrolling the city came forward to inquire about the identities of Fang Hao and his group. When they found out Fang Hao was their lord, they immediately went to find the dwarf leader Belerga. Soon, Belerga arrived walking swiftly with a group of dwarves. They then together headed towards the city lord's mansion. The current dwarf city lord's mansion was much different from before. The main color of the hall was dark gray, decorated with designs of flames, furnaces and a variety of runes. It had a post-modern decorative style. Shields and war hammers hung on the walls. Compared to before, it indeed felt more like a place where dwarves lived. Several people seated themselves within the city lord's mansion. Belerga, stroking his iron-hard beard with a deep voice, asked, "My lord, may I know the purpose of your visit this time?" Compared to before, Belerga was much more respectful now. "There are indeed two things." "Oh, please elaborate, my lord, we will do our best to fulfill them." Belerga continued to stroke his beard. "In a few days, I will be away for some time. I came here today to inquire whether there are any matters in Lysis City that need my attention, since I'm afraid I won't be able to attend to this side when I get busy." Fang Hao looked at Belerga and spoke directly. Upon hearing that Fang Hao was going to be away for a while, Belerga raised his eyebrows. He wondered what could Fang Hao be so concerned about. If he had the ability to teleport, why would he need to explain anything this far in advance? But Fang Hao's matters were not something he could question. "My lord, please wait, we need to discuss this matter a bit." After Belerga finished speaking, he began discussing with several dwarves behind him, to confirm whether there were any matters in the city that required Fang Hao's attention. Otherwise, once Fang Hao became busy, and couldn't pay attention to this side for a year or a half, and they themselves didn't have the ability to teleport, it wouldn't be as easy to find Fang Hao like now. A few dwarves gathered together, discussing for about 5 or 6 minutes. Belerga then returned to his seat and said, "My lord, we need to construct new roads leading to 3 furnaces, and we need more residential buildings and household items. These issues are not big problems. I will arrange for road construction, and will prepare sufficient buildings and household items for you before I leave." Fang Hao agreed readily as these were not hard tasks to accomplish. "Thank you, my lord, if all these are resolved, there are no more problems in the city," said Belerga. Fang Hao nodded, then took out a bolt-action white steel rifle from his storage space and placed it on the table. This is the second matter I wanted to discuss. Belerga furrowed his brows and carefully examined the rifle in front of him. As he examined it, his expression turned more serious. Even though he had never seen this improved version of the rifle, he recognized the dwarf craftsmanship in it right away. Combined with the fact that he knew that transmigrators were developing new types of firearms with the dwarves when he was driven out of Eight Peaks Mountain, he could guess where this weapon came from. My lord, where did you get this firearm? Belerga put the rifle back on the table. It was exchanged from a transmigrator over there at the dwarf's place. Fang Hao avoided mentioning his trade with the dwarves. Expressing it out loud would only make matters much more complicated. Ah, then, my lord, your intention is? Belerga asked again. Without any hesitation, Fang Hao expressed his purpose directly. I'm wondering whether you could reproduce this weapon, preferably making a standardized blueprint. Among the dwarves under Belerga's command, there were many different kinds of soldiers. Although their numbers were not large, there was a wide variety of them. Furthermore, Belerga was the original heir to the dwarf royal family. With the finished rifle being right here, reproducing it shouldn't be difficult. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Belerga didn't immediately respond. Instead, he called for several dwarves. About a dozen dwarves, gathered around a round table, quickly disassembled the bolt-action white steel rifle in front of them into scattered parts. These parts were neatly arranged on the round table. Each part was assigned a number and measures of its dimensions were taken. Next, like doctors discussing a patient's condition, these dozen dwarves began pointing and whispering to each other about the parts. Fang Hao and his companions didn't interrupt during this process. They sipped on the dwarves' charcoal roasted tea while silently waiting. After more than 10 minutes, the dwarfs' discussion gradually ended. By now, the rifle that Fang Hao had given to Belerga had been disassembled into varying sizes of components. My lord, we will attempt to replicate this firearm. It should be feasible, but to inscribe it into a blueprint, we need the inscribing materials as well as a blank inscribing scroll. Belerga continued. Don't worry about that, I will provide all necessary materials and tools for you. Your task is to replicate this rifle first. Fang Hao put down his teacup and calmly stated. What he needed was the ability to replicate it. As for the required materials or the scrolls needed for inscription, he would find ways to provide them to Belerga and his team. Even if he doesn't have them, there would be sellers in the trade alliance and it would only cost a bit more money. Compared to obtaining the blueprint of the rifle, this cost was negligible. Moreover, this was the first step in Fang Hao's plan. Once the rifle has been replicated, he planned to form a research and development team. If others could cooperate with the dwarves to produce bolt-action rifles, he could also work with Belerga and others, to develop some new types of weapons. Upon hearing Fang Hao's full commitment, Belerga waved his hand, and a few dwarves involved in the discussion took the scattered parts and left. Fang Hao continued to ask, approximately how long will it take to replicate? Belerga estimated in his heart, most of the time is wasted on the classification and processing of the components, it will take at least about 7 days. 7 days. If it's 7 days, Fang Hao would have already set off with Rebecca and would be on the way to Silver Wing City. The idea of arming the accompanying troops with rifles is apparently not enough time. But there was no other choice. Just having the opportunity to replicate was already good. Alright, go ahead with the replication. I will arrange for someone to deliver the blank engraving scrolls you need. Once the blueprint is made, deliver it to Dong Jiayu's hands, so she can pass it to me, Fang Hao instructed. Only with the blueprint engraved into his hands, he could mass produce. Otherwise, relying solely on production and ordinary crafting, it would be impossible to meet the equipment quantities needed for Fang Hao's army. Even if the materials are plentiful, if any ordinary city lord attempts to manufacture them, they wouldn't be able to equip every shooter in the short term. So, simple replication isn't enough, the blueprints must be inscribed. As for Fang Hao's decisions, Belerga naturally had no objections. After some time of interaction, he also discovered some characteristics of this territory. As long as they could demonstrate their value, Wang Hao would be more inclined to allocate resources this way. To help him develop this city. To improve the lives of his subordinates, demonstrating a role that others find hard to replace, is naturally the most straightforward way. I understand, my lord. Belerga responded again. Well, that's all for now. Let's go, I'll help set up the houses for you. Regarding the road construction, people will be arranged to come over in the next few days. As he said that, Fang Hao stood up and walked out. Belerga and Demetria and a few others all followed Fang Hao. They all left the city lord's mansion together and added more than 50 residential buildings in the city as per Belerga's wishes. These would be used to provide normal accommodation for the dwarf residents in the city. For the next 2 days, Fang Hao was free and spent his time dealing with miscellaneous matters. At the same time, he also enjoyed a leisurely and relaxed life as a lord. At this moment, Fang Hao lay on a rocking chair, lazily basking in the sun. Ding dong. Suddenly, the sound emitted from the Book of Lords woke up the dozing Fang Hao. He shielded the sunlight above his head, sat up and opened the private chat. It was a message from Deng Bin. Brother Fang Hao, the dwarves have brought another batch of bolt-action rifles as well as the bullet blueprints. They want to exchange them for that thing called constructor. It's been 3 days since the last exchange of a bolt-action rifle from the dwarves. It seemed that the dwarves saw the benefits and visited Deng Bin's territory again today, wanting to exchange for the constructor. Of course, Fang Hao indeed needed bolt-action rifles. The replication process by Belerga would take a while, and even if they managed to replicate it, the engraving would also require time. It simply cannot be completed in a short period. Nonetheless, Fang Hao wanted to equip his accompanying army with a sufficient number of bolt-action rifles before heading to Silver Wing City. He needs to purchase them from these dwarves. Even if they were a bit pricey, it wouldn't be much of a problem. How many rifles did you bring and do you have anything else on you? Fang Hao sent the message. The response came immediately, 100 rifles, blueprint for bullets, nothing else. A frown furrowed Fang Hao's brows. With this trip, they had just brought back only a few rifles. Why are there so few rifles? Are these dwarves also implementing some sort of scarcity marketing strategy? Fang Hao pondered doubtfully. Deng Bin answered, I'm not sure. I asked them, and they said the manufacturing speed of the rifles is slow. This is the maximum quantity they can sell. If more are needed, they can send some more when they have more in the future. Given this explanation, Fang Hao was left with no choice. How much he wanted to buy was not solely down to him, but also depends on how much these dwarves were willing to sell. If they only brought 100 each time, he could do nothing about it. So, he could only hope that the duplication speed of Belerga could be faster. Alright, I'll take all the weapons. How much for the bullet blueprint? Continued Fang Hao. Deng Bin didn't answer immediately. Rather, he paused for 2 or 3 minutes before sending another message. I chatted with the dwarf. He said 100 rifles for one construct, and for bullet blueprint wants to exchange for blueprint of a construct. Well. Seeing the reply, Fang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. They were each making their own calculations. Fang Hao intended to secure the bullet blueprint, while the dwarf was collecting the construct's blueprint for the other transmigrator. However, the construct blueprint was considerably complex, so it wasn't comparable to the bullet blueprint. Tell him I don't have construct blueprints. These constructs are finished products that I purchased from outside. I used them for exchange as a last resort. Fang Hao replied. If he admitted he had it, the other party would remember it. It's better to say he doesn't have it up front, to discard the idea of trading from the other side. Soon, another message came from Deng Bin. The dwarf said he can't give the blueprint for free, it must be exchanged with an item of equal value. What's the quality level of the bullet blueprint? Asked Fang Hao. It's green. Tell him, I'll give him 100 single-hand swords of the same quality in exchange for his blueprint. It's not a loss for him, said Fang Hao. Again, they plunged into silence for about 5 minutes. Deng Bin replied, the dwarf said the value of the blueprint to a transmigrator would be of more significance than that of the finished equipment. He wants 300 green quality weapons, single-hand swords and battle axes will do. Indeed, the dwarf trading with Deng Bin also understands the unique characteristics of a transmigrator. A single blueprint could be used to repetitively produce equipment, which is more important than acquiring equivalent leveled equipment. They were aware of this, hence their willingness to exchange one green bullet blueprint for 300 green quality weapons. If this offer were given to someone else, they might refuse such an unequal trade. But Fang Hao could accept it, as he was to visit Silver Wing City the day after. Sufficient bullets were crucial for him. Alright, I'll make the deal. Have him hand over the blueprint first, I'll list 300 weapons for him. Fang Hao immediately replied. Okay. Soon, there was the blueprint for the bullet in the designated trading area. Fang Hao also promptly put the 300 green Iron Knight swords for an exchange, completing the transaction. The instant both parties confirmed, the blueprint appeared in Fang Hao's hand. Steel bullet level 5 green iron 1, white steel ingot 1, metal components 1, black gunpowder 1. The production of bullets involves only ordinary materials. No special or rare materials appear, and the consumption is not huge. Bullets are produced 5 at a time, meaning, one production yields 5 bullets. Though the quantity is a bit low, it's still reasonable. After using the Book of Lords to store the blueprint. Once again, Fang Hao sent a message to Deng Bin, you can sell the remaining 100 rifles now, put them on the market directly. Okay, they are on the market. Fang Hao continued to list an assembly kit in the market, completing the trade. 100 bolt-action rifles appeared in front of Fang Hao. However, this time, the rifles were without bullets. The dwarfs even didn't supply the ammunition. They really do try to save every tiny bit they can. Fang Hao didn't care about these. Now that he had the blueprint for the bullets, he won't lack bullets due to the amplification feature of the blueprint. Tell the dwarves that I'll continue to buy rifles next time and also need the blueprint for aerial defense tools. Fang Hao sent another message. The dwarves' weaponry and equipment are renowned. Facing the threat of the Dragon Clan, Fang Hao needs the dwarves' aerial defense equipment. Of course, finished products are not practical for Fang Hao, he would prefer to acquire blueprints to manufacture them in bulk. Soon, Deng Bin sent a message, I've told the dwarves. They said they'll keep it in mind for next time, but whether they're allowed to sell the blueprint, they still have to defer to the dwarves' High Council. That's fine, tell them we can negotiate the price. Understood, I'll tell them. Deng Bin sent the message. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then typed, you've been a big help this time around, I still need the rifles. Let me know what equipment you need, and I can provide you with 100 pieces. During this trade with the dwarves, Deng Bin played a crucial role. Therefore, Fang Hao naturally wouldn't let her work for nothing. Deng Bin didn't decline the offer and replied immediately, thanks, boss. I'm really short on equipment here. If you could provide me with 40 spears and 40 shields, as well as some of the bullets you're manufacturing. The bullets sold by the dwarves are too expensive. Sure, I'll list the spears and shields on the market now. As for the bullets, I'll send some to you after I manufacture them, Fang Hao replied. Great. Thanks, boss. Hanging up the chat, Fang Hao immediately sent the green spears and shields he was selling to Deng Bin. The other party also put up a unit of timber, completing the transaction between both sides. Closing the chat window, Fang Hao then began the production of bullets. Amplification 100-fold triggered, obtained 202 steel bullets. Crackling sounds ensued. A large amount of steel bullets fell to the ground. Seeing the bullets that were produced, Fang Hao realized why the blueprint required 5 bullets to be produced at a time. Because the bullets are produced along with the magazine, with 5 bullets in each magazine. It also makes reloading bullets more convenient. Fang Hao sent 100 units to Deng Bin and kept 1 cartridge for himself, storing the remaining rifles and bullets in his storage space. Then, he had the maid call a settee over. Shortly after, a settee, dressed in full armor, strode over. Lord, you called for me. A settee greeted politely. Nothing much, I just wanted to show you a firearm that I got from the dwarves. Fang Hao handed the remaining rifle over to her. A settee, who had been training with the maids while Demetria and Angia accompanied Fang Hao to Lysis City, had not yet seen this type of rifle. The dwarves' firearms are very famous. However, In Aseti's lifetime, the dwarves rarely sold their firearms to outsiders. After receiving the rifle, Aseti carefully inspected it in her hands. Then she aimed it at a vacant patch of land and gently squeezed the trigger. Click. The bullet did not fire from the barrel. Aseti frowning as she put the gun down from her shooting position, and started checking it all over again. Fang Hao explained from the sidelines, this is a modified rifle of the dwarves. Unlike regular firearms, there's a safety switch on the grip. Only after unlocking it can you fire it. Don't test it here, let's go to the shooting range. Both of them went to the shooting range. Fang Hao demonstrated how to unlock the safety, aim and fire at the target in the distance. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and a hole immediately appeared in the belly of the distant target. Fang Hao immediately pulled the bolt of the rifle, ejected the spent casing, aimed and fired the second and third shots. A total of 5 shots were fired, one of which missed the target, while the remaining 4 hit different parts of the target. Although his aim was not good, his actions were smooth and fluid, giving off the demeanor of a gunslinger in movies. Aseti, on the other hand, was equally surprised by the rifle in Fang Hao's hands. She was well aware of the advantages of dwarven firearms. Firearms are powerful and the damage is entirely dependent on the power of the firearm itself. Even a normal person can kill a strong man with a firearm. Once a war started, it can be said that all the dwarves are soldiers. However, firearms also have a distinct disadvantage, which is the loading speed. Yet the firearm in front of them had completely improved the disadvantage of ammunition loading speed. Once popularized, the dwarves will possess tremendous military power. Has the dwarves' firearm technology come this far? Aseti exclaimed in astonishment. Fang Hao put the rifle aside and explained, this is a new type of weapon modified by the dwarves. It would take a significant amount of time to fully equip and deploy. Aseti nodded, indicating he understood. Fang Hao continued, I have 100 of these firearms in my possession. I plan to equip your Lionheart Knights with them. What do you think? The human clan possesses the racial trait, learning. Through practice and usage, they can master the way of weaponry, integrating built-up skills into their attributes. This flexibility allows the human soldiers to adapt to various combinations of skills. A cavalry can also use long-range weapons. Equipped with a rifle, they can become proficient in its use through practice. That's workable, although the effect with only 100 of these won't be substantial, Aseti said after some thought. Fang Hao knew this too, but unfortunately, he couldn't purchase more rifles. Moreover, the dwarves wouldn't sell these weapons on a large scale. I have already arranged for Belarga to make replicas. Given some time, we should be able to manufacture these weapons ourselves, then we can equip them in large quantities, Fang Hao continued. Alright, then I'll get started immediately, leading the cavalry to familiarize themselves with these firearms, and apply them as soon as possible in live combat, Aseti responded. Good, I will take you to Lis City later. First, you should train the Lionheart Knights there. Be mindful of the power of these firearms. Train away from the city, so as not to hurt civilians. As you command, sir. After explaining his expectations to Aseti, taking 107 rifles and ammunition, he used demon teleportation to send Aseti directly to Lis City. They had the weapons, but proficiency would still require extensive training. After he sent Aseti over, he returned to the main city. Fang Hao then continued to inform Zhang Bin, Dong Jiayu and others from his territory that he would be away for some time. Anything urgent, they could contact him privately via messaging. In times of danger, they should prioritize their safety, and wait for him to arrange for rescue. As for the other original cities, Fang Hao had already informed them in the past 2 days. They should each continue to patrol the city as per the plan. If anything happened, they should use the sound transmitting shell to inform him. Once every detail had been taken care of, Fang Hao returned to his room to rest. 3 days later, early in the morning. Today was the day Rebecca informed him they would set off. Fang Hao got up early. Era helped Fang Hao get dressed, her eyes a little red. Knowing Fang Hao would be away for a while, Era was reluctant to part with him. He gently patted her small head and said, I'm only going out for a while, I'll be back soon. You must be careful out there, my lord. It's getting cold, remember to keep warm, Era advised. I know. You and others should also focus on your training to become a hero sooner, Fang Hao also gently replied. We will work hard, my lord. When you're alone out there, remember to think of Era. Era hugged Fang Hao tightly, nuzzling her small head in his chest. I will. Bang. At this intimate moment, the bedroom door was once again pushed open. Fang Hao, are you up? It's time to leave, Angia barged in. Seeing Fang Hao and Era in an embrace, she quickly closed the door again. Carry on. Era blushed and got up from Fang Hao's arms. The two of them walked out of the room. After breakfast, outside the city lord's mansion, Demetria, Angia, and the Blackfoot cat, Lori, were already waiting. Lori had reached Tier 9, close to Tier 10, the threshold to become a hero. The Blackfoot cat did have excellent scouting abilities, so Fang Hao planned to keep her close in hopes of giving her the opportunity to advance to Tier 10 and become a hero. Only these few people would accompany him from the main city. The rest of the skeleton heroes, along with maids and earth spirit daughters, would remain in the main city. They would carry on their usual work. After reiterating instructions to Meatfist and the other skeleton heroes, and quietly comforting Era a bit, Fang Hao released the demon teleportation, taking a few people directly into the central hall of Lis City. A group of maids were already waiting in the hall. Seeing Fang Hao and the others emerge from the magical array, a maid quickly approached and said, My lord, the madam is waiting for you in the backyard. Please follow me. Today was the day they set off. Rebecca naturally started preparations early. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion's backyard, he saw bustling servants and soldiers, carrying supplies, making final preparations. Rebecca, Aseti, and Rolana, whom he hadn't seen for several days, as well as Lis City's only hero, Haber, were waiting there. Haber held a presidential position within Lis City. However, his loyalty lay with Rebecca, not with Fang Hao. Seeing Fang Hao approaching with his people, Rebecca and the others also broke into a smile. I thought you would oversleep. Rebecca teased with a smile. For something this important, I wouldn't be late. Fang Hao walked over. Rebecca continued, While we're gone, I've asked Rolana to manage the city, and Haber to lead the army. Rolana. Fang Hao glanced at Rolana, slightly perplexed by this decision. Rolana certainly wouldn't be able to accompany Rebecca to Silverwing City, the main city of the church. Having a blood clan member there would surely stir up feuds. But entrusting her with managing the city, Fang Hao wasn't certain this decision was right. Rolana was a dark gold level hero, surely capable of guarding one side of the city. But her free-spirited nature might make her unsuitable for this position. Suspecting this, Fang Hao asked Rolana, Rolana, are you sure you're okay with this? Rolana gave Fang Hao a plain look and softly replied, I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Rebecca also smiled and said, Rolana has shared several management experiences with me, she's completely capable of handling the city for a while. Don't worry. Yeah, of course I trust her. While Fang Hao said this, he wondered in his heart. She is knowledgeable, but whether she wants to manage is uncertain. Of course, they would only be gone for a short while and the city would operate according to the original plans, so there shouldn't be any problems. After chatting with Rebecca, Fang Hao began preparing for his traveling troupe. The 100 Lionheart Knights around Aseti were all carrying bolt-action rifles on their backs. And in their attributes list, a new skill, mounted shooting, was added. Mounted shooting, this unit can skillfully shoot while riding. The accuracy decreases by 2% for each multiple of the mounted movement speed. It was clear that the Lionheart Knights had mastered the skill of using rifles while riding. What remained to be seen was the precision they displayed in actual combat. My lord, all the baggage is ready, we need some wagons to haul it, Aseti announced. Okay, I will prepare now. He opened the Book of Lords and looked for the blueprint for the dwarf wagon. Dwarf iron wagon. 400 hardened wood, 200 thick leather, 200 iron, 150 cast iron, 50 dwarf iron, 120 metal parts. Confirm production. 100-fold amplification triggered, obtained 101 dwarf iron wagons. One by one, the wagons lined up in the backyard. Compared with the merchant wagons they had before, the dwarf wagons were quite different. The overall height of the wagon is slightly shorter and it had an entire compartment. The compartment was made out of metal frameworks and wood, similar to a simplified version of a noble's carriage. The skeleton of the carriage was made from metal. This included the wheels and the base frame underneath the carriage. The wheels underneath even had a sophisticated gear design that made it much easier for the horses to pull the carriage along. Indeed, it was much better than an ordinary carriage. Aseti, Demetria, have your men load the supplies onto the wagons and make preparations as soon as possible, Fang Hao instructed. Yes, my lord, Demetria replied. He began to command his troops to load the supplies onto the wagons. What should we do? Angia asked from the side. Fang Hao glanced at her, then turned to Lori, who was curiously looking around. You take Lori, go sightseeing here, come back before we leave. Oh, good. Angia, taking Lori with her, dashed into the castle. The whole backyard was busy making final preparations. At this time, Rebecca came over again, and directly asked, "What's with these wagons?" "What do you mean?" Fang Hao asked back. "They seem better than the ones we use." So that's what she was talking about. Fang Hao immediately explained. Indeed, they're better than ordinary wagons. The dwarf designed it to save the horse's energy when pulling, and it's considerably more robust. Oh, is that so? Rebecca's eyes lit up. She then walked back to her troop, clapping her hands and shouted, "Everyone switch to these iron wagons, transfer all the supplies to them." At Rebecca's command, everyone started moving. Supplies that were already loaded onto the wooden wagons were being transferred to the iron wagons. Horses would be switched as well. The wagons initially prepared by Lis City were all set aside. When all the preparations were done, Rebecca once again gave a few words of instruction to Rolana and Aubert. The army set off, resplendently departing through the city's east gate, embarking on their journey towards Silver Wing City. The team advanced along the route, forming a long, thin line. In the front were Rebecca's carriages and escort troops, and Fang Hao's carriages were at the end of the line. Lionheart Knights surrounded them for protection. Among them, there were also contracted mercenary groups besides the troops of Lis City and Fang Hao's Lionheart Knights. The Flame Mercenary Group, which Fang Hao had contact with previously, was one of them. The mercenary groups guarding the city lord had all undergone strict selection. They also had to fulfill the requirements for both strength and credit ratings at the task hall to be hired by the city lord. Similarly, being hired by the city lord was also a symbol of honor. It encapsulated the reliability and credibility of the mercenary group, attracting more employers to choose them in the future. The team walked from morning till dusk. It was quite peaceful along the way. While passing through an uninhabited area, there were only some wild beasts that followed from the forests. These beasts were quite self-aware. Seeing that the team was considerable in size and fully armed, they followed for a while at a distance before stopping, watching as the team moved on. Although the journey was smooth, they still needed to find a place to stay overnight. At this moment, a cavalryman approached from the front of the team. He said in a low voice, "My lord, Lady Rebecca said that there's a potential camp up ahead, possibly a city of a transmigrator. She asked if you could see if we could spend the night there." This was a barren land. They could camp outside, but needed to be wary of attacks from wild beasts. The beasts might cower during the day. But when night falls, and the team was exhausted, it would be easier for the beasts to attack. If there was a village or a camp, it would be much safer than camping outdoors. When scouting troops discovered a potentially transmigrated city, Rebecca's first thought were for Fang Hao to speak to them. Next, without waiting for Fang Hao to agree, the team began detouring from the main road towards the target city. After walking about 5 minutes, from the front came shouts and the sound of anguished roaring from bears. In a dense forest, 5 militiamen armed with shields and spears are engaged in a fierce combat with a wild bear. This beast is a rank 3 warcraft, with a huge body and black fur. When it stands tall, it reaches a height of over 3 meters. With each swing of its large claws, a militiaman is sent flying. They tumble, completely disoriented. Luckily, the quality of their shields is quite good. It's just enough to leave them dazed after the hit. They shake their heads, stagger to their feet, seemingly not too severely wounded. The militiamen surround the bear, using their shields to block its attack and constantly jabbing their spears. Wound after wound is left on the bear's body. Despite its thick skin, they plan to slowly wear it down in this manner. Just when the militiamen believe they can win using this method, the wild bear lets out a roar of rage, its eyes blood red, and sends 4 militiamen flying with a sweep of its paw. The remaining militiaman, who did not get sent flying, is left alone to face the raging bear with his spear in hand. Roar. The bear roars in anger once more. It opens its massive jaws, aiming for the militiaman's head. Just as the militiaman stands still in terror, the bear on the verge of sinking its teeth into his head. Suddenly, a hurried footstep echoes from behind. It's getting closer. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of gunfire rings out. The bear, ready to bite down on his opponent, suddenly has multiple bloody holes blown open on its body. It screeches and then falls down stiffly. Blood drains onto the grass beneath the bear's carcass. Then, as they see a cavalryman donned in golden armor quickly approaching, the faces of the militiamen harden once more. If it were a wild bear, they could hunt it, suffering some injuries at worst. But facing such a well-equipped cavalier, they don't even have the chance to flee. The figure approaches rapidly. A cavalier, at the helm, mounted on a horse, looks down at the militiamen. "Just 5 of you." A female voice emanates from beneath the golden armor. A militiaman below swallows, his voice trembling slightly. Just the 5 of us." The cavalier nods and gives an order to the others, "Take them all to the Lord's residence." The cavalry in the back begins to move, leading the 5 men out of the forest. They reach a long line of soldiers approaching. When they approach the middle of the formation, they halt in front of a carriage. "My lord, we've brought the people, only 5 of them," the cavalier says respectfully. A crack forms as the curtain covering the carriage window lifts, revealing a young face. "Why are you here?" a voice comes from the carriage. The militiaman quickly answers, "We are here on the Lord's orders, for hunting." This group of militiamen and their attire are quite familiar. At first glance, Fang Hao notices that from their armor to their shields and spears, everything is from his own merchandise sold on the channel. He's encountered a loyal customer. Fang Hao continues to inquire, "Who is your lord and what's his name?" Upon hearing the question, the militiamen begin to hesitate. They nervously glance in the direction of the carriage window which emitted the voice, then quickly lower their heads. After exchanging glances, one of them whispers, My lords, we are soldiers under Lord Ma Hong, do let us know if we can be of any assistance." The militiamen are careful in their response, directly mentioning their lord's name. It's not that their loyalty towards their lord is not strong, but stating their affiliation can help them avoid being mistaken for the bandits these troops could then justifiably execute. Moreover, the banners their opponent flies are clear evidence they're not mere bandits. "Good. Send 2 of you in advance to notify, let them know I'm Fang Hao, I'm passing through and hope for a night's stay in the city." Fang Hao responds directly. The militiamen exchange glances. Then, 2 of them are selected to hurriedly sprint towards their lord's territory. As soon as they leave, the troops too begin to move slowly in their direction. Halfway there, a group of militiamen emerges from the distance. Past the crowd, leading to the front of the carriage. A young man at the head of the group whispers, "My lord, Fang Hao, is that you?" Fang Hao pulls back the curtain and replied, "Yes, it's me. I'm passing by and would like to stay overnight in your territory. I'll leave it at the break of dawn. Is that all right?" Ma Hong appears to be around 30, with dark skin, wearing a white short-sleeve top and black sports pants with 3 white stripes. Fang Hao observes Ma Hong, who is also curious about how Fang Hao looks. Within the channel, there were even rumors that Fang Hao was a special forces operative, highly skilled in combat technique. Others say Fang Hao has even awakened a system cheat. There's all kinds of speculation. But only seeing him now, did they find that Fang Hao's appearance was much more ordinary than expected. Yet, he's still quite a handsome young man. Compared to his looks, what surprised Ma Hong more was the lavish army accompanying Fang Hao. Not only does it include high-tier specials, but also 2 orange-tiered heroes. Such luxurious arrangement, even in his dreams, he wouldn't dare to imagine. Ma Hong clears his throat and immediately says, "Of course, my lord, you're always welcome." With an army like Fang Hao's, giving him notice of their approach is already quite respectful of him. If Ma Hong didn't agree, Fang Hao could conquer his city in the blink of an eye. Good, then could you lead the way? It's getting late and my men are tired. Fang Hao continued. All right, no problem. Ma Hong immediately led the way for the army originating from Lis City. The troop moved on for another half an hour. They could already see the city. Ma Hong's territory was located in the middle of a dense forest, with many trees around it already felled. Some logging yards and pastures were set up. His city was developed quite well. The city walls almost met the level 6 standard, and watchtowers were built at the 4 corners of the walls. There were soldiers standing guard on the towers. The city gate was wide open, with many obstacles and iron spikes placed on both sides. Many inhabitants of the city were standing in front of the city gate. There were men, women, old and young among the locals. Apparently, some refugees had settled in the city, and there were quite a few of them. Under Ma Hong's guidance, the large troop smoothly entered the city. Fang Hao got off the carriage, surrounded by Demetria and others. Ma Hong stood on the perimeter and said, "Boss Fang Hao, I'm afraid we don't have enough accommodation in the city for all your people." There weren't many houses in the city. The number was not sufficient to accommodate the entire army. Of course, Fang Hao didn't intend to take up the villagers' houses. So he directly said, "Ma Hong, just offer us 3 single rooms, we brought tents for the others." "Oh, all right," Ma Hong immediately responded. While Ma Hong was preparing the rooms, Rebecca also stepped out of the carriage. Accompanied by her trusted aide, she came to Fang Hao. "I didn't expect you to be quite well known that even people here can recognize you," Rebecca said softly. Although she didn't show up, she heard their conversation. It was clear they hadn't met before. But the other party kept calling him boss, which sounded quite affectionate. Man's charm, can't help it. Fang Hao flicked his hair. Rebecca snorted, looking disdainful. After a while, Ma Hong came over and looked at Rebecca in surprise. A woman who combines dignity and charm would attract the attention of men wherever she goes. He quietly gave Fang Hao a thumbs up. The latter also shot back a knowing glance. Ma Hong cleared his throat gently and said, "Boss, the rooms are ready. Why don't you stay in my lord's mansion? It's quite nice." "No need, we're just staying for one night and we do not want to impose on you," Fang Hao declined politely. This place was just a transit point on their journey. They couldn't occupy other people's living space wherever they go, or they would be no different from brigands. The reason he asked for a few rooms was mainly because of Rebecca. Living in a tent was no issue for him. Seeing that Fang Hao was serious, Ma Hong nodded and said, "All right, boss. Let me show you the rooms." Ma Hong led the way to the prepared rooms. They were 2 stone buildings, each with 3 rooms. Fang Hao asked for 3, so he prepared 6, so the heroes could also rest separately. After the tour, Fang Hao began to set up camp and started preparing for dinner. Inside Ma Hong's lord's mansion. A servant brought tea and placed it in front of Fang Hao and Demetria. Ma Hong sat opposite them and asked cautiously, "Boss Fang Hao, where are you and all these people headed?" He asked tentatively, somehow afraid of probing too much but also very curious. "We're heading to a city in the south. You don't have to worry, we will leave early tomorrow morning," Fang Hao explained. With Fang Hao's assurance of departure tomorrow morning, Ma Hong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yet maintaining a polite tone, he responded, "No rush, boss. You're more than welcome to stay for a few more days. Although my place isn't anything special, we do have enough food." The geographical location of Ma Hong's territory was actually quite good. The surrounding mountain forest resources were abundant, and all the weapons and armors for the soldiers were supplied by Fang Hao. Even some of the linen clothing worn by the residents had the logo of the Bone Textile Store. Good quality and low price, it was indeed welcomed by Ma Hong. By the way, we will be heading south from here. Are there any enemies or wild animals we should be aware of? Fang Hao continued to ask. Sitting there, he actually wanted to ease Ma Hong's tension. By letting him know that the troop will leave tomorrow, and that they have no intention on his territory. At the same time, Fang Hao wanted to learn about any potential dangers ahead from him to better prepare himself. While pondering, Ma Hong slowly said, on the way southward, there's still a long uninhabited area, with many group beasts along the way. They only attack scattered humans, so I assume they won't dare to attack your army. After a slight pause, he slapped his thigh and continued, oh yes, I've recruited many refugees here. They fled from the southern villages. I heard there's a powerful brigand group over there. Brigands. In fact, the combat power of brigands was quite limited. If it were the usual brigand strongholds of 1 to 200 people, they would never dare to attack his troop. According to Ma Hong, this brigand group must have had some differences. As expected, Ma Hong continued, Boss Fang Hao, you probably don't know, but this brigand group is called the Life Taker Brigand Group. They're notorious, but they very seldom rob the official teams on the road. Considering your troop is large, I don't think they will dare provoke you. Official teams refer to city teams within the Federation. How many people are in the robber camp? Fang Hao showed an interest. Robber camps themselves are also considered exploration bases. Clearing a camp could also yield chest rewards. He might not deliberately attempt to clear out this robber team, but it would be helpful to know the enemy in case of a confrontation. According to refugees who traveled through here, there are nearly 1,000. As you know, few people here are able to count properly, so they only have a rough estimate, and can't describe the exact number, said Ma Hong. A robber group of nearly 1,000 people is indeed considered a large-scale team. As for their own team dispatched from Lis City, the one they were escorting had only nearly 2,000 people. If the enemy launched a surprise attack, it could potentially cause severe damage. Are you clear on the heroes and the soldier levels? Fang Hao continued to ask. Ma Hong shook his head, the refugees couldn't explain clearly. Back then, because I feared that the robbers would attack, I specifically inquired about it and added defenses on the city wall. In the end, the robbers didn't attack, so I didn't pay much attention to these matters. Fang Hao nodded, indicating that he understood. To put it straightforwardly, in the case of being unable to use the Bone Dragon and Undead abilities, this robber named Life Taker did pose a threat to this team. At the same time, Ma Hong also mentioned that robbers generally would not attack passing teams. He hoped that both parties would avoid trouble for each other. If they hindered his journey, Fang Hao swore to send the Bone Dragon overnight and clear out the robbers' camp. After chatting a few more words with Ma Hong, the sky gradually dimmed. Fang Hao leisurely rose, intending to return to his place to rest. Hearing that Fang Hao was leaving, Ma Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Although Fang Hao had a high reputation in the channel and was supported by most transmigrators, when he saw Fang Hao's true strength, it was still awe-inspiring. Thousands of soldiers, carts packed with supplies, a large number of higher-level soldiers, and orange-grade heroes, any of which he could not compete with. He only now realized the gap between him and the true power players. In this chaotic continent, there were no rules or laws. The rule on this continent was the survival of the fittest. Even if Fang Hao wanted to occupy his territory, he had no means to resist. The fact that Fang Hao had no interest in his territory at all was what he most wanted to see. After seeing Fang Hao out of the Lord's mansion and instructing his people to prepare all kinds of goods for Fang Hao, he returned to his own room to rest. The next morning, the team started to pack up tents. The army gradually left Ma Hong's territory and continued on their journey. At departure, Ma Hong bid them farewell, Mr. Fang Hao. Keep in touch when you have time. Fang Hao nodded and waved goodbye to Ma Hong as well. As the team gradually moved away, Ma Hong, who was standing at the door, heaved a deep sigh of relief. Finally, he had sent Fang Hao off. Even if Fang Hao was courteous, he still brought an enormous pressure. He didn't sleep well the previous night. Waking up several times, he dreamt that he was dragged off by 2 orange heroes and beheaded. Lord, will we continue hunting today? The militia's inquiry brought Ma Hong back to reality. Ma Hong felt his own neck. Yes, let everyone go hunting. I'll go back and rest first. Call me if anything happens. Yes, Lord. After that, the militia organized and began to go hunting in small groups. As time passed, the team from Lis City traveled away 2 days at a time. The speed of the team was not slow, and even because of the dwarf carts, it relieved the burden on the horses, allowing them to travel twice as fast as before. Fang Hao sat in the cart, looking a bit tired due to the fatigue of the journey. The large map on the Book of Lords automatically recorded the South's unlocked map status. They could see that they were already quite far away from the main city. Suddenly, night fell once more. This time, they were not so lucky to have any cities nearby for them to stay the night. The team selected an open location and started to set up camp and build a temporary base. Rebecca and Fang Hao each arranged for people to scout the surrounding area. They drove away and killed nearby beasts. Fang Hao jumped off the carriage, stretched his sore back. He opened the Book of Lords and started to make some tools to assist the soldiers in establishing defenses more quickly. As for dinner, Fang Hao prepared hot pot ingredients, as well as a lot of meat and vegetables. Even in the tents, there were mattresses and quilts taken out from his storage space. There were even complete sets of pajamas. If it weren't for the fact that they were passing through for one night, Fang Hao could have directly set up a new camp from here. After dinner, Fang Hao returned to his own tent. The surrounding tents belonged to people like Demetria and Aseti, so he didn't need to worry about safety. Additionally, there were a lot of people on rotational night watches. Late at night, in a forest south of the temporary silver mine. The hazy moonlight, like a fog woven from silver gauze, enveloped the whole forest. Clip-clop, clip-clop, urgent hooves rustled in the dark forest. Under the moonlight, a knight dressed in leather armor continually urged his horse to speed up, harness in hand. Non-stop travel. Eventually, he stopped before a concealed fort in the forest. The knight spoke loudly to the person on the fort gate. The fort gate opened, and the knight hurriedly walked towards the central building. He pushed open the building gate and walked directly in. In the room, several people appeared to be waiting for the knight's return. The knight went to the middle and declared loudly, "Big, I found the military camp from Lis City. At least 1,000 people and they're expected to arrive here by tomorrow noon. Did you see Rebecca? She is worth 50,000 gold coins," a deep voice echoed from the front. A few burning torches illuminated the dim room. In the hall, several men were seated. The man at the head of the table was sitting with a bold and confident swagger. Even though the autumn night was getting colder, the man was still bare-chested, revealing his strong muscles. On the man's chest, there was a dark red brand. It resembled a triangular bridle, with a human head hanging upside down. "Have you seen Rebecca?" The man's voice was as grating as sandpaper. The scout replied promptly, "Indeed, I saw a woman being escorted down from the carriage. Judging from the tight security, it should be Lady Rebecca, the city lord's wife." Ha ha ha. The man burst out laughing and continued, "Let the brothers rest well tonight. Be sharp when you step onto the battlefield tomorrow. If we take down this team, the money we get will be enough for you all to live lavishly for the rest of your lives." "Yes, big brother." The scout promptly retreated, relaying the boss's words. This was the camp of the Life-Taker bandits. The man sitting in the middle was the leader of the Life-Takers. The people sitting in the hall belonged to the leader of the Flaming Camp, a tyrant named Trollop. Being called a tyrant was not his heroic nickname, but the name given to him by his subordinates because of his brutality. When it came to killing, he did not discriminate between men and women, old and young. What he saw was your value. Countless villages had been destroyed by the Life-Taker bandits. Those who escaped became the heralds of their notoriety. As the largest bandit stronghold in this area, their force had expanded to 2,000 men. Every year, the caravans passing through this area had to pay a toll to the Life-Taker camp. After the scout left, only the core members of the Life-Takers remained in the room. One of them asked, Big Brother, attacking the city of the 100 Cities Federation's Federal Conference is not an easy task. Even if we really succeed, the Federal Conference won't let us off. What can be robbed and what cannot be robbed, they knew it clearly at heart. All along, the convoys heading to their city from the Federal Conference had been ignored by the Life Taker camp. That is why they have been able to survive until now. But today, their leader seemed to have chosen a different path, intending to rob Liss City. A smirk appeared on Trollop's face as he said, "So what if the Federation sends forces to encircle us? If it comes to that, we can abandon this place. As long as we've got money, we can live lavishly anywhere." Big Brother, are you mad? We've worked so hard to get the camp to this point, how can you say we'll just give it up? Someone exclaimed. Even though this was a bandit camp, the present condition was a result of their efforts over several years. Abandoning the camp over such a minor issue, they naturally felt some reluctance. Despite this, Trollop was still confident and lowered his voice, "I'm not hiding it from you guys. This time, our client is the Marshall family. As long as we kill all the troops in Liss City and capture Rebecca, the money they'll provide will be enough for us to spend a lifetime. Plus, they've promised us a legitimate identity, no more skulking about." Trollop's voice was very low, only the few people in the room could hear clearly. This was obviously a matter that needed to be kept confidential and couldn't be shared with the rest of their men. Even so, the few core members in the room were taken aback. They knew well about the Marshall family, a very wealthy merchant group. They were reassured once they learned that their orders had been arranged with an escape plan. The topic also shifted from whether to attack or not to how they are going to lavishly spend this dirty money in the future. Big Brother, I've heard that Rebecca is a real beauty, with skin whiter than sheep's milk, and softer than silk. That's right, Big Brother. When you snatch her, you enjoy first. Then let the brothers have a taste too, we won't mind your leftovers. Trollop scorned, "Stop talking nonsense. The Marshals specifically asked for Rebecca. They obviously want this woman. If you guys mess with her, how are we gonna get paid?" Big Brother, you're being foolish. Rebecca is already married, she's not a virgin. Who would know if we have fun with her? Just clean her up a bit afterwards, we just have to vehemently deny everything. Exactly, Big Brother. She's a well-known lady of the Federation. If we miss out on her, there will be no place for regret. The brothers chimed in with one another. Trollop, in truth, was somewhat convinced. After thinking, he said, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Don't spread these words out. Rest well today, set up the trap on the road tomorrow. If Rebecca escapes, we won't get the money, and our current situation would be jeopardized." "We understand, Big Brother, he. The men chuckled and returned to their respective places. There was not the slightest bit of tension, even though they were to battle in the morning. Early the next morning, the golden sunrays painted a transparent layer on the leather tents. Fang Hao cleaned up and received the breakfast passed over by the Lionheart Knight. The breakfast was quite simple, consisting of smoked meat and a bowl of porridge. After filling his stomach simply, Fang Hao packed up his bedding, cooking utensils, and everything else into his storage space. They still had several days of travel ahead, all these things were still needed, so naturally, he couldn't throw them away. He waited until the large team was ready. They began their continuing journey, relentlessly moving forward in the southern direction. They kept going until noon. They then entered a forest. The forest on both sides was dense, yet eerily quiet. In the entire area, all one could hear were the concentrated footsteps of the team, and the sounds of the wagon wheels grinding against the stones of the road. It seemed as if the entire army had entered a secret realm, where the air was completely still, with only the army continuously advancing. Just as Fang Hao was contemplating whether to release the skeleton sparrow to scout the situation from the sky, the convoy suddenly began to slow down, gradually coming to a stop. A cavalryman ran up from the front, leaning over to whisper near the wagon, "Sir, a trade caravan ahead has had a mishap. Their cart has overturned and they are currently retrieving their goods. I am afraid we might have to wait some time before the road is clear." Fang Hao blinked, following the line of the convoy to see what was happening ahead. There was a cart, full of goods, overturned in the middle of the road. The goods from the cart were scattered all over the ground, and people dressed as drivers and mercenaries were collecting the goods and calming the startled horses. This road was quite narrow to begin with. The army could not pass until the other party's cart was moved to make way. Fang Hao looked around, feeling that stopping in this vicinity posed an indescribable sense of danger. It felt as though countless eyes hidden in the bushes were observing them quietly. The thick forest on both sides of the road would allow people to sneak through. But the wagon and horses could not pass if they detoured off the road. This sudden mishap of a caravan on a path as narrow as this raised suspicions about a plotted scheme. Having traveled for 2 days, the team was reminded of the large gang of robbers mentioned by Ma Hong. "What does Rebecca say?" Fang Hao asked. Whispering in a low voice, the cavalryman replied, "The lady has ordered the team to go into defensive mode. They have recognized the rogue banner on the caravan up ahead and have dispatched a person to convey the request to clear the road as quickly as possible. Every caravan owns its own banner that symbolizes its identity. Each city and family has a banner that portrays who they belong to, which they hang, whether on the road to represent their identity or at home. Since Rebecca recognized the banner of the caravan ahead, she couldn't directly order an attack." I see. Fang Hao nodded, not adding more words. Just as everyone was silently waiting. Mounted on horses, Angia and Lori's ears twitched subtly. They subtly looked over at the woods next to them. Orcs have better sensory abilities than humans. Certain subtle noises might fool human ears, but it's harder to fool the orcs. Angia guided his horse towards the wagon. Without looking sideways, he whispered, "There's an ambush." Upon hearing this, Fang Hao felt a tug at his heart. Then the overturned cart ahead was indeed a trap designed to delay them. "Don't panic. Tell Rebecca that there's an ambush, and to be careful," Fang Hao whispered. But before Angia could inform Rebecca, the soldiers attempting to help the overturned cart were suddenly attacked. The frosty swords pierced their bodies as they aided in pushing the cart. They fell onto the ground, faces filled with fear and surprise. By now, no one needed Fang Hao's reminder. Everyone understood what was happening. The commander in Rebecca's army spoke in a loud voice, issuing the order to prepare for battle. At the same time, whoosh, an arrow shot out from the bushes on the left, making a chiming sound as it lodged into the side of a wagon. This arrow was like a command unto itself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew, attacking the army of Lis City. Even though they knew of the ambush, several soldiers of Lis City were still hit by the arrows amidst the confusion, crying out as they fell off their horses. Fang Hao's side also came under arrow attack. He lay low on the floor of the wagon, surrounded by the sounds of arrows whizzing past and piercing the wagon's sides. "Overturn the supply wagons, prepare for a counterattack," Aseti shouted aloud. The Lionheart Knights overturned the supply wagons, leaning against them for cover against the flurry of arrows. Bang, 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 as the Lionheart Knights began firing back into the bushes. Although they couldn't verify the enemy's location, they could still roughly judge it by the trajectory of the inbound arrows. With each pull of the trigger, the knights were sending intimidating shots back at their hidden assailants. At such a close range, the power of the rifles greatly surpassed the bow and arrows in the hands of their enemy. With each shot fired, shrill cries arose from the bushes, forcing the other party to stop shooting, wary of this new type of firearm hitting them. Arrows and gunfire kept calling out to each other. At the same time, Demetria took a deep breath from the side. Blue energy gathered in his abdomen, then surged up through his chest to the throat. Whoosh! The next second, a thick fog was expelled from Demetria's mouth, rapidly spreading down the road. It enveloped Lisbeth's entire team. The thick fog surrounded the team on the road, also obscuring the enemy's vision. Whooshing! You could hear the army in the fog incessantly shifting their positions, yet because of the obstruction to their vision, they could only blindly shoot arrows. However, these arrows entering the fog were like stones tossed into an abyss. There was no feedback, nor was there any sound of a hit. Squeak! Angia opened the carriage door and pulled out Fang Hao, both hiding behind the carriage. This luxuriously decorated carriage could also fend off enemy arrows. It also attracted the enemy's attention. Looking back at his carriage, Fang Hao found it pitifully resembling a straw boat borrowing arrows, densely riddled with arrows. If he hadn't been pulled out, with the enemy continuing to target the carriage, this carriage probably wouldn't last long before it fell apart, scattering into pieces. Fang Hao leaned against a toppled supply carriage. Demetria came over and asked, "Lord, are you all right?" "I'm fine, can you confirm the number of enemies?" answered Fang Hao. Considering the high frequency of their arrows, the enemy was numerous and well prepared. The earlier accident of the caravan's carriage overturning was a trap set by the enemy. "The enemy's hiding places are too good. I can't confirm if there are others," Demetria replied quietly. "Lord, I can go scout," Lori volunteered. Her special ability was reconnaissance. Although her ears were very sharp, allowing her to roughly estimate the enemy's numbers from their footstep sounds. Whether there were others still needed to be confirmed. She was preparing for counterattacks in the dense forest. However, Fang Hao shook his head. "No need to take such a risk. Lori, go grab my backpack from the carriage." Lori quickly approached the carriage and retrieved Fang Hao's backpack. Fang Hao took it, and from it, he pulled out a skeletal gray sparrow and set it on the ground. "Protect me." Upon saying this, Fang Hao closed his eyes and his body slumped. Simultaneously, a ghostly blue soul fire ignited in the hollow pupils of the skeletal gray sparrow. With the concealment of the fog, the skeletal gray sparrow quickly flew up into the sky. After reaching a certain height, it flew towards the dense forest from which the arrows came. Flying further into the forest, the enemy had yet to notice a skeletal gray sparrow leaving their formation. Perhaps they never imagined that someone would use this method for reconnaissance. The sparrow smoothly flew into the dense forest. Below it was an orderly line of enemies. These enemies, dressed in different armors, leather, plate, appeared like a bandit gang hastily formed. All these differently dressed bandits bore the same tattoo on their bare arms and necks. The design resembled a noose. Life takers. At this moment, Fang Hao was able to confirm the enemy's identity. It was the life takers that Ma Hong mentioned. But Fang Hao was even more curious. Ma Hong had said that the life takers wouldn't dare touch official teams. Moreover, in the past years, they had never ambushed teams from Lis City. Why did they suddenly appear here this year, setting an ambush as if they knew their route? Was there a mole among them? Fang Hao, still controlling the skeletal gray sparrow, continued to fly towards the back of the enemy formation. Sure enough, behind these archers were a large number of close combat bandits. At the same time, low voices could be heard from below. "Boss, the fog is too thick. If we accidentally shoot Rebecca, there goes our money." Hearing this, Fang Hao's heart was stirred. They came for Rebecca. July 1st, Chapter 470 and 471 have been refreshed. Everyone have another look. Whistle, whistle, whistle. The silent forest began to tremble violently. A rain of arrows shot out, attacking the wagon and the soldiers on the road. The neighing of horses and the wailing of soldiers filled the entire area. Ding, ding, ding. Arrows penetrated the wagon, which shook continuously. Fang Hao felt as if a hailstorm had begun in the sky, a relentless, concentrated assault on the wagon body. He lay at the bottom of the wagon, pressing Rebecca firmly beneath him. At this moment, he had no chance to feel the softness beneath him, his ears filled only with the sound of arrows embedding into the carriage wall. Fortunately, Rebecca's two wagons were sturdy, and no arrows managed to penetrate them. A string of orders came from outside the wagon. "Overturn the wagons and use them as shields. Prepare to counterattack," Aseti's voice rang out. Wagon after wagon filled with supplies were overturned and propped up. The surrounding soldiers, as well as some mercenaries, quickly hid behind them and began to counterattack. Compared to the rest of the people's archery counterattacks, the rifles of the Lionheart Knights garnered everyone's attention. Click click boom, boom, boom. The Lionheart Knights, proficiently pulling the bolt, began to retaliate against the forest from where the arrows were being shot. Although it was impossible to confirm the enemy's position, they could make rough estimates based on the trajectory of where the arrows were being shot from. At such close range, the power of a rifle far exceeded the arrows in the enemy's hands. One after another, shots were fired. Sudden wails began to resound from within the forest. Clearly, enemies had been hit, and the rifle fire had forced the enemies to slow down their attack speed. Arrows and bullets continuously clipped each other. Just then, the dense forest to the left rear of the ranks began to violently shake as well. Everyone's faces dramatically changed. It was obvious that the enemy had more reinforcements rapidly approaching. Moreover, judging by the scope of the forest's shaking, their numbers were large. This was a pincer attack. If we don't charge out quickly enough, everyone's lives will be at risk. Where's Fang Hao? At that moment, Angia ran over crouching and asked in a cold voice. Demetria and Aseti both glanced at the hedgehog-like wagon. He's in the wagon, he's safe. I'm going to get him out of there, Angia said. Wait. Demetria spoke and then took a deep breath immediately. Blue energy gathered in his abdomen, then surged up to his throat. Phew. In the next second, Demetria exhaled a thick fog, which quickly spread along the road. It enveloped the entire Lisbeth team. The thick fog surrounded the team on the road, while also obstructing the enemy's view. There was a bustling sound. You could hear the soldiers in the fog constantly changing positions, yet because their vision was blocked, they could only blindly shoot arrows into the fog. However, once the arrows entered the fog, they disappeared like stones thrown into an abyss. No feedback, and no sound of anything being hit. Angia didn't hesitate any longer and led several people straight to the wagon's location. The magnificent wagon was now unrecognizable. The horses pulling the wagon were dead, the right side of the carriage was completely filled with arrows. The wagon continued to shake violently. The tormented wooden planks could not withstand such frequent attacks. Arrows were already passing through, shooting into the carriage interior. Fang Hao laid on the ground, grabbed the leather armor from the soft seat and put it on Rebecca. In the rush, his movements were a bit rough. He forcefully pushed it onto her chest where it wouldn't quite fit. At the moment, Rebecca was somewhat dazed and pale. What do we do? It's okay. Now is not the time to panic. Fang Hao forced himself to calm down. He had ways to save his life. Even if they were surrounded, he could take advantage of the demon teleportation and leave directly. He could ensure the safety of himself and several of his heroes. However, now was not the time to retreat. While he clumsily outfitted Rebecca with the armor, he realized that the rhythm of arrows bombarding the carriage had significantly lessened. Fog seeped through the cracks in the carriage wall. Squeak. The door on the other side of the wagon was pulled open, revealing Angia's face. Get off quickly. The arrows on the right side were still shooting at the wagon based on their memory. Angia pulled the two of them out. They all huddled together and headed towards the rest of the group. Running, Fang Hao looked back at the devastated wagon. The originally magnificent carriage had turned into a prickly, box-shaped hedgehog. Like the story of Zhuge Liang borrowing arrows, it was completely filled with arrows. If they hadn't been pulled out and the enemy kept shooting at the wagon, the carriage wouldn't hold out much longer and would fall apart into a pile of debris. Seeing that Fang Hao and Rebecca had returned safe, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Even the mercenaries who didn't care about the two of them, were worried about their pay. My lord, are you okay? Aseti moved closer and asked. Demetria, along with a group of Lionheart knights, looked over at the same time. I'm fine, can we confirm the number of enemies? Fang Hao asked. From the intensity of the arrows, the number of enemies was large, and they were well prepared. The accident of the merchant caravan overturning was a trap set up by the enemy. Judging by the density of the arrows, there are over 1,000 enemies, and there are many enemies approaching from the left rear, said Aseti. Sir, madam, we should charge in from the right before the enemy reinforcements encircle us, take out the hidden archers inside, and then retreat. Said a mercenary captain quickly based on experience. Right, now is the best timing. Once we're surrounded, I am afraid few of us will escape. Another captain commented. No, the enemy is well prepared. The dense forest on the right is too quiet. They wouldn't make such a mistake. Aseti opposed immediately. But if we continue delaying, we will end up being more passive, argued a member from the mercenary army. A disagreement emerged within the team. The mercenaries, even Rebecca's trusted aides, intended to break through from the right. However, Aseti insisted that they lack enough intelligence, and if they made an inaccurate judgment, they would be throwing themselves into the enemy's trap. The two parties instantly ended in a deadlock. They all turned to look at Fang Hao and Rebecca. "Sir, I can go scout." Lori volunteered. The Blackfoot Cat tribe are skilled at reconnaissance and gathering intelligence. But such scouting isn't meant to be under the enemy's watch. If Lori steps out of the mist, chances are he will get targeted. This approach would be very risky. "No need, I'll use a dust sparrow to scout, you all prepare for a breakthrough," Fang Hao said immediately. Hearing Fang Hao's decision, both parties immediately quieted down. Although the mercenaries did not understand what dust sparrow scouting means, they knew Fang Hao was a mage, and he had his quirks all the way. No more dispute, everyone started to assemble and make the final preparations. Fang Hao took out a skeletal dust sparrow from his bag and placed it on the ground. "Guard me." Having said that, Fang Hao closed his eyes and his body went limp. At the same time, a bluish soul fire ignited in the hollow pupils of the skeletal dust sparrow. With the cover of the mist, the skeletal dust sparrow quickly flew into the air. After reaching a certain height, it first flew towards the dense forest at the left rear. The enemy didn't notice a dust sparrow leaving the opposite team even as it flew deep into the forest. Perhaps they never thought anyone would use this method for scouting. The dust sparrow moved smoothly inside the forest. It flew straight towards the direction from where the forest was shaking intensely. Once the dust sparrow alighted on a tree branch, it looked down at the enemy in a somewhat surprised way. About 500 people were there, wearing a mishmash of armors. Cloth robes, leather armors, and some were even bare-chested, like a temporary band of brigands. They were dragging branches behind them, constantly shuttling back and forth in the forest, as if deliberately making a huge noise. At the same time, Fang Hao also noticed a detail. All the people ambushing him had a common trait. That was on their arms or chests. They all bore the same mark. The pattern similar to a noose. Life takers. As soon as he saw the mark, Fang Hao immediately identified their identity. They were the life takers that Ma Hong had mentioned. Apparently, Rebecca's information was already outdated. This band of bandits, originally only a few hundred strong, had long expanded on such a large scale. More than that, they dared to attack them. But Fang Hao had his doubts. Even if these bandits were bold, how could they know that his party would be passing by here at this moment? Could there be a traitor? This shouldn't be the case. Fang Hao made a quick circle in the air. Still, he did not find any enemies. Then, he flew towards the dense forest on the right side of the team. In the forest on the right, the first thing he saw were the archers launching continuous attacks. And behind these archers, Fang Hao saw a large crowd of people. These people, obviously, were the main force of the bandits. Uniform armors, uniform iron round shields, and black iron knight swords. He was familiar with these equipments. He had sold them in the channel himself. It seemed that there was a fellow in the gang of life takers. These bandits were quietly hiding in this forest. Like beasts waiting for prey, they were silently staring at the mist outside the forest. They were many in number, filling the entire area covered by his view. Probably, they numbered more than 2,000. The left forest was making a huge noise, the trees were shaking, as if a herd of animals were moving. On the right, there were archers attacking, but behind them was the hiding place for the bandit elites. At this point, Fang Hao immediately reacted when he compared the situation on both sides. These bandits were playing tricks. If Fang Hao didn't have this scouting method, he would undoubtedly think the left forest was vibrating violently because a large army was enclosing them. In a rush, people would think that the right side, which was being attacked by archers, but not showing any movements at the back, was safe. But by doing so, they would fall right into the enemy's trap. How could these bandits be so smart? At the same time, Fang Hao was somewhat surprised by the number of bandits below and their overall quality. In a head-on confrontation, they might not necessarily lose. There might be some casualties as well. Moreover, they had a few maidens in the team, including Rebecca, who were completely incapable of fighting. This was indeed somewhat dangerous. Having discovered the enemy's layout, Fang Hao had a plan in his mind. When he was about to release the god's presence and prepare for the upcoming battle, out of the corner of his eye, he saw heavy machinery being pushed forward at the back of the bandit camp, and his heart suddenly tightened. 4 men were straining to push it forward. The heavy wooden wheels crushed the vegetation, leaving a trail of depressions in the ground. The wheels were covered with an old sheet of oilcloth that was propped up from the front, revealing a large cannon barrel. Damn, how could they have cannons? Fang Hao couldn't believe what he was seeing on the barrel of the gun carriage. Though only a part is visible, it was clear that it was a cannon. He was baffled. Even the prosperous city of Lis didn't have such weaponry. How could these bandits possess cannons? His eyes scanned the entire force of bandits again, confirming that there was only one cannon. After his investigation, Fang Hao didn't dare to delay any further, and immediately cancelled his god's presence. Awake within the ranks, Fang Hao quickly relayed to everyone what he had seen. Without consulting anyone else, he began strategizing for battle. The enemy's layout was obvious. There wasn't much to discuss. Fang Hao's task was to get his people out of the enemy's encirclement at the smallest cost. He could perhaps kill them off with determination. But that wasn't a cost Fang Hao was willing to bear. He wanted to first get his team out, and then he had countless ways to destroy the bandit stronghold. His skeleton army hadn't been used in a while. Fang Hao immediately conveyed the subsequent plan of action. There was no need to worry about the right side, the team will break through to the left when the time comes. Killing off the noisy ragtag forces would allow them to retreat. Then, they could regroup and return for revenge. He communicated the battle plan to his allies. Informed the leaders of the various mercenary groups. The mercenaries didn't have much to say, for they wouldn't succeed on their own. Whatever was said here would be decided upon. Fang Hao took out his Starfire magic wand from his storage and held the Thunderhawk blade in his other hand. The magic power was gathered. He then cast the earth elemental magic, Glay Rolling Stone, into the forest. The 2-meter diameter Glay Stone was rolling quickly, initiating a Rolling Stone charge towards the enemy. The fast approaching shadow from the fog caught the attention of the bandit archers. Arrows began to land on the Rolling Stone. Fang Hao took a deep breath, without any hesitation. He gave the command, Demetria, delay the enemy as you fall back with your men. The rest follow me into the forest. The troops had been ready for a while, and upon hearing Fang Hao's command, they all rushed into the left side of the forest, whereas Demetria remained hidden in the fog. Using rifles and crossbow arrows, he continually retaliated towards the right side, giving an illusion of continued resistance. The left side forest was only 100 meters from the road. The men and horses quickly rushed in. Within the protective guard of the troops, Fang Hao rushed straight into the forest. When the bandits dragging large tree branches to make noise saw the fierce-faced troops rushing in, they were instantly dumbfounded. They were perplexed, standing on the spot unsure of what to do. They could not understand why the enemy would forsake the tranquil right side, and come straight for them instead. Fang Hao pushed to the front of the troops and issued a cold order, kill. With a swoosh, the soldiers and mercenaries, full of fury, charged forward with their weapons drawn. Their distances from each other lessened in an instant. A melee ensued. The sound of combat filled the entire forest. These bandits, adorned in random armor and weapons, were nothing more than a miscellany force. Against properly trained soldiers, or even a few mercenaries, they stood no chance of fighting back. As soon as the conflict began, some threw down their weapons and fled. It wasn't long before these bandits were wiped clean. Meanwhile, a more fierce combat noise came from the back of the line. Fang Hao looked back. Angia, take a few men and escort Rebecca out first. The rest prepare for the second line of defense and wait for Demetria to return. Backline. The sound of fighting from the left forest still attracted the attention of the ambushed bandits. Needless to say, they knew the enemy started breaking out from the left side. At the same time, Demetria ordered the retreat of his troops into the forest. Just after retreating, boom, A rumble sounded from the front. The place where the carriage was gathered burst open in an instant, with fragments of the carriage and rocks flying everywhere. The dust covered the battlefield. At the same time, a chorus of intents shouted and the sound battle resonated from the forest behind them. The whole forest seemed to be boiling, shaking dramatically. Soon, countless figures burst out of the forest, like crazed wild beasts, rushing towards the direction where the army was retreating. Demetria had just retreated to a dense forest with his men. From behind them emanated a cacophony of battle cries. Swarms of mountain bandits, like a torrential flood, emerged from the forest. They began to launch an attack in this direction. They held iron shields and swords in their hands, howling like deranged beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers started to retaliate. Bullets and crossbow bolts were continuously pouring towards the front. There were so many bandits that any random shot is likely to hit a target. The once ferocious bandits were falling one after another. Agonizing screams echoed through the woods. However, even more bandits surged out from the forest, as if they were not afraid of death in their attacks. Even though they didn't take the bandits seriously. Facing such a vast number, the rearguard soldiers and mercenaries swallowed nervously. Bang! The sound of cannons resounded again, exploding not far from their ranks. The shockwave of the cannonball instantly sent several soldiers flying. Their chest armor caved in, their mouths spewing blood. Demetria, with cold eyes, scanned the distance. He saw that the heavy mist on the road had dispersed, and in the middle of the road, a few bandits were efficiently cleaning the cannons, reloading the ammunition. As expected, they were cannons. Fortunately, they didn't fall into the enemy's trap. Otherwise, few would have been able to escape. Shoosh! Shoosh! Demetria, his longsword swinging, wiped out all the charging enemies around him. He gave an order in a cold voice, take the wounded and continue to retreat. Rustle! Rustle! The soldiers began to act. Some of them fought with the bandits who charged haphazardly, while others began to retreat with the men affected by the cannon fire. At the same time, Demetria, with a few, continued to withdraw. Boom! They hadn't retreated far. Their former position was once again bombarded by cannon shells. Bits of rock and debris struck their armor with a clattering sound. They fought as they retreated, unable to shake off the pursuit from behind. These bandits were more familiar with this area. Though their combat power was inferior, their movements through the dense forest were incredibly agile. They always managed to keep up, relentlessly entangling and slowing them down. At present, Demetria and his men were stuck in a relentless fight with the bandits. Bandits from all directions, their numbers growing. They began to employ tactics of attrition, continuously draining their combat power. At this moment, the stark difference in power between the regular army and the bandits was clearly evident. Demetria's side fought as they retreated, suffering relatively few casualties. The bandits, however, had taken numerous casualties despite their aggressive onslaught. Corpses littered the forest, the blood turning the vegetation a dark red. Kill. Seeing the heavily wounded Demetria and his men, the bandits, like wild animals that had smelled blood, became more excited, their howls resounding as they kept surging forward relentlessly. In the eyes of the bandits, killing these soldiers from Lys City was only a matter of time. Demetria and his men were forced to keep falling back. Numerous sword slashes adorned their armor, and blood had begun to form a layer of brown scabs. Some of the blood was their own, but most of it was from their enemies. Though the battle continued, they could see little hope of victory. Several rearguard mercenaries, leaning on each other, were continually muttering, "Why aren't they back yet? Not back yet, damn it, where are they?" While fending off the enemy's approach. According to the plan, the army that retreated first would establish a second defense line to cover their retreat. These mercenaries were acutely aware of the cold indifference and cowardice of the nobility. Seeing that the second defense line was nowhere in sight, some began to believe that they had been abandoned. The plan Fang Hao had formulated earlier was merely to deceive them into acting as sacrificial pawns. How does that help us now? Let's stay alive first, don't get distracted, a fellow mercenary bitterly said. But there wasn't much time for discussion, the bandits surrounding them increased, like an incoming tidal wave, they were surrounded. Once a proper encirclement took place, death was inevitable. Just as their expressions hardened, and despair set in, the rain of bandits suddenly halted. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that the bandits' feet were ensnared by vines growing from the ground. With their feet obstructed, the charging bandits fell over like tumbling gourds. Everyone turned around abruptly. They saw 3 wood spirit guards with their arms buried in the ground. Their arms had transformed into vines, entangling the enemies. Behind these wood spirit guards were Fang Hao and a group of waiting soldiers and mercenaries. Upon witnessing this, a look of joy flashed across the faces of the rearguard. Fang Hao then said, "Deal with the close mountain bandits, lead everyone away, and retreat to the north." "Yes. Russell. Russell." All of them immediately charged. Like a tiger diving into a group of lambs, they directly attacked the swarm of bandits. The original rearguard began to fall back. Fang Hao stood on a large rock. He held the Thunderhawk blade in his hand and began to concentrate his magic power. As the magic power gradually gathered, mist began to rise around him. This was his skill, Mist Wrap. Ever since he absorbed the 0-level divinity of the Lord of Thunder, Mist Wrap, an air elemental spell, began to evolve. The mist was as thick as cotton, featuring flickering sparks of electricity. Not only could it obscure the enemy's senses, but the hidden thunderbolts were also a form of attack. It was an upgraded version of the Mist Wrap. When mist enveloped the forest, all of them, at Fang Hao's signal, quickly retreated without further delay. They followed the forest trail north for about an hour's journey. They arrived at a spacious main road. Aseti placed his 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a whistle. Soon, the sound of clustered hoofbeats could be heard. Aseti's mount, Wind Demon, hurried over, followed by hundreds of horses from the original group. Among them was a humongous 4-legged giant lizard that looked somewhat foolish. In the current situation, the horses left behind would only become targets for arrows. Apart from the horses that were tied to carts and got killed by arrows immediately, the others were led away by Wind Demon. No one hesitated. Those who were injured mounted up and continued moving northwards. Outside the mountains and forests, the faces of the 3 leaders of the Life Takers were shrouded in gloom as they listened to reports from their subordinates. This gloom did not only contain anger, but mostly fear and helplessness. The excitement they felt last night upon hearing Rebecca's news was proportional to the fear they felt today. They could clearly imagine Rebecca's revenge. And also the relentless pursuit of the Federation. From now onwards, they would have nowhere to hide, there would be no place for them in the human world. You goddamn wastes of life, you let them escape with so many people on our side. Chase them. If Rebecca escapes, we are all doomed. The tyrant roared. Listening to the furious rebuke of their boss, the underlings' legs trembled. Boss, they have mages in their ranks. The entire forest is blanketed in fog that releases lightning. We can't tell where they have run off to. Bang. Hearing his subordinate's explanation only added to the tyrant's fury. He kicked him onto the ground, spitting curses. Keep looking. Spread out further. Whoever finds them first will become the 4th boss. If you don't find them, I'll slaughter all of you. Yes, we will chase them immediately. The underling got up and rolled away, conveying the boss's command in a hurry. On the side, not only the face of the tyrant was ugly. The expressions of the second boss, Greedy Wolf, and Li Junhu were also frightful. If they allowed their targets to escape, their glory days would end. It's all over. All our efforts have been wasted. After attacking the city lord of the 100 cities, the Federation will never let us off, said Greedy Wolf, his voice trembling. Just yesterday, he was suggesting they have fun with Rebecca. Now, all he could feel was fear towards Rebecca. Don't panic, we are more familiar with this area than them. Outsiders won't be able to escape this forest easily. Li Junhu tried to console them, but he didn't have much confidence. Li Junhu had his own concerns. Rumors were that Fang Hao had connections with Lis City. He wasn't sure if Fang Hao was with the group. If Fang Hao wasn't there, or if he escaped, Li Junhu feared immediate retaliation from him due to his character. Li Junhu's words seemed to have reminded the tyrant as he said, Right, we should split up to search for them. They can't get out of this forest so easily. The other two nodded, leading their respective men into the dense forest to search. The next night, the doors of Ma Hong's territory were tightly shut. After taking a relaxing hot bath, Ma Hong was about to go to bed. Then he heard loud bell rings outside his room. The sleepy Ma Hong sat up from his bed abruptly, looking out of the window with a serious expression. This bell ringing was the second time he heard it. The first time was during the installation of the bell, to test whether it still worked. This second time indicated that enemies were approaching. He didn't have time to think much. Simply putting on his armor, he rushed out of his room. He climbed up the city wall and looked in the direction the soldiers were pointing. He saw rows of torches forming a dragon of fire, moving fast towards them. This area was sparsely populated, so there was no doubt that the long fiery dragon was coming for them. Ma Hong's heart was thumping rapidly. Damn it, it better not be those despicable bandits. Ma Hong cursed. If it really was those bandits, his troop count wouldn't be enough to defend the city. City Lord, what do we do? A civilian soldier asked in a low voice. What else can we do? Identify the enemy. If it's the bandits, we will defend the city to our deaths, Ma Hong replied through gritted teeth. As more and more refugees came into the city, the news of the life takers spread further. Any village they had visited had been turned into ruins, not a chicken or dog survived. The fear of life takers was deep-seated in everyone's heart. Not only Ma Hong, but also the civilian soldiers and residents of the city were fearful. Once they heard Ma Hong's command, they all started moving immediately. They began to move rocks and prepared arrows. Their eyes were filled with fear as they watched the approaching fiery long dragon. Whoosh! When the crowd came within a certain range, an arrow was shot towards the front of the crowd, forcing the advancing crowd to stop immediately. Who goes there? Advance any further, and we will attack, echoed the voice of a guard in the silent night. We are from Lord Fang Hao's team and we need to rest in the city for the night, someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone turned to Ma Hong upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Ma Hong's Book of Lords received a private message. It was from Fang Hao, saying his squad had encountered some problems and needed to rest in his city again. Knowing it was really Fang Hao's squad, Ma Hong heaved a sigh of relief. No matter who it was, as long as it wasn't those damned bandits, it was fine. Otherwise, his reign as lord would come to an end. They are not bandits, open the city gate, let them in, ordered Ma Hong immediately. Upon hearing that they were not bandits, the militia breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly opened the city gate. The city gate was opened. It was only when Fang Hao's group entered the city that Ma Hong realized the seriousness of the situation. The once glittering guard squad was now distinctly disheveled. Many were wounded, and some had even died. Some had dented armor, some still had arrows lodged in their bodies. They looked like defeated fugitives. Upon seeing Fang Hao in the group, Ma Hong immediately approached him. Lord Fang Hao, was your group attacked? Although Fang Hao looked reasonably okay, just weary from the journey, it was evident from his expression that he was suppressing his anger. Let's go to your lord's mansion to talk. Have someone close the city gates and strengthen the patrol, Fang Hao said. Oh, okay, Ma Hong agreed, albeit somewhat confused. Still, he carried out Fang Hao's instructions. The city gate was closed again, and additional personnel were deployed on the city walls. Inside the lord's mansion, Fang Hao, Demetria, Aseti, Angia, Rebecca, and the leaders of the 4 mercenary groups were present. The mercenary groups had suffered the most losses, with casualties in every team. Following them were the trusted aides and the Lionheart Knights. These individuals, bodies stained with blood and emanating anger, sat there, making Ma Hong, the host, rather uneasy. Without allowing anyone else to speak, Fang Hao took the lead. Bring in the man we captured. Soon, a bandit with both arms broken was brought in. He had been captured during their retreat. Since there were no pursuers on the road, they had brought him here. They roughly tossed the bandit onto the ground. He was pale and weak, looking decidedly unwell. Everyone watched him with anger in their eyes. Who are you people? Fang Hao asked him, his voice deep. The bandit struggled to lift his head and glanced at Fang Hao. If I tell you, will you spare my life? He may have been a bandit, but he wasn't foolish. He realized this was the only time he had a bargaining chip. Once he revealed everything, he feared he would lose even that much. Fang Hao eyed him deeply. That depends on whether you are truthful or not. All right, ask away, said the bandit. Who are you people? We belong to the Life Takers camp. This time, as per the orders of Boss Tyrant, we set up an ambush specifically for you, said the bandit without hesitation. Upon hearing Life Takers camp, Ma Hong's face paled. Fang Hao was indeed in conflict with the ruthless bandits of Life Takers camp. And it seemed, Fang Hao had suffered losses. Feeling satisfied with his demeanor, Fang Hao nodded and continued his inquiry. How did you know we would pass through there today? Half a month ago, we began monitoring that route. Last night, we suddenly received a message about your whereabouts. Why were you watching us? What is your goal? That, I'm not sure. The order we received was to kill all, except the woman in the middle carriage. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao and the others looked at Rebecca in sync. Rebecca's carriage was extremely luxurious and conspicuous. Sparing only Rebecca and killing all the others was indeed ruthless. This meant these reckless bandits had attacked an official unit, all for the sake of capturing Rebecca. All eyes turned to Rebecca, but she just shook her head lightly. I have no idea. Indeed, had she known something, they wouldn't have been ambushed. Fang Hao turned to the bandit again. Tell me about your stronghold, who is the leader, and how many people do you have? Our boss is called Tyrant, the second in command is Greedy Wolf, and the third is Li Junhu. Wait, did you say Li Junhu? As the bandit was speaking, Ma Hong, who had been quiet, suddenly interrupted. The sudden exclamation startled everyone. Ah, yes, he is called Li Junhu, confirmed the bandit. From the name, it could be inferred that Li Junhu was a transmigrator. Those weapons and armors amongst the bandits were probably exchanged by Li Junhu through the area channel. However, what was the reason for Ma Hong's surprise? What? Do you know him? Fang Hao turned to Ma Hong. Ma Hong hesitated for a moment, as if something dawned on him. He angrily muttered, damn, that Li Junhu bastard is fishing here. Fang Hao was growing more confused the more he listened. How is this about fishing? Ma Hong thought for a moment before he explained. Zhenhu is quite active in the alliance, showing off fancy equipment and such in the channel every day to attract people. If he's actually working for Life Taker, these newcomers are all in danger. As Ma Hong explained, he continued to nervously wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. There was something else he didn't mention. He had already contacted Li Junhu. If his place was attacked by the mountain thieves, he would take his people and turn to Li Junhu for protection. Now that he thought about it, if he took his people there, wasn't he willingly walking into the trap after cleaning himself? The thought of that made his cold sweat pour out uncontrollably. From Ma Hong's explanation, Fang Hao understood his meaning. Transmigrators had been here for more than half a year, and during that time, alliances of all sizes were beginning to form in the region. These alliances focused on recruitment, and no one would idle about to provoke Fang Hao. Li Junhu, on the other hand, seemed to be exploiting this to fish. He was hoodwinking every surrounding city lord to join him before launching a devastating attack. But what did he stand to gain from this? What could he gain from these transmigrators? Fang Hao then returned his attention to the mountain thief below. Tell me more about this Li Junhu. Oh, okay. I only heard rumors that Li Junhu is highly regarded by our boss. He even reformed our gang, and all our weapons came from him. And what happened to the people he tricked? Fang Hao continued to inquire. They were sold. Besides stealing money and food, women and children, as well as men who refused to join, were sold as slaves, the mountain thief shared. Concerned looks crossed the faces of Fang Hao and his companions. It seemed that the transmigrants who had been deceived were likely sold off as well. Where were they sold to? Asked Fang Hao. I am not sure about that. Some were sold to nobles, some were sold as laborers. But those transmigrators you're asking about, they were said to be gifted individuals and were sold at a higher price. I don't know who exactly bought them, the mountain thief answered seriously. as the fact about transmigrators was no longer a secret. All factions saw the value of the transmigrators. Nobles were recruiting transmigrators, faceless ones were hunting them, and the dwarves managed to upgrade the musket into a bolt-action rifle due to the knowledge of the transmigrators. It could be said that transmigrators held great value, especially those with special skills who could fetch an astonishing price. It seemed that Li Junhu tricked transmigrators for this reason. All right, continue telling me about your band of thieves. Once you've finished, you can go and rest, have a full meal, and get a good night's sleep. Fang Hao changed the subject away from the issue of slave trafficking. This would be considered after they had taken down the gang's stronghold. The most important thing at this moment was to understand the strength of the gang. Yes, thank you, sir. Licking his dry lips, the mountain thief continued, our boss, the tyrant, is at level 8, Greedy Wolf is at level 7, and altogether we have about 3,000 combat power. Oh, and we have 3 cannons. The mountain thief in front of him was obedient. His village had been raided, and he had joined the bandits just to survive. He had no loyalty to any boss. He answered whatever Fang Hao asked, and even volunteered information about the inner workings of the bandits. Life Taker had 3 cannons, not just the one Fang Hao had seen. Where they got them from remained unknown. These were their trump card for quickly breaking through city gates. Can your camp accommodate so many people? Fang Hao continued to ask. Not exactly, we have 5 camps in total. The main camp is in the middle, surrounded by 4 smaller ones. It was the third boss's idea. He said it formed a kind of formation, where they could protect each other and assist each other, the mountain thief explained. Apparently, Li Junhu was quite crafty. Regardless of whether or not this arrangement was effective, it definitely served as an impressive strategy for a bunch of illiterate bandits. He was essentially acting as their think tank. How many people are in each camp? The mountain thief thought for a moment before replying. There are about 800 of the bosses, trusted followers in the main camp, the rest are all in the 4 smaller camps. Fang Hao nodded. After thinking for a while and deciding that he didn't have any more questions, he ordered someone to take the mountain thief back down. Once the mountain thief left, Rebecca looked rather upset. Part of the responsibility for the attack this time fell on her. Fang Hao had reminded her several times about the life takers, but she thought they only had a few hundred men and would not dare to make a move. This had always been the case in previous years. She did not expect that this year they would act so brazenly, even attacking a city lord's troop. This led to the casualties they suffered today. Fang Hao, what should we do now? Should we go back to Lis City and gather our troops to retaliate? Rebecca asked, clenching her hands tightly, speaking softly. They simply could not take on 3,000 mountain thieves by themselves. The only solution she could think of was to retreat to Lis City. But if they were to retreat and gather forces, they would not be able to attend this year's federal conference. Without giving an immediate answer, Fang Hao pondered the situation in his mind. Distance, time, manpower. He needed to consider all of these. Of course, he had to take revenge for this. In his time in this world, he had always adopted a strategy of overwhelming their enemies with sheer numbers. Now that he found himself under attack, he wasn't about to let it go unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, he tried to reassure her, it's nothing, no need to panic. They're just a bunch of mountain thieves. Neither Fang Hao nor Rebecca ever took the bandits seriously. However, being stuck here is indeed troublesome. But, Rebecca was still worried. It's okay, follow my plan. Fang Hao refocused his gaze on Ma Hong and said, Ma Hong, prepare some houses for me to arrange the injured. Okay. Ma Hong immediately agreed. Fang Hao continued. Rebecca, notify your trusted aides and the people of the 4 mercenary corps to retreat to 1 kilometer away 1 hour from now. Wait for my next step. Oh, okay. Rebecca and the mercenary corps were startled. They had been fleeing for a day and a night, but now they were told to get out again. But seeing Fang Hao had some arrangements, they didn't say much. All right. There's no other business, everyone go ahead and get busy, Fang Hao continued. Whoosh. Everyone gets up and walks out. Fang Hao didn't leave. But Ma Hong's face was quite serious. Fang Hao's army retreating a kilometer overnight had made him suspect that they might withdraw directly. After some thought, he said, "Boss Fang Hao, when you all leave, could you take my people with you? I can't hold this city on my own." He was reluctant to leave the city he had built, but what could he do? Life is more important than anything else. Once Fang Hao dismissed this place, he would be very close to death. "No, they won't live long," Fang Hao said quietly. Hearing this, Ma Hong immediately felt a murderous aura. This reminded him of Fang Hao's notorious reputation in the channel. In the channel, everyone who had risen and tried to provoke Fang Hao had already died. Perhaps Li Junhu would end up the same way. "Ah, whatever you say, boss, as long as we can kill those bastards, I will do whatever you ask," Ma Hong immediately clarified his position. "Give me the Book of Lords, I will eliminate these bandits, and you will be safe," Fang Hao said directly. Wanting the Book of Lords, Ma Hong immediately understood his meaning. Without any hesitation, he directly took it off his waist and handed it to Fang Hao. He had thought about handing over the Book of Lords when he proposed to follow Fang Hao. Now he had nothing else to say. Accepting the Book of Lords. You can devour the Book of Lords, level 1. Devour success. Your current Book of Lords is level 6, 7/20ths needed to upgrade. After devouring, Fang Hao reinserted Ma Hong as the mayor here. Seeing Fang Hao devour his Book of Lords, Ma Hong let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know why. At first, when he saw Fang Hao leading a team to his place, he was afraid that they would directly seize his city. But now, he was relieved to see Fang Hao devouring the Book of Lords. Reattaching the Book of City Lord to his waist, Ma Hong dared to ask tentatively, "Boss Fang Hao, what's next? Shall we retreat tonight, and kill back the next year?" Given the current situation, they really had no way to deal with these bandits. "I remember you once mentioned to me that there is an empty territory nearby." Fang Hao brought up the matter of the last time. Ma Hong once mentioned that there was an empty territory nearby, which was empty when he discovered it. He didn't know if someone left or had already died. "Ah, yes, there's one, but its level is not high, it should be between 2 to 3, and it has no resources," Ma Hong said immediately. "Okay, 1 hour later, take us there. Aseti will lead the team with me, and Demetria will stay," Fang Hao commanded softly. "Yes, my lord," the heroes answered in unison. Only Ma Hong was puzzled about what had happened. "Boss, what do you mean? Are you going to that empty territory?" "Yeah, we'll set off in an hour, you lead the way, and get ready. Oh, by the way, go check if the mercenaries have left. Then tell the residents not to come out tonight," Fang Hao said again. "Okay," Ma Hong replied and immediately ran out. It was about half an hour later. Ma Hong ran back and said, "Boss, the mercenaries have left the city." "Well, don't let the villagers come out. Wait for me to come back," Fang Hao repeated. Ma Hong nodded his head in agreement. Immediately afterwards, Fang Hao took out the demon doll and directly activated the demon teleportation. Under the astonished gaze of Ma Hong, he walked directly into the curtain of light and disappeared. Among the heroes, only Angia followed him in. Demetria and Aseti were setting up their own tasks. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in his own territory. The smooth road, the bright street lights, and a row of skeleton soldiers marched neatly by. They turned their heads in unison to look in this direction. Seeing that it was Fang Hao and Angia, they turned their heads back in unison. They didn't stop their march throughout the maneuver, only their skulls were swinging back and forth. "Gather 3 bone dragons, 7 skeleton mantis, and we'll return in 1 hour," Fang Hao said to Angia. The demon teleportation consumes a large amount of magic power. It needs rest to be used again without taking the magic recovery potion. "Don't we rest for the night? It's actually okay if we go back tomorrow," Angia said. Having been away for a few days, she missed home a little. Fang Hao smiled faintly, ruffling her hair. "We will rest after we take down the bandits' stronghold. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will run away. It will be hard to find them then." "Okay." Angia agreed and headed for the troop hiding cave outside the city. Angia left, and Fang Hao quickly headed towards the Viscera Museum. He made his way into the museum. There in the lobby on the first floor, more than a dozen funeral priests were busy recording data and grinding materials. Seeing Fang Hao come in, they all bowed in unison. "Lord." Fang Hao nodded. "Well, is Bachelor Nelson here?" Although it was deep into the night, for the undead, there was no such thing as sleep. They don't suffer from disease or pain, they don't know fatigue, and they don't need to sleep. "Please wait, my lord. I'll go notify Bachelor Nelson," said one of the funeral priests, heading upstairs. The overall atmosphere of the museum carried a bone-chilling coldness. No matter how hot it was outside, no one would want to come here to escape from the heat. Not too long after, footsteps sounded from the second floor. Looking up, he saw Nelson, leaning on a cane, come down. Meanwhile, following behind Nelson was another special undead. Walking down to the first floor, Nelson and the undead behind him both bowed. Nelson said, "My lord, it seems you've ended your journey earlier than planned." "Ah, don't even mention it. I was ambushed by a bunch of bandits halfway through my journey and suffered some casualties," Fang Hao sighed. "Oh, this kind of thing can happen too. These bandits are pretty daring," Nelson said in a calm tone. He beckoned, and immediately, a funeral priest brought over 2 chairs. They were placed behind Fang Hao and Nelson. Although Nelson was not a combat hero, he was one of the earliest heroes to join the Lord's territory. He had witnessed the gradual development of the territory. Seeing that Fang Hao could fall into a bandit's ambush was indeed a rare occurrence. As they sat down, Fang Hao said, "I came back this time to check on the situation here and bring back some bone dragons to exterminate these bandits." Nelson nodded slightly. "As for the territory, there are no problems. A few days ago, we got a visit from the camp of the webweavers. They said they'd been harassed by some orc bandits. I've already arranged for someone to solve this." "Oh, that's good." Fang Hao had come to inquire about the state of the territory. It seemed that there were no significant issues while he was away. "By the way, my lord, you can take Spencer with you to deal with the bandits." Nelson extended his hand, introducing the hero standing behind him. The hero, Spencer, stepped forward, placed one hand on his chest and slightly bowed. "Honorable Lord, I am willing to be of service to you." Greater than. Soul of Flame. Spencer, Orange Tier 5 hero. Spencer used to be the Red Dragon. Now, he has been made into an undead hero by Nelson. However, the Spencer in front of him was noticeably different from the previous skeleton heroes. Generally, any hero that was transformed into an undead took the form of a skeleton. But the Spencer in front of him looked more like a dried corpse with muscles. There were hard curved dragon horns on his head. His body was covered with gray-white muscles. He was hairless with a strong physique. As he bowed naked, he had no reproductive organs. He looked more like a mummy that had been unwrapped. Fang Hao was seeing such an undead, different from skeletons and rotten corpses, for the first time. Ahem. I welcome your addition, Spencer," Fang Hao replied with a smile. Not only was he different from ordinary skeleton heroes, but he also inherited his former name. He still bore a prefix of hero in his own name. "Thank you, my lord." Spencer straightened up and moved aside. "All right, Spencer, get ready. Check if there is any equipment in the warehouse that you can use. Get ready to leave with me later." "As you command, my lord." Spencer pulled off a salute to Nelson, then turned around and left the Viscera Museum. Once Spencer had left, Fang Hao, filled with curiosity, asked, "Is he a new type of undead?" He wasn't sure how to describe it. He could only utter the word, "new type." Despite the unusual word choice, Nelson understood what Fang Hao meant. He replied, "The physical bodies of the Dragon Clan are strong and robust. Preserving it can make Spencer's strength closer to what it was when he was alive. When living creatures become undead, although their strength is preserved, their bodies change. Also, with each creation of a skeleton hero, Nelson's skill had improved significantly. Further, after sealing the viscera of the giant spirit god last time and receiving the dark gold viscera jar, Nelson had advanced from Orange Tier 7 to Orange Tier 8. At the same time, he had learned how to create living dead. And this time, he made a living dead out of the dragon clan. So, undead with flesh is stronger than skeletons, Fang Hao pondered. Not necessarily. It's the case with the dragon clan, but the bodies of ordinary races are too weak and not suited for this method, Nelson replied. Oh, that seemed to make sense. Fang Hao casually opened the Book of Lords, checking Spencer's properties. Soul of Flame. Spencer, Orange Tier 5 Hero. Faction. Undead, Living Dead. Soul of Flame. Spencer, Orange Tier 5 Hero. Faction. Undead, Living Dead. Template. Gold. Racial traits. Living Dead. Viscera Replacement. Light Weakness. Dragon Clan Flesh. Flight. Dragon Clan Spellcasting. Dual Forms. Legion Talent. Dragon Clan Hero. Air Commander. Fire Aura. Skills. Dragon's Might. Flame Breath. Flame Magic Usage. Firestorm. Innate Skills. Mastery of Field Combat. Mastery of Field Magic. Mastery of Field Flight. Living Dead. A corpse with flesh and viscera, more like living creatures, strength also closer to their former life. Viscera Replacement. Replacing corresponding viscera as per its needs, to achieve corresponding effects. Dragon Clan Flesh. Possessing the strong physique of the Dragon Clan, ranged resistance plus 25%, elemental resistance plus 50%. Flight. This unit is skillful at flying. Dragon Clan Spellcasting. This unit is a natural user of fire elemental magic, capable of casting fire elemental magic such as Fireball and Red Flame Circle, without learning and mastering, possessing a strong magic learning ability. Dual Forms. This unit can freely switch between human form and dragon form. Dragon Clan Hero. This unit leads the Dragon Clan troops, all attributes plus 50%, magic resistance plus 15%. Air Commander. This unit commands flying units, flight speed plus 75%, ranged evasion plus 50%. Fire Aura. This unit commands the army, flame resistance 35%. Dragon's Might, Dragon Form, passive. Nearby living creatures have a 45% chance to be incapacitated due to tension, and a 90% chance to cause morale to drop by 15%. Flame Breath, Dragon Form, active. Furious flames form dragon breath, burning everything covered. Flame Magic, Human Form, passive. Mastery in most flame magic. Firestorm, Human Form, active. Unstable flame magic, forming a fierce firestorm, devouring everything around it. Unstable magic, prone to disintegrate and lose control. Description. The product of the immortal corpse which, not recognized by the god of undead, this hero cannot be promoted or advanced. Spencer's attributes are even stronger than imagined. People always say that the Dragon Clan is favored by all gods. Even if it is an orange template, its attributes and abilities are close to Rolana of the Dark Gold level. Strong physique, mastery of fire magic, the legendary melee mage, huh. No wonder, no race is willing to provoke the Dragon Clan. My lord, we have also collected dragon blood, dragon scales, and many other valuable materials from Spencer. I suggest we hire someone to make the demon dragon potion to enhance your physical strength, Nelson suggested softly. Demon dragon potion. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords and looked back at him. The demon dragon, just by the name, you can tell the potion is special. Yes, it's a potion made with dragon blood and other special materials. It can elevate your physique to a new level. It may not reach the effect of the Dragon Clan, but it will be very robust. Although the territory is developing quickly, the materials collected from Dragon Clan bodies have not been made into finished products due to a lack of skilled personnel. Therefore, Nelson suggested turning them into Demon Dragon Potion to enhance Fang Hao's personal strength. Fang Hao was very interested after hearing this. Increasing his own self-preservative ability is also what he needs to consider at the moment. Otherwise, no matter how many soldiers and heroes he has, if he is assassinated, everything will be in vain. And he does not want to be turned into an undead by Nelson. Even if he could be turned into a living corpse, judging by Spencer's body structure. It still lacks important organs. Do you know how to make a demon dragon potion? Nelson shook his head. I don't excel in that, but we can invite through the trade alliance an alchemist who is proficient in alchemy to make it. Of course, the price will certainly not be low. Money is not a problem. Fang Hao considered briefly. I will have to leave later, so I will have to trouble you more about this matter. Let Dujin help you. Dujin is a skeleton merchant responsible for handling business with the alliance. I can. Nelson gave a direct assent without any expression. Fang Hao and Nelson chatted casually. It was not long before Spencer returned. Unlike other skeleton heroes, Spencer did not immediately put on the cold armor but wore a dark robe inside the bright armor. A saber was hanging around his waist. Seeing Spencer coming back, Fang Hao had no intention of lingering. Scholar Nelson, I'll be taking them away first. I'll have to rely on you here. Fang Hao stood up. Take care, my lord. Nelson nodded. After they left the Viscera Museum, Fang Hao led Spencer to the gathering point. Arriving at the square, it was already full of assembled skeleton soldiers. 3 bone dragons, 6 skeleton mantismen. The number is not large, but they are all unrecruitable in the barracks. At this moment, in the previously dim lord's mansion, the lights were brightly lit. Angia was sitting at the entrance eating something. Era, leading a few maids, stood at the gate, gazing out. When she saw Fang Hao coming, Era's expression instantly brightened, and she ran over in a hurry, throwing herself directly into Fang Hao's arms. Master, you're back, Era said in her gentle voice. Fang Hao hugged Era's soft body. Master, have you missed Era? Era lifted her head slightly from Fang Hao's chest, her eyes full of affection and longing. This. Fang Hao glanced at the surrounding maids. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said softly, I have considered, with so many people around, I am not afraid of being laughed at. Hee. Era gave a slight smile and released her hold on his hand. She whispered a few words to Era. Era, finally, seemed happy. She, along with a few other maids, returned to the city lord's mansion to rest. The mansion was getting bigger and bigger. It was a bit frightening for Era to live there alone, and so, some other maids had also moved in. On ordinary days, they were primarily responsible for the sanitation of the mansion. Era left. Fang Hao did not continue to delay and activated the demon teleportation. A light curtain appeared, carrying a bone dragon loaded with skeleton mantises. It vanished from the spot. When it reappeared, it had returned to Ma Hong's territory. At this time, Ma Hong, swallowing hard, looked up at the tall bone dragon, and then at the horned orange hero who had just arrived. His surprise at Fang Hao had turned into fear and disbelief. How could this be possible? How many more tricks did Fang Hao have up his sleeve? Every time he thought that Fang Hao had played his biggest card to become the number 1 person in the channel. Fang Hao would always reveal another trump card, each one stronger than the last. Now he had returned, bringing another orange hero and 3 fearsome undead bone dragons. This was simply madness. Soon, Dimitria and Aseti approached one after another. My lord, we are ready and can set off at any time, Aseti said. Fang Hao nodded and spoke to the still dazed Ma Hong. Ma Hong, lead us to the annexed territory under your control. Oh, okay. Apart from the Book of Lords devouring Ma Hong's territory, he also had an affiliated city, but it was always deserted. The city gate opened, and in the cover of night, Fang Hao and his party left with Ma Hong. Aseti led the Lionheart Knights and Spencer led the Undead, following closely. The army hurriedly moved through the forest, greatly increasing their speed. After nearly an hour's journey, they finally saw the affiliated city that Ma Hong had mentioned. The walls of the territory were still made of raw logs, somewhat covered with vines. The gate was shabby, showing signs of an attack or failed challenge. Boss, this is the empty territory I spoke of, Ma Hong explained. By now, Ma Hong didn't have many soldiers left. It was difficult for him to develop and manage 2 cities simultaneously. All right, let's go inside. The group entered the city. Inside the city, it was empty. There were a few abandoned houses on either side and a warehouse. Previously, I arranged for my troops to log and gather resources here, but they were often harassed by beasts. And when I heard about the life-taking bandits living in the mountains, I called back all of my troops. That's why it's been empty all this time, Ma Hong continued to explain. As everyone was talking and walking, they suddenly heard a strange noise coming from one of the dilapidated houses. Everyone immediately became alert. Then, they saw a few wild deer bolting out of the house and running wildly about the city. Fang Hao ordered the army to make way, allowing the deer to escape the city. The presence of animals living here signified that there wasn't any immediate danger. They went straight to the single-story city lord's mansion. It was a level 3 city lord's mansion, very simple, with no decent furniture inside. Fang Hao didn't hesitate. He directly opened the Book of Lords and began the transformation to an undead camp. Do you want to switch the camp of this city? Yes. Please choose the camp for the city to switch to. Undead camp, orc camp, troll camp. The city was already a human camp. Hence, humans were not shown as an option for conversion. Undead camp. A beam of light enshrouded the entire city. Transformation complete. Next transformation countdown. 29 days 59 hours. The light dissipated. This territory had been transformed into the undead camp. After the success, Fang Hao left the city again. He began to construct military buildings. Level 1 burial grounds. Required resources. 300 wood, 500 stone, 60 hemp ropes. The first level of the barracks blueprints was not very demanding. Fang Hao chose to construct. Within a flash of light, the construction of the barracks was completed. To upgrade the barracks, Fang Hao would need to upgrade the city lord's mansion first. Since it was only for temporary use, and it was uncertain whether this place would be useful after cleaning the bandits' hideout, he decided to upgrade the city lord's mansion to level 5, and with it, the barracks were also upgraded to level 5. The level 5 burial grounds had unlocked the skeleton spearmen. Moreover, the rank of the skeleton troops had increased to level 2. If continued to be upgraded, both the city lord's mansion and the burial grounds would need a large number of rare materials. It seemed quite wasteful. After considering all these, Fang Hao directly recruited troops. Hundredfold bonus triggered, recruiting skeleton warriors 50,500. Hundredfold bonus triggered, recruiting skeleton spearmen 50,500. Whoosh! A sound of bone friction echoed. The city, which was already compact, was now crammed with skeleton troops on the rooftops and city walls. Spencer, you led these skeletons out to wait while I make their equipment, Fang Hao said. Yes, my lord, Spencer replied. He immediately gave orders and led all the skeletons out of the city. When the skeletons had left, Fang Hao continued to create equipment on the vacant land. Armor, black iron knight swords, military round shields, and military spears. A large number of these appeared in front of him. The Lionheart Knights, in batches, led the skeleton soldiers to put on their gear. While this was happening, Fang Hao was briefing Spencer. Spencer, this is the map of the bandits' hiding place. You set off tonight to round up and attack the bandits, Fang Hao instructed, handing the marked map, provided by the captive bandits, to Spencer. Understood, sir. Do we accept surrender in this battle? Spencer asked again. Fang Hao pondered a bit. The northern mines indeed lacked labor power. They might indeed be useful. Depends on the situation. If it's controllable, accept the surrender. If it isn't, handle it as you see fit. Oh, and try not to harm the common villagers who have been plundered by these bandits. Understood, sir. I guarantee to complete the task. Spencer immediately replied. All right, I leave the rest to you. In no time, all the skeleton soldiers were fully armed. After exchanging a few words with Fang Hao, Spencer led the 10,000 skeleton army towards the bandit camp. In the mountains, bone dragons circled in the sky, and the skeleton army roamed between the trees. When everything was done, Fang Hao ordered to block the city gates. The party only then returned to Ma Hong's city. The next day dawned, as the weak morning light shone into the room through the window. Fang Hao had already awakened from his sleep. He patted his thigh on his waist and whispered, Angia, wake up. Angia muttered something that seemed like a curse under her breath. Then she rolled over to the other side and continued sleeping. Fang Hao sat up from the bed, stretched lazily, and then got out of bed. He said, "Sleep for a while longer, I'll wake you up later." Angia waved her hand, indicating him to leave first. After a brief wash, Fang Hao left the room. Outside the door, he saw Ma Hong preparing breakfast for the militia. "Boss, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready soon, it won't delay our actions for today," Ma Hong said enthusiastically. After the Book of Lords was swallowed by Fang Hao, Ma Hong's Book of City Lord automatically joined the domain channel. And in the channel, there were quite a few night owls. Ma Hong chatted with them and got to know some things about the domain. At the same time, he had thought through many things overnight. He had considered joining Li Junhu's alliance before. Now joining Fang Hao's, it seemed he didn't lose out. Besides, Fang Hao had a good character and his strength was beyond his imagination. He actually got a great deal. After he thought it through, his attitude had changed drastically. No longer aimlessly executing Fang Hao's orders, but instead, he started to think about what he could do for the next actions. He had been thinking about this issue all night long, not sleeping. When the sky began to lighten, he had already left his dwelling and was directing his subordinates to prepare breakfast. "You woke up so early," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Hee, I had some insomnia last night, so I got up early today." Ma Hong scratched his head and said, I want to share some blueprints of human buildings with you. First, build the barracks. We'll need it later." Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and shared the blueprints of Heavy Sword Infantry Training Camp, Lionheart Knight Training Camp, Storm Crossbowman Training Camp, Distributed Underground Pipeline, Spiritual Field, Beast Cage, and others with Ma Hong. Ma Hong stayed where he was, looking at the prompts unlocking new blueprints. His eyes stared blankly, his mouth wide open. This impact was not less than seeing the bone dragon last night. Damn it. Indeed, riding someone's coattails is the fastest way to develop. All the hard work he had done his whole life, all the crying and shouting, didn't amount to the number and quality of blueprints he got today. When the prompts for unlocking blueprints stopped, Ma Hong came back to his senses. "Boss, wait for me, I'll start building now." After saying that, he bolted out. He headed towards the barracks area to build the newly unlocked barracks blueprints. One after another, special barracks sprung up, and Ma Hong's heart was filled with joy. He now had special troops too, and they were all high-level troop types. "I don't need to be the best. I just need to be better than most people." Looking at the rising light from the buildings, Ma Hong clenched his fists and said. Indeed, with these few buildings, he wouldn't be the top guy, but he had definitely surpassed most people. Just by following Fang Hao around, he could live decently off the leftovers. The construction of high-level buildings took a long time. Ma Hong didn't go to eat but watched blankly as the construction progressed bit by bit, waiting for it to complete. Breakfast was simple. Porridge and some smoked meat. Everyone gathered on the open space in front of the Lord's mansion, wolfing down their food. Fang Hao had just announced that they were all about to set off to attack the Life-Taker's stronghold. No one said much. They just ate quietly, replenishing their energy. "Boss, the barracks are built." Ma Hong came back. Fang Hao nodded. "Give me all your soul crystals, I'll recruit some soldiers." Okay. Ma Hong immediately brought out his soul crystals. He had few soul crystals, so Fang Hao also asked for some from Zhang Bin, Fu Lei, and others. Feeling that the quantity was about right, he headed towards the barracks. Ma Hong was taking the lead, and Fang Hao was following closely behind with several heroes. The group quickly arrived at the barracks where Fang Hao began recruitment. Hundredfold enhancement triggered, recruiting 505 heavy sword infantry. Hundredfold enhancement triggered, recruiting 505 Lionheart Knights. There were flashes of light everywhere. Over 1,000 soldiers appeared on one side of the barracks. Fang Hao didn't put much thought into recruiting these soldiers. It was meant to avoid any further danger, and to compensate for the losses suffered by the Lis city forces. After all, many people had been injured. They were no longer suitable to journey along with the army. The soldiers lined up according to their units. Fang Hao continued providing the newly recruited soldiers with their corresponding equipment. He let the heroes each take command and handle equipment changes. Once everything was prepared, the mercenaries were also ready. The total number was more than 1,700. Ma Hong, you are to stay here, and the injured will stay with you. I will keep you informed if anything happens. Fang Hao patted Ma Hong's shoulder. What? I'm not going with you. I also have many men. By now, Ma Hong had also counted his men. He had even made his pre-war speech to his civilian soldiers. Everyone was ready for battle, but now he was tasked with staying home. We still need you to hold down the fort here. Take good care of this place. Fang Hao continued. Well, all right. Ma Hong reluctantly responded. He was hoping to join in fighting the bandits too. However, he was assigned guard duty at home. But then again, this was also good, there was no danger. Fang Hao looked back at the assembled troops once again. He waved his hand. Let's go, we're exterminating the bandits. The soldiers sprang into action. An impressive force left the city, heading south. 2 days later, at noon. The scorching midday autumn sun was like a steamer, with not a breeze in sight. A large black dog lay on the ground panting heavily. A rooster in a cage also dropped its head, appearing sick and on the verge of death. This made the already worried bandits even more irritable. In a shaded area under a wall, a few bandits leaned against the wall, whispering to each other. Damn, why is it so hot at noon, even hotter than summer? In half a month, it's going to be cool, and you'll be missing this warmth. A young bandit lowered his voice and asked, is the lady really as powerful as they say, capable of calling in an army to fight us? Does a woman have so much power? The mention of this caused the group to move closer together instinctively. You haven't heard the name Rebecca before? One of them asked. I've heard that she's attractive and is the wife of Lis City's city lord, but that's all I know. The young bandit continued. Think about it, a woman who can firmly hold onto a city. Every person who maintains power does so by stepping over corpses. Do you think a woman like that, who survived death, will come back to seek revenge on us? Another bandit explained. Really? Can she be that powerful? The young bandit appeared doubtful. Humph. Judge for yourself, the three bosses. Since the day before yesterday, have you seen them fooling around with women or drinking? They are probably worried too, said the seasoned bandit. So, isn't the camp in danger? The young bandit asked anxiously. The seasoned bandit calmly replied, don't be hasty. Lis is a big city, even raising an army isn't an easy task. Now that all cities are preparing for winter, I guess even if there's going to be a war, it won't be until spring next year. Boss, you're very knowledgeable, the young bandit said admiringly. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he already surpassed most of the bandits by speaking such words. At that moment, a door nearby opened. A man, naked and scarred all over, walked out. Upon seeing the naked man, several men quickly got up, smiling obsequiously. Third boss, it's hot. Let me shade you. The seasoned bandit was ready to shade him from the sun. Li Junhu, with a stern look on his face, yelled, don't fuss around. All of you, carry these boxes onto the carriage. Oh, all right. The bandits sprang into action, quickly. The seasoned bandit and the young one entered the house together, joined forces to lift a huge wooden box, and walked away. As they were moving, the sound of clanging gold coins could be heard from inside the box. At this, the expression of the seasoned bandit changed and he quickly scanned the surroundings. Noticing no one was paying attention, he rapidly lifted a small crack in the wooden lid of the box. Golden coins shone from inside the box. The young man on the other side also saw the gold coins and a surprised look flashed across his face. After a single glance, the box was immediately closed again. The box was carried onto the carriage. The seasoned bandit quickly ordered, you guys go and find some rope to secure the boxes, go to the cellar to get 2 jars of fruit wine, hurry up. The third boss always takes care of you guys. Li Junhu, who was absent-minded, thought of the seasoned bandit as very considerate. You're not bad. When we return tonight, I'll tell the big boss to assign you a better task. Li Junhu patted the bandit's shoulder. With a sycophantic smile, the seasoned bandit replied, whatever you say, boss. To be able to follow you definitely means a good deal. Haha, you know how to speak. The seasoned bandit continued. Third boss, what big business are you going to do this time? Lee Junhoo's face was instantly covered with a look of worry. The old bandit thought he had misspoken and was about to apologize. But then Lee Junhoo said, go buy more lives, damn it, all this time has been wasted. At this moment, the boxes on the horse carriage had been securely tied. Lee Junhoo, leading his soldiers, escorted the horse carriage out of the bandits' den. They headed towards the south. The old bandit stood in place, watching as Lee Junhoo and his men vanished into the distance. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, maybe we won't be able to live past the next spring. Night fell. Spencer stood on the back of the dragon, looking down at the brightly lit bandits' hideout. In the daytime, the hideout in the forest was not easy to find. But at night, the hideout stood out like a beacon. Let's go back. The bone dragon turned around to fly back. Upon landing, it settled directly in the forest. A dense mob of skeletons, like statues, stood straight up in the gaps of the dense forest. Advance, ordered Spencer. Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton soldiers began to move. The ground started shaking as the wave of white bones advanced forward. Inside the bandits' hideout, the tyrant sat in his chair, his face still somewhat gloomy. In a cold voice, he said, why am I feeling so uneasy? It can't be because Liss City is making any moves. Big brother, you're just worrying too much. You think it's like a simple fight between several people. Even if Rebecca calls together an army, it won't be this fast. You're just too anxious. There are a few good-looking girls in the dungeon, do you want me to call them over so you can relax a bit? Greedy Wolf said, trying to console him. Why did we suffer such a setback this year? The third brother took the money to Jinmastu this time, I wonder if he can buy us a way out. The tyrant was still full of worries. Greedy Wolf continued to comfort him, he definitely can. We just need to have those nobles delay Rebecca, we only need to worry about Fang Hao, the transmigrator mentioned by the third brother, and make sure he doesn't outsmart us. Humph. A transmigrator. No matter how strong he is, even if he encountered some adventures, they won't be able to participate in battles with thousands of people. What we should worry about is Rebecca's army, the tyrant continued. Big brother, you're right. Greedy Wolf was cut off as he suddenly looked down at his cup of wine. He saw ripples spreading rhythmically across the surface of the wine. This sudden occurrence made both men uneasy. Just as they were about to inquire further, they heard the ringing of a loud bell from outside. At the same time, they heard footsteps outside the door. A man outside the door said, bosses, all 4 perimeter bases have sounded the bell. Hearing this news, the tyrant and Greedy Wolf instantly stood up. That was too fast. How could it be so fast? It was just a few days ago that they attacked Rebecca's team. How could an army be dispatched from Liss City in such a short time? But reality was unfolding before them, leaving no time for these speculations. As the two of them were donning their armor and grabbing their weapons, they walked briskly out the door. The tyrant coldly ordered, gather our forces immediately and prepare to reinforce the other hideouts. Yes, boss. Just as the bandit was about to leave, the bell at the main base immediately rang. Someone was shouting, watch out for the sky, there's a dragon approaching. A dragon. What dragon? How could such a creature from the tales appear here? Everyone looked up at the sky together, only to see several enormous creatures dive down in the night sky. The target was them. In an instant, everyone was stunned. The gathered bandits were in complete disorder. No matter how the tyrant and Greedy Wolf shouted, the bandits were scampering around in all directions. They had no intention of resisting at all. In the sky. Spencer, in his dragon form, led the 3 bone dragons. Breaking through the clouds, they dove straight down towards the bandits' hideout. The hideout was in complete chaos, with panicking bandits running around like headless flies. Spencer glanced back at the bone dragons behind him. He lowered his altitude, and when he was at a certain height from the ground, roar. The huge dragon's mouth opened, and a blazing dragon breath spewed forth. It swept through below. There was no pain nor screams to be heard. Everything engulfed by the flames turned to ashes in an instant. The horse carriages, the bandits, everything was reduced to ashes within the flames. Following Spencer's lead, the 3 bone dragons did the same. 3 breaths of death swept across the fleeing crowd. In the midst of wretched screams, flesh and skin started to separate, eventually turning into several piles of white bones scattered on the ground. Whoosh! Immediately after, 6 skeletons fell from the sky, each holding a Valkyrie longsword. The skeleton mantismen, bearing the Valkyrie longsword, landed smoothly on the ground. In their hollow eye sockets, a hint of soul fire flickered. After swiftly scanning the surroundings, whoosh, 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 they turned into streaks of light and charged towards all the weapon-wielding enemies. The 3 bone dragons circled overhead, intermittently shooting black columns of light where crowds were gathered. Spencer's massive dragon body hovered slight above the ground. After transforming back into a humanoid form, he landed gracefully. Naked, with only a longsword in his hand. He quickly scanned the wailing bandits' hideout, and finally set his sights on the stone tower in the center. At the same time, startled eyes that were peeking out of the stone tower quickly retracted. Spencer marched directly towards the stone tower. Bang! Bang! Just as he approached the stone tower, a couple of crossbow bolts were shot out from the windows. They were heading directly towards Spencer's chest. With a sweep of his longsword, Spencer deflected the crossbow bolts and with his left hand, he conjured magic in midair. Fireballs shot out like a string of pearls, heading towards every window. Bang! 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 The fireballs exploded, sparks flying off in all directions. It immediately went quiet in the stone house. No more crossbow bolts were shot from the windows, nor did anyone dare to show themselves. Eek. Spencer pushed open the door and walked in with big strides. The decoration inside the stone tower was tolerable, just that some black scorch marks were apparent near the windows. At the staircase location of the stone tower, 7 bandits were nervously gripping their weapons, their eyes fixated on Spencer. What the hell are you? How dare you step foot on human territory? Aren't you afraid of starting a race war? Roared the tyrant hiding behind his subordinates. A creature that looked somewhat human, but not quite. It made their hearts tremble. Spencer paused before asking curiously, "Aren't you bandits? Don't you cause wars?" The tyrant did not respond. Greedy Wolf, however, took the initiative and spoke up. "Sir, what would it take for you to spare us? Just name your terms, we will comply." "Yes, yes, what do you want to spare us?" echoed the tyrant. Spencer looked at them and the 5 trembling bandits before them. His tone was still calm. "Those who drop their weapons and surrender shall be spared." "Damn it, you're toying with us. Do you really think we're scared of you? Boys, let's kill him." The tyrant roared. The 5 men in front of him were his trusted followers. They were one of the earliest members of the bandits, possessing a fondness for murder. Hearing their boss's command, and despite their fear, they gritted their teeth, raised their weapons, and attacked the odd creature before them. Bang! A blast of fire exploded amidst the bandits. The 5 followers' bodies flew backward instantly, their whole bodies charred black. When they landed, their bodies broke apart like charred wood. Clang! Clang! With a crisp sound, the attacking tyrant and greedy wolf abruptly halted their advances. Almost in unison, they dropped their weapons and dropped to their knees. "We are unarmed, we surrender." Having been leaders for so many years, they had some strategic sense. The man before them, who looked like a peeled corpse, was clearly at the level of a high-ranking hero. At this point, continuing to hold their weapons was a death wish. Seeing their surrender, Spencer dissipated the amassed energy. "Then follow me out," Spencer said softly. The 2 dared not disobey and obediently followed Spencer out. Outside, the whole camp was in chaos. Yelling, crying, pleas for mercy, echoed in every corner. The figure of the skeleton mantis didn't stop moving, dealing with the bandits who were still trying to fight back. As the night wore on, the sounds of fighting gradually faded, and the battle was nearing its end. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 small strongholds guarding the main one continued to ring their bells without pause. calling for support from the other strongholds. But when the bandits heard the rest of the strongholds also ringing their alarm bells, they realized that all the strongholds were under attack simultaneously. "Captain, how are we supposed to fight this? There are too many of them," stammered a bandit on the city wall. Endless undead burst out from between the trees, still charging towards the stronghold with their weapons. The captain's trembling legs were not much better than his own. After hearing their pleas, the captain finally came back to his senses. He shouted, "Shoot, shoot arrows, why are you asking me?" The bandits began to fire arrows. But the damage they inflicted on the undead was minimal. When the swarms of skeletons had reached the city wall, the 3-meter-high stronghold was instantly covered by the undead. The city gate was wide open, and even more skeletons rushed in, killing the despairing bandits. Elsewhere, in a valley southeast of the Life Takers bandit camp, a middle-aged man dressed in leather armor, a longbow slung over his shoulder and a dagger tucked at his waist, swiftly enters the dark valley. After passing the hidden sentry, he stands before a cave and quietly calls out, "My lord. What new information do you have?" A female voice echoes from within the cave. The tone is crisp, indicating that the woman is evidently young. "My lord, as night fell, those guys' camp was attacked by the undead. It's total chaos there now," the middle-aged man reports quietly. "The undead? Where did so many of them come from in this area?" The woman's voice is full of astonishment. She doesn't doubt her subordinate. She just finds it unusual since her territory is right here and she has never heard or seen anything about the presence of the undead. The word, undead, is something she came across in a conversation with others. "My lord, I saw it with my own eyes. Those skeletons randomly crawled out and initiated the attack on the camp as if they've gone mad. I suspect those guys must have done something heinous to incite the wrath of the undead," the middle-aged man continues to answer. "Oh, is the camp destroyed? Is Lee Junhu dead?" The woman's ability to process information is really high. Her tone suddenly turns somewhat gleeful. "There are a lot of undead, they are likely to engage in a fatal stalemate. I didn't get a glimpse of Lee Junhu, so I don't know if he's dead or not." The man answers every question posed by the woman. Thump thump thump. Footsteps can be heard. A petite figure emerges from the depths of the dark cave. Standing before the cave, she contemplates for a moment before saying, "Notify our brothers, tomorrow morning we will attack the Life Takers bandit camp and slaughter those damned beasts." "Yes, my lord," the middle-aged man responds in a low voice, heading towards the side of the valley. The woman steps out of the cave, puts her fingers to her mouth and whistles. Suddenly, there are sounds of animal roars echoing throughout the surrounding forest. As if responding to the woman. In the moonlight, her delicate facial features are highlighted. She grits her teeth and says, "Lee Junhu, this time I'll skin you alive." ... The next day at dawn. It's dawn. What used to be a bustling Life Takers bandit camp now lies deathly still. In front of the Lord's residence, hundreds of surrendered bandits kneel on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Circle after circle of undead surround them, standing like statues, staring at the people in the middle. And these bandits, who used to be murderous and fearsome, now resemble docile rabbits. They kneel there quietly, not daring to make any moves all night. Out of the thousands in the camp, only these few are left. They don't know how long they have to kneel, yet they can only continue to do so. Noon. A group of people approaches the bandit camp from the main road to the north. Expecting a tough battle, the mercenaries had handed their last wills, addressed to the injured companions left behind in the city, before leaving. But as they approach the camp, everything is silent. The city walls are filled with arrows and traces of blood flowing downwards are still fresh. One can imagine that a fierce battle must have taken place here just a few hours ago. Yet, despite the intense fighting, not a single corpse can be seen inside or outside the city walls. It's as if this place is a ghost city. A city that is bleeding. There is a strange atmosphere all around. Fang Hao and his men seem all right, knowing it's because Spencer cleaned up the battlefield according to his requirements after occupying it. However, the guards and mercenaries of Lis City look somewhat uneasy. Each one of them has an unusually solemn expression, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Sir, madam, there might be danger here. We should send someone to do a reconnaissance first, a mercenary brigade leader suggests as he quickly approaches. Another brigade leader agrees. Yes, since we're here, we should be careful. Several brigade leaders propose a reconnaissance. Rashly barging in could incite unknown dangers. Fang Hao thinks for a bit, deciding that a few more minutes doesn't matter. He quietly orders, "Scouts, go and check out the situation inside the bandit camp." "Yes, sir." The group is already at the city, right in front of a small-scale camp. As the scouts reach the city following their orders, they vigilantly walk through the open gate. Not long after, the scouts return, their faces are full of bewilderment. They report, "Sir, it's an empty city. There are signs of a fierce battle, but there's not a single person inside, it's empty." "How can this be?" a brigade leader exclaims in surprise. Fang Hao seems calm in comparison. He softly commands, "The guards of Lis City and the 4 mercenary brigades will head to the 4 minor camps and look for spoils of war. The rest of you will accompany me to the main camp in the center." "Yes." Everyone responds, and the people from the 4 mercenary brigades split off and start heading towards the 4 smaller camps. The guards of Lis City mix into the mercenary brigades, serving as supervisors. Of course, these small camps don't have much spoils of war. The good stuff has already been plundered by the 3 bandit leaders and stashed in the main camp. The reason for this arrangement is to keep them busy and away from the center. After receiving their orders, Fang Hao leads his men to the main camp. As they approach, they see the undead soldiers standing guard at the camp. All's going well. The group enters the camp, the Lionheart Knights and heavily armed infantry take over the job from the undead. They begin to stand guard. "Lord, the camp has been successfully occupied, there are 772 captured bandits. We can confirm that the 2 men are indeed the tyrant and the greedy wolf." Spencer follows closely behind Fang Hao, softly providing his report. "Oh, what about Li Junhu?" Fang Hao inquired. He was more interested in the local dwellers who were originally mountain bandits. Fang Hao was more concerned about Li Junhu, who had been fishing to harm the transmigrator. This man's scheming and ruthlessness was ultimately trouble if he was not dead. Li Junhu was not among the captives, nor was there a body with physical features resembling him. He may not have been in the village at the time, or he might have fled during the battle, Spencer reported calmly. Fang Hao walked into the main hall and sat in a chair. He gently stroked the armrests of the chair. He softly said, "Angia, led a team to rummage through the village and collect anything of value. Demetria, you take over the city's defense. Aseti, lead the cavalry to scout the surroundings. Spencer, have someone bring the tyrant and greedy wolf here." Yes. The heroes all took their leave of the room. Shortly afterward, Spencer brought 2 men into the room. It was clear that both men were strong, but their faces were somewhat pale at this moment. When they entered, their eyes shifted nervously around the room. Upon seeing the young man above, their brows furrowed. With their way of thinking, they couldn't understand what the young man above had to do with the undead who attacked their village last night. "Sir, the people you asked for are here," Spencer whispered. Fang Hao nodded, his gaze falling on the 2 men. "I heard you guys have done a lot of terrible things. Did you ever think this day would come?" Fang Hao stared directly at them. The tyrant and greedy wolf frowned at the young man above them. They were certain that this was a transmigrator. "Sir, we didn't mean any harm to you," the tyrant said loud, his mouth dry. They knew that their survival hinged on the man in front of them having the final say. To live, being tough would not be a wise choice. "My name is Fang Hao. A few days ago, you ambushed me," Fang Hao said flatly. Fang Hao. The 2 men looked bewildered once more. Then, their expressions quickly changed from confusion to surprise. They remembered this name. Li Junhu had mentioned an individual named Fang Hao, a transmigrator who had a significant connection to Lis City. Back then, they didn't pay much attention to it. But looking at him now, it wasn't Rebecca who was the most terrifying, but this harmless-looking transmigrator in front of them. Seeing their expressions, Fang Hao was surprised. "Oh, have you 2 heard about me before?" No, no, they quickly shook their heads. All right, then. Do you know where Li Junhu went? Where is he? Fang Hao continued asking. The two looked at each other. Greedy Wolf answered, Li Junhu was not in the camp. He went to Jinmastu. Lying is not a wise choice. At this point, he still dares to leave. Fang Hao's tone instantly turned cold. Greedy Wolf flinched and hurried to explain. I didn't lie to you. We feared Lis City's siege, so we sent Li Junhu with our money to Jinmastu to buy our way out. That's why he wasn't in the city. He went to Jinmastu. What a coincidence. How many days ago did he leave, and who did he find to buy his salvation? Fang Hao continued to press on. Greedy Wolf responded, Li Junhu said he had contacts who could get in touch with the city lord of Jinmastu to give us legitimate identities. In that case, Rebecca would have no reason to attack us. How much money did he take? Almost all of it. He took away everything we had saved up over the years, Greedy Wolf stated. Fang Hao looked at the two men somewhat strangely. Considering Li Junhu's cunning and ruthlessness, there was a good chance that he had fled with the money. Maybe he settled down in Jinmastu with a new identity, or maybe he ran off and disappeared entirely. But one thing was almost certain, he was not coming back. Putting aside the matter of Li Junhu, Fang Hao continued, why did you attack the Lis City troop? Their eyes darted around. After a moment's hesitation, they said, we mistook them for a regular merchant convoy by mistake. Ha! Fang Hao scoffed coldly and reminded them, oh. That's different from what I've heard. I understand that you guys were spying on the movements of Lis City's force half a month ago. Who told you to capture Rebecca? Don't be hasty to reply. You only have one chance to answer. If you answer poorly, you will lose your life. Think carefully before you speak. Once again, their expressions changed. They knew that if they let the man in front of them catch them in a lie again, they would likely lose their lives for sure. Beads of sweat started to form on their foreheads, dropping on the carpet one by one. Greedy Wolf gritted his teeth and said, it was a steward from the Marshall household who found us and told us to capture Rebecca. The Marshall family. Fang Hao carefully recalled, and found in his memory the information about the Marshall family. Groot Marshall, after coming to Lis City, began pursuing Rebecca after her husband died, forcing a proposal on her. Yet before he could finish, he was knocked out by a settee. So it seems the whole incident has something to do with him. What promises did the Marshall family make to you? Fang Hao continued to ask. A new identity, and a city recognized by the Federation, the tyrant added. Wow, this Marshall family really knows how to wield their power. They could able to cleanse the identity of a mountain bandit to become federally recognized. From mountain bandit leader, directly to a city lord. I know what I want to know, no more need to talk to them. Take both of them away. Some soldiers came forward to escort the two away. Suddenly, the tyrant struggled and said loudly, Sir, we were wrong about the incident a few days ago. We are willing to make compensation and make up for our mistakes. Greedy Wolf also quickly echoed, Yes, we are willing to compensate. Fang Hao asked, What can you give me? Money. How about that? You can take all the money in the warehouse, the tyrant replied directly. If I kill you guys, that money is still mine anyway. You're giving me my own money as a form of compensation, isn't that too insincere? Fang Hao refuted. The duo's words were halted in an instant, dumbfoundedly kneeling there. Our money is his. What else can you offer? Fang Hao continued to ask. The two thought, and the tyrant said, Sir, we can rob for you. All the money we rob will be yours. Crafty fellows, thinking big. Fang Hao waved his hand, indicating to take them away. He was too lazy to deal with them further. As the two were taken away, the tyrant was still shouting, We also have people, slaves can be sold for a lot of money, we can help you catch. The sound gradually faded and eventually disappeared. Silence returned to the hall. Fang Hao then checked the prompt that had appeared from the Book of Lords. The architectural style of this mountain village is similar to the ones built by transmigrators. However, upon sitting on the treasure middle seat, a system prompt still appeared. Life Taker Mountain Stronghold, has become your subsidiary city. You can rename the city here, and control all resources of the stronghold and its subordinate villages. With the appearance of this prompt, it signified that this place belonged to the native city. And it's not a city of a transmigrator. Fang Hao thought about it, didn't have a good name, so for now, he just left it as it is. He can rename it whenever he thinks of a better name. Life Taker Mountain Stronghold. City level. 5th level original city. Attributes. Combat power plus 5%, extra plundering plus 2%. Description. A city with attributes could provide various benefits to hasten the city's construction and development. The attributes for a 5th level city are just too disappointing. No extra benefits for gathering resources or attacks increase, all that exists is extra plundering, fitting for a bandit's style indeed. Unlocked Blueprint. Bandit Tent Building Blueprint. Bandit Tent, green, stone 800, wood 1200, hemp rope 500, beast skin 50. Description. Can recruit refugees and bandits into well-trained bandits. It's a blueprint for recruiting bandits. It could convert refugees into bandits, thereby increasing the stronghold's combat power. But for someone of Fang Hao's strength, this blueprint basically has no use. Population is also a vital resource. Who would foolishly convert them into bandits? Just finished reading this when the door was pushed open with a loud bang. Angia strode in, originally thinking that she had returned from scouring for spoils of war. But then I heard Angia standing at the door, shouting, "Fang Hao, come out for a moment, we found a lot of women and children in the dungeon." Women and children. Fang Hao frowned, quickly walked out. "Take me to see." "Take me there to see." "This way," Angia said, turning her head and walking to one side. A group of people followed behind the two and arrived at the west side of the mountain stronghold. At this time, there were already several soldiers standing guard here. "Open it," Angia instructed. The soldier bent down and flipped open the wooden cover on the ground, revealing a dark tunnel. Angia did not pause, she walked straight down into it. Fang Hao followed behind her, joining her in the descent. As soon as they stepped in, a cold, damp smell, accompanied by a rotten stench filled the air. They could even hear the squeaking sounds of rodents. However, they heard no human voices as Angia had mentioned. The staircase down was not long. They reached the bottom after 5 or 6 steps. As soon as they got down, Fang Hao's brow furrowed again. The sunlight pouring through the entrance illuminated the place a bit. Below, wooden fences were used to divide individual cages. Inside the cages were women, dressed in tattered clothes, covered in mud. They cowered like frightened animals in the corner of the cage, backs toward the outside, shivering uncontrollably. At the edge of the cage, there was something resembling a manger. Inside it was food that was black and emitting a strange smell. Fang Hao's face immediately turned ugly. But he did not say anything, he continued to follow Angia further in. In addition to the women, he also saw children of young age, hiding together with faces full of fear. Since arriving in this world, Fang Hao had witnessed its cruelty. But seeing the situation here still left a lump in his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. Suddenly, Fang Hao noticed several women huddled together. They kept glancing over in fear, their eyes darting back and forth. It seemed as if they were trying to block Fang Hao's and others' view. "Spread out," Fang Hao softly commanded. The huddled women looked terrified, yet they only unconsciously stepped back 2 paces before stepping forward again. This only affirmed Fang Hao's suspicion that they were hiding something. "Move them aside." Several heavy infantry soldiers pulled the huddled women away. Now that the view was no longer blocked, Fang Hao saw a woman lying on the ground. Her hair was coarse like straw, and her face was sickly pale. A transmigrator. Her clothes were open, revealing a somewhat withered chest, nursing the baby in her arms. Clearly, her condition was not good. She was mechanically patting the child in her arms with vacant eyes. If this continued, she likely would not survive much longer. "Please, spare her, she just had a baby. Please, spare her." A chorus of pleas filled the dungeon. Along with the pleas, cries of children could be heard from the cage where they were locked up. Fang Hao exhaled slowly, stepping towards the woman on the ground. The pleas around him turned to curses, filled with venomous words, against these unexpected visitors. Fang Hao squatted down, letting the woman lean against him. He opened a bottle of healing potion and poured it into the woman's mouth. Cough, cough. Violent coughing brought some life back into the woman's eyes. She looked at Fang Hao but did not speak. I'm Fang Hao. You're safe now. Li Junhu and his men have been defeated. You and your child are safe. Fang Hao said softly. The woman did not say anything. Her hand continued to pat the child in her arms. It was unclear whether she heard what Fang Hao said. At this time, the dungeon had quieted down, and everyone seemed to realize, perhaps this man wasn't with the bandits. Every single one of them was looking at Fang Hao, their previously dull eyes now sparked with a kind of light. As though they have seen a glimmer of hope. Go, take some men to register everyone, ask for the names of their villages, after registering, take everyone out and prepare food. Fang Hao instructed softly. All right, Angia responded. Angia could barely read and write, but the soldiers she had recruited all had some basic education. One of the racial features included learning. Carrying out registration was entirely within their capabilities. Once he had given his instructions, Fang Hao carried the woman with the black hair and baby out. He had them settled in a room. Fang Hao had constructed a troop hiding cave outside the mountain stronghold. He had Spencer place all the undead soldiers within the cave. As for Spencer himself, he had put on a suit of armor that covered his entire body. Unless someone from the Church of Light was present, no one would be able to tell that he was an undead from his appearance. After all, his entire body was still fleshy, not as obvious as a skeleton. Clip clop clip clop. At this moment, a trusted aide rode up on a horse. He spoke loudly. City Lord, Madam wants to know your plans next. The guards of Lis City referred to Fang Hao as the City Lord and Rebecca as Madam. Fang Hao said, we will rest here for the night, then continue our journey tomorrow. Yes, City Lord. The trusted aide responded, then turned to leave. Soon enough, a delicious aroma filled the mountain stronghold. It was the smell of meat porridge. Many ingredients were added to it, making the aroma even richer. It spread throughout the stronghold. Not far off, Angia had completed the registration. She led a group of women and children out of the dungeon. But when they emerged under the glaring sunlight, everyone seemed a bit dazed. They even seemed a little uncomfortable. They were carefully trailing behind Angia. When they saw bandits kneeling down not far away, their faces instantly changed, showing panic. They prepared to flee back to their dungeon. The brutality of the bandits had clearly left them psychologically scarred. Angia and the soldiers, after several reassurances, the women and children finally calmed down, and began to line up for porridge and food. After getting their food, they just found a place to squat down, disregarding the dirt on their hands, and started to gulp down the porridge. They seemed to be starved half to death. Angia walked over. There are 242 women, all fairly young, and 75 children aged between 3 to 10 years old. All these people were captured from different regions by the bandits, and not yet sold. In this world, most people would start families at the age of 12 or 13. So, they matured early as well. Why are there only women and children? Where are the men? Fang Hao curiously asked. Apparently, the men who were unwilling to join the bandits were either killed or sold off as laborers. None of them were kept here. Angia explained. In fact, compared to women and children, men were incarcerated for a longer time and there were certain risks involved. The bandits probably feared trouble, so they sold off the men as quickly as possible. Fang Hao nodded to show his understanding. What do you plan to do with these people? Angia asked further. Actually, this was also a vexing issue for Fang Hao. These people were women and children, incapable of following his troops on a long journey. If we can't, we will let Ma Hong carry these people to his territory. There will always be a way to deal with it. Fang Hao suggested. That's a good idea. It would be busier and livier if we bring them back to our place. Angia glanced at the crowd, who were wolfing down their food. Ordinary people won't be able to handle the situation over there. Fang Hao outrightly rejected this idea. Having necromantic beings everywhere was not something ordinary people could accept. When Angia first arrived in the city, she was unnerved. Several rabbit maids even fainted out of fear, not to mention these ordinary people. Looking around, the people who had gone out had eaten roughly enough. Fang Hao knew it was also time for him to take the stage. Hopefully these people, once they are settled, could bolster his power of faith. Fang Hao walked to the front of the people and stood on a chair. Seeing that the crowd was still a bit unruly, he signaled to Angia at his side. The latter looked back, eyes blinking, full of question marks. With no other choice, Fang Hao softly spoke to Spencer on his side, "Make them quiet." Spencer nodded and yelled, "Everyone stay quiet. Our great lord, who defeated the Life-Taker bandits and saved you all, Master Fang Hao, has something to say. Be quiet." His voice was so loud that it immediately drowned out all the noise. The crowd immediately fell silent and their gaze focused unanimously on the young man standing on the chair. Ahem. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fang Hao. I come from Zeus City, north of Lis City. I heard that there was a band of bandits here, pillaging villages, murdering innocent people, and seeing decent villagers as mere goods for sale. Upon such references, whimpers suddenly come from below. Tears streamed down one face after another, everyone bowing their heads. The women who had been kept until now were all young in age. Talking about the bandits' deeds, they began to sob. Seeing that everyone was a bit saddened, Fang Hao continued, "Now, you are safe and free. I can give you a choice. If you have relatives or villages left, I will give you some food to return home. If you really have no one left, you can to my territory. There are no bandits there and you can live normally." Everyone looked at Fang Hao, not uttering a word. After a long silence, a girl stepped forward and softly asked, "Are you a city lord? If we go with you, what would we need to do? Would you make us do hard labor and beat us every day?" Fang Hao had some memory of this girl. When he first visited the dungeon, she was the one who hurled the most, and the nastiest insults at him. "I'm not a city lord, I'm a lord. I have many cities within my territory like Zeus City, Cruel City and many others. You would have your own work, but certainly not hard labor. Just like in your own villages, you need to do something to support yourselves," Fang Hao answered seriously. "Would you beat us? Why would I? Would you commit any mistakes?" Fang Hao counter-asked. The girl immediately shook her head, "I wouldn't make any mistakes." "Haha. You can choose whoever you like to marry. You can also choose whatever work you like. No one will force you to do anything in particular," Fang Hao continued. Upon hearing this, the girl extended her hand and said loudly, "I will go to your territory. I hope you will keep your word." Fang Hao nodded. "I want to go too." "Me too." One by one, they raised their hands, indicating their willingness to go with Fang Hao to his territory. The children, who were not very old, were also listening to the conversation. But their attention was still on the food in their hands. They listened to Fang Hao's words while eating, as if they were listening to a monologue while dining. Fang Hao stood on the chair, surveying the scene from above. All the women had raised their hands, not a single one willing to leave. In other words, whether they were women or children. Their village was gone, and all that was left were them. Reliant on themselves, there was no way they could survive the winter. They'd either freeze or starve to death, or they'd have to sell themselves to the lords in the city. It would be better to follow Fang Hao. No matter how bad it might be, it wouldn't be worse than their current situation. Alright, everyone can rest here tonight. Feel free to move about, but do not leave the city in case there are escapee bandits. It could be dangerous, Fang Hao loudly declared, stepping off the chair. The mention of bandits caused everyone's expression to change in an instant. They each found a shady place to chat, but no one wanted to step out the door. Although the people had been comforted, exactly how to settle them had become an issue for Fang Hao to ponder over. According to his and Rebecca's plan, they would set off immediately the next day. At that time, they would need to select a group of people to escort these women back, or let Ma Hong come to pick them up. Which method was better? He would have to give it some thought. just as Fang Hao was weighing which option was more secure. The bronze bell on the mountain stronghold's city wall abruptly rang out, clear and resonant. Simultaneously, a guard's shout followed. A large number of beasts are approaching. Prepare for battle. The uproar ensued. In the city, all the soldiers sprang into action. They scaled the city wall. At the city gate, they pulled up the wooden anti-cavalry stakes, blocking the broken gate. Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia and Spencer, climbed up the city wall. Gazing into the distance, they spotted a swarm of beasts rapidly approaching. Leading the pack was a massive golden lion with a thick mane. Behind the lion were bears, wolves, deer, and even tusked wild boar. Nearly 100 in total, charging forward like a migrating herd of animals. Not far behind the beasts, dozens of men dressed like militia were hurriedly following suit. Are they hurting the beasts? Fang Hao asked with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Angia suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's someone on the golden lion." Looking closely, they could indeed see the shadow of a person on the lion's back. Just in time, that person, poking their head out from the lion's thick mane, revealed a small face and two twisted braids that swayed in the wind behind her. She could control the beasts. That was Fang Hao's second thought. As the beast horde neared, everyone atop the wall could hear the roars of the beasts and their heavy pants. Halt the beasts. If they don't stop, attack right away, ordered Fang Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby soldier raised his gun and fired. The gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting just in front of the golden lion. The woman atop the lion seemed startled by the sound of the gunshot. She looked up at the city wall, and upon seeing the pitch-black barrels, her face immediately filled with fear. She instantly tugged at the tuft of hair at the base of the lion's neck. Stop. Stop now. They have guns. Obediently, the golden lion came to a halt. But the beasts behind continued to charge full speed. They crashed into each other in an instant, tumbling into a disorganized bundle. Once teeming with brute force, the sight was now rather comical. The petite woman, appearing rather frazzled, picked herself up off the ground. Once she was back atop the lion, she made sure the guns were still trained on them before hastily shouting, "Retreat! Retreat now!" The militia men tailing the animals had only just arrived. Before they could understand what was happening, they heard their leader order a retreat. All of the beasts turned tail and began to run back the way they'd come. However, at that moment, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from one side. A golden-armored general leading a fully armed golden-armored cavalry charged forward, cutting off the beasts' escape route. "Damn it, today's just not my day," the woman cursed.